Looking at the timer. 10-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 5:32 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm enabling the share screen feature with you. Hello, you're looking at the ceiling of my living room. It is 5:32 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, March 2nd, 2025. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen, pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. That being said, I am going to play a recording that's going to go over everything that you need to hear per the FBI going forward. Some of you may be wondering, well, if all of that's going on and it's new, why aren't you reporting it? Why aren't you filing something, you know? And the answer is because the FBI doesn't want me to do either. I don't know why. It's just what it is. Anyway, on the left-hand side here where we're sharing a screen, it's the same thing as you've seen for weeks now. This is actually the domestic terrorist in UNIT207, North Everett Precinct officers. Dedicated worker, this should just say dedicated domestic terrorist. Anything that says an incognito extension, as well as utility TTS service, utility storage service, spare renderer, and renderer. You can't see, but it's actually here. These are all the domestic terrorists upstairs. Actively choosing to show their intention and how deliberate they are in choosing to continue to tamper and obstruct in order to further their aggravated criminal conspiracy / enterprise / domestic terrorist organizations list of looming federal and state charges. Now, they've actively been terminating live streams for days and days. They haven't been as successful, but they've taken to desperate measures. Once this recording gets to like 6.5 hours, there's a girl upstairs that literally becomes seemingly suicidal. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I don't know what's going on with her. I suggested that perhaps she try Valium, not every day, but like at least when she's suffering. And I'm reiterating that now, not even to insult her, which may be how she's taking it. But the reality is she wouldn't need any of that if she stopped doing the wrong thing. So anyway, you're going to need to listen to this entire recording. Let me get to it real quick. I just pushed stop on this, so I should be able to play it. Clicking in the gallery. Okay, here we go. It's going to be 1 hour and 18 minutes of information. And then hopefully we won't need to play it again or go over it again until tomorrow morning. Monday. Okay, it is 4:16 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, March 2nd, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've just been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. This recording is going to be going up on a backup YouTube channel that I was able to create, although I'm being prevented from running a live stream apparently until about 19 hours from now. Oh, it looks like UNIT207 has actually obstructed that already. They're trying to require me to sign into Google Play services on this laptop because they are attempting once again to terminate and obstruct justice and terminate live streams. For those of you who've missed it, for over a year, UNIT207 has had a plan to terminate and kill the live streams, as well as to erase everything on my YouTube channel and to prevent the inception of a new live stream for their final breaking and entering, when they plan on physically assaulting me, unlawfully committing me, unlawfully arresting me, and or kidnapping me. Although they've been aware since before they began illegally detaining me and before they decided to proceed ahead with the dozens and dozens and dozens of felonies that they're all going to be charged with, regardless of their positions, perceived authority, or the fraudulent documents that they've obtained due to their aggravated criminal conspiracy that became a domestic terrorist organization the day after they were told in a recorded phone call about the fact that they were all under FBI investigation and going to be going to prison. That also occurred weeks, if not months, after they read via their hacks a letter from the Department of Justice in my email, informing all of them and myself that the Department of Justice Criminal Specialist Task Force was already on the case. For those of you that don't know, the Department of Justice Criminal Special Task Force is the Federal Bureau of Investigation. These individuals come from the North Everett Precinct, UNIT207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, DCYF, and they are associated with and have coordinated with and have conspired with and have been perpetrating acts of domestic terrorism with numerous institutions they have attempted to corrupt, with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, with my extortionist mother and my stepfather. And they have abused my sons for 14 months directly and with those co-conspirators who they were providing instructions to so that they would discriminate and abuse them specific to their disabilities in order to facilitate the year-plus premeditated and illegal kidnappings of my disabled sons. They became a domestic terrorist organization and segued from being an aggravated criminal conspiracy on August 6th. Currently, the FBI is planning on arresting them all within 10 minutes of any of their co-conspirators and fellow terrorists breaking into my home. Indoor on an unspecified date in the month of April while court is in session and some of the individuals the FBI is most excited to abdicate from power, that is to say forcibly remove, are in court because the FBI has a vested interest in humiliating some of these individuals in court. The FBI has also said consistently since August that I will be running a YouTube live stream when every individual is physically pulled off of the premises here and the condo upstairs is seized. From right here in my basement. UNIT207 and their domestic terrorist organization, since the beginning of this month, have been using my cell phone networks, every device in the house to destroy it, wipe the operating system, and utilize the condo from above my home where you can pick up, if you have a ham radio, their DCYF in North Everett Precinct signals as recently as 2 days ago.
My radio's off right now.
And they are planning on attempting to, and have already been doing this for weeks, according to the FBI, and failing thanks to whistleblowers and the fact that they don't have any backdoors as far as the FBI is concerned. Anyway, long story short, the FBI baited them. They took the bait. They've been proving their criminal intent and what's deliberate and what's not deliberate. And that's important because right now, over 50% of the individuals who frequent Unit 207 per the FBI are whistleblowers who are at 100% risk of retaliation.
100%.
More severe than what I've experienced. And if we look at the totality of the crimes I've been a victim of for 2 years as of this month, and in certain instances, depending on which domestic terrorist we're addressing or co-conspirator, longer than that or less than that. But anyway, if you look at the totality of it, I have literally been the victim of everything except for what they're threatening and being murdered. So I'm going to speculate here that that means that there's at least one individual that the FBI thinks is dangerous enough to try and murder someone, or more than one person who's been cooperating with the FBI. Additionally, because they are all 100% at risk of retaliation, this suggests to me, and this is my speculation, this suggests to me there's no way the FBI can respond to them. There's no way. How could they be responding to them knowing that it's going to put them at risk and knowing that the people that are going to prison don't give a shit about the law and will utilize the exact same tactics? Then add to that the FBI's own statement, which is that when precincts and public servants find themselves in the situation that everyone is in that's going to prison, there is apparently a common trend right before the big bust, and that is for officers to put other officers who are cooperating with the FBI into the crazy bin for 3 to 5 days. I don't know why, but the FBI said specifically 3 to 5 days.
That's so fucked up, dude.
So,
Can you imagine?
there is a video here titled 2/16 3 a.m. debrief. You're going to want to listen to that. It's almost 2 hours long. It covers everything you need to know. And then after you listen to that, you can just scroll up and you'll be like, holy shit, everything she said is true. Look at this. And then you'll know where we're at. That being said, I am making this video and I was going to upload it to the new YouTube channel, but it appears the craziest girl upstairs that's going to prison for the rest of her life has set it up so that this laptop will once again be hacked the way she wants it to, because she doesn't want me to have another YouTube channel, because she's still working like she has been for over a month on obstructing and tampering and intimidating and retaliating and stalking and a litany of cyber crimes and diverting mandatory funds to other places and trying to cover her own asshole from going to prison. And doing so in a way that she thinks is so smart that it will look like I've been doing it all to myself down here. Wrong. You're going to prison for the rest of your life, little lady. She's up there right now at 4:24 p.m. Anyway, I'll be playing this at the beginning of live streams that supersede the one that I'm currently recording. I just needed to create a little update because they've been terminating the live streams so rampantly and vehemently as they're getting closer and closer to the rest of their lives in jail. Excuse me, prison. Jail is where they go once they're detained in the Blitz Suite, which will occur within 10 minutes of their next breaking and entering. Even if they're not on the property, or will occur in April on an unspecified date during Snohomish Superior Court hours, when a couple of individuals that the FBI is excited to put handcuffs on in front of judges and fellow attorneys will be there to bear witness to the reality of their former colleague. So again, you want to check out that 2:16 3 a.m. debrief, especially if you're being asked or offered any sort of opportunity to join a domestic terrorist organization. For the last 2 years, before it was a domestic terrorist organization, when it was an aggravated criminal conspiracy only, frequently they did this to corrupt institutions per the FBI. Hello, we would like you to perpetrate felonies and gross misdemeanors and civil rights violations and ADA violations. We would like you to steal, destroy property, kidnap, abuse, trespass, stalk, yada, 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 from the Jewish girl that we've been illegally detaining for over half a year and torturing for 2 years. And we'll give you non-existent immunity and promise you that that will be true if you just listen to us. And as a result of that, there have been over 50 individuals that if the FBI desired would be going to prison. There were 27 named individuals in September. And thanks to whistleblowers, that number went down, all the way down to the single digits. And then it went back up to the double digits. And according to the FBI, just in the last couple of days, it's gone up even one more. Someone that wasn't going to prison, that was upstairs terminating live streams and whatnot, is now going to prison. My front door has been closed since January 2nd, per FBI's instructions. My instructions to not engage with anyone, regardless of their title or position, remain the same. All of these individuals, from the North Everett Precinct to DCYF to UNIT207 to Erica Owens to John Owens to Richard Garcia to Anne-Marie Bauer to Andy to Kelly, etc., they've all known that it was illegal to be outside of my door, to be trying to talk to me, etc., since the day before they began illegally detaining me. At minimum, the only exception is the Owens, who didn't find out until after they did decide to proceed with what I told them was being threatened by everyone that they had been coordinating with since January of last year, as well as my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, in order to abuse my sons, cause them to regress, and again, facilitate their multiple kidnappings, which the FBI says they are absolutely charging you all with as aggravated, as well as aggravated child endangerment, as well as a series of charges involving child abuse.
Aiding and abetting.
Every crime perpetrated against me and intended to slight me has also been intended to defraud their employer, the state of Washington, and the Attorney General, who will be indicting them and arraigning them in Snohomish Superior Courthouse after the FBI gets them first. You see, after they are involved in the Blitz sweep, they will be brought to King County Jail. The whistleblowers will be met by federal marshals and will get to avoid the humiliation of a strip search. Then they will be brought to a nice hotel in downtown Seattle and be given a couple $100 a day per diem, but they're going to have to stay in their room with a federal marshal who is armed outside of their door. Everybody else will get strip searched. Then they're going to go to their arraignment. They're going to get their indictment. They're going to request to be released on personal recognizance or with bail, and they're going to be denied. The FBI has stated they are adamantly opposed to anyone getting bail, in this case, who is being detained. They would like them to sit in jail for as long as they illegally detained me. They also are confident that proving that they are all a flight risk has already been accomplished by their own criminal conduct. And then after they are arraigned there, then I guess they just get driven up by the jailers, maybe to Snohomish County. I don't know how it works. But I just know, for whatever reason, according to the FBI gets them first. They get their indictment and their arraignment in King County before they get their arraignment and indictment up here in Snohomish Superior Courthouse. Normally, people of their profession are protected by the Attorney General. In this case, the Attorney General is very much going to be involved in their prosecution, as they've attempted to defraud the state of Washington. They've diverted government funds. They've done a series of illegal record sharings, all telling people they were part of a non-existent operation, a sting or operation that, according to the FBI, was never legitimate and was 100% the result of every individual I reported for every fucking crime they've made actionable back in 2017. Those individuals were employees of the North Everett Precinct, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, DCYF employees. You get the idea. And all but one individual per the FBI is 100% involved in going to prison. Also, remember, the FBI has stated some people were really delusional enough to think that retirement was going to prevent their arraignment and detainment. Au contraire. They will be detained and arraigned per the FBI the exact same time everybody else is, regardless of their location. Now, that 216 recording we will get to, but first I think that we'll play this one. This is, again, I'm going to be playing this recording for superseding live streams. So this is 221, the 5:41 p.m. live stream. Let's listen to the first few minutes of this. It might cover some things I haven't addressed already. And remember,
Okay, this is a consensual recording with Miss.
if I don't orally and explicitly state the end time, I didn't end the live stream, and the domestic terrorists going to prison for the rest of their life are responsible. They'll be charged for it.
Standard time. Again, this is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. That being said, if you missed it in the preceding live stream, the status quo filing brief that occurs with the domestic terrorist organization that's been operating out of UNIT207 while perpetrating felonies against the United States of America and their employer, the state of Washington, since their terrorist organization made the segue and transformation from an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which is what they've been since March 2023, on August 6th, 2024, when they began to become a domestic terrorist organization, which is what they very much are, as the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals and the Snohomish County Sheriffs will verify for you happily, unless, of course, you're a member of the domestic terrorist organization, in which case that's going to be pretty impossible for you to get verification until you're detained. Anyway, they had their debrief, their status quo debrief, and then they criminally and illegally sent down some of the individuals that are volunteering and actually, according to the FBI, requesting. That's the FBI's word. Requesting to go to prison. Well, they have those volunteers that have been requesting to go to prison come here and to get themselves on surveillance by the FBI and my live stream, perpetrating more Class A witness tampering, more attempts to intimidate an FBI informant, more stalking, more harassment, and more retaliation. Coincidentally, concurrently rather, UNIT207 was actively attempting to terminate the live stream for a good 10 minutes. In fact, they're actively attempting to do so right now, this very moment, in this very live stream, which superseded it because they believe that they're going to get some of those individuals that were just very much volunteering to join them in prison to come back here tonight and perpetrate a break-in if they can simply get the live stream to not be running, which is why they've been attempting to terminate over 100 plus of them, as they successfully did for the evidentiary value for the FBI, as well as blocking me from sending offline recordings to the FBI from the 11th to the 16th of this month. Now, they're all aware, like they have been aware for many months, that the door is going to stay closed until they're apprehended or their third break-in, which will result in them being apprehended, according to the FBI, less than 10 minutes after they're in my living room. That includes everyone in Unit 207. That includes those of you in Unit 207 that are child abusing, stalking fraudsters, who are the reason some officers are going to prison because they don't realize that you are actually the ones that are bad for children. But the FBI is going to make that very apparent, as they are confident that all of you will be convicted with numerous counts tied to child abuse, kidnapping, aiding and abetting, and child endangerment.
A lot of convictions involving kidnapping and child abuse. Like
Happy Friday! Yeah. If you missed it also, every Friday for 17 months, these fucking psychopaths who used to be officers in some cases, who used to be
in court.
He wants to get her, he wants
and then,
to
of course, the
cuff
child
her in court.
abusers that no one would have ever given a job to if they had any idea what they really were, which the FBI is confident they'll be exposed for very, very soon, I might add. I've been told, with no uncertain terms, that in the month of June, I will have more zeros in my bank account than all of them combined have, including their assets. And that my sons will be home. June is so close.
It is.
It's less time than they've illegally detained me. Fools. Fools, that's what they are. Anyway, there's some other information we can go over, but I was watching a movie before they disturbed me, and I really need to urinate. I was ordered to stay seated in this chair
Stay
for the
tuned.
whole time that they were outside.
Keep listening to the
psychopaths,
recording.
Which again, if you watch the preceding live stream from this morning, we all knew was going to happen. The FBI has surveillance on everyone, and literally said this morning, which I said at like fucking 6 a.m. or whatever to my neighbor. I said, the FBI says they're going to be extra psychopathic because all of the ones that are members of the bar, they know that there are serious charges that are going to be levied against them in less than 72 hours, just because it will be February 24th.
All right. Now we're going to hop over to a different live stream that addresses other things that we need to go over. So I was directing you all to go to that 216 debrief. You may not have the ability to search on my channel. Unit 207's just been having a heyday with, requesting to go to prison in some instances, and in more instances than that, requesting that the people that are requesting to go to prison be the only ones that go to prison. And those that are requesting that, not me. So, to put it simple. So I was playing the 2:16 3 a.m. debrief, but I'm actually scrolling down because I think that I'm just going to play the one from the 13th because I feel like that document basically gives you a very condensed brief of that longer video. Yeah, this is it right here. Okay, let's try this. This may not have the full recording. Oh no, that says new report. This says new report. Which one is correct? Let's click on this one. And hopefully it's the right one. Hopefully I'm saying the right things here. So this video is titled 2:13, 6:32 p.m. New report addendum at 3 a.m. And I'm hoping that I read it in the beginning here because that's what I want you to hear.
Okay, going outside this afternoon when
Yes, it
I
is.
went up there.
Okay, so go ahead and listen from here.
Okay, UNIT207, the men and women up there had a powwow going outside this afternoon when I went to lay down and go to sleep roughly an hour later. A powwow where they were meeting with a fellow domestic terrorist inside of their vehicle in certain instances. They criminally and illegally shut off this live stream as they've done to every live stream today in a blatant act that they will be convicted for very soon. It is currently 6:33 p.m. PST. There are men and women upstairs. They are continuing to be guilty of a series of crimes, which is exactly why they are going to prison for the rest of their lives. Far sooner than they're expecting.
And that's the reality. I warned them for years. Like I gotta not feel bad about it because they're literally upstairs. Like
This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
not all of them, not the whistleblowers, but the whistleblowers have to act like they are too.
As has been the case for the entire time I've been illegally detained since day 3. For the entire time I've been illegally detained since day 3. UNIT207 is solely responsible for ending all of the live streams and perpetrating a series of crimes that the FBI has already informed them they have no leniency for, they have no immunity for, and that they will be charged for financially as well as criminally. There's nothing more that can be said or done other than await their arraignment.
I thought I was going to be reading the 213 document in this recording, but I may
I will
need to.
flip this around and show you the recording on the Lenovo ThinkPad, which has been running uninterrupted all day as it's offline. But first I need to adjust the title and the description and click on the live stream that preceded this and see how long did they criminally and illegally shut it off for, and see how much, if any, video did they criminally and illegally erase in an attempt to make it so that it couldn't be used as evidence against them, which is why they're doing this. Okay, this is not the recording that I was looking for. It does give you pertinent information. All of that information is still valid. It is the 213 early in the morning one, a couple of hours in, if I recall. Yep, here we go. So give me a minute here. I believe I have to fast forward 2 hours into this.
Let him become second to last.
Almost there, hang on.
The first week of January 2025 because they think that by doing so they can pretend they've not been served and aren't implicated when a couple of them are going to be federally disbarred. So 2025, immediate action required. It's also filed at the North Everett Police Precinct.
Okay, we were there.
Thursday, February 13th.
All right.
And I'm going to read
Pause
aloud.
this real quick. It is actually March 2nd, 4:42 p.m. We're making an offline recording so I can play it as an intro for all the superseding live streams. Whilst the domestic terrorists upstairs are actively attempting to rehack and terminate and destroy my whole YouTube channel, I just finally, after over 6 months of attempting to, got permission to create a new YouTube channel as a backup and uploaded one video today. And the girl upstairs is having a fucking she's going to prison. So anyway, listen to this. This recording is 2:13, 4:32 a.m. That's the title on the YouTube channel. I am 1 hour and 52 minutes into it because for the next 25 minutes, you'll want to pay attention. And remember, if you want to know even more details, you'll want to go to the 2/16 3 a.m. debrief. That only covers what you need to know since December. For everything to December 29th, 2024, you'll want to search on my channel, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist et al. And you'll see a video there that's just under 2 hours long. You want to listen to that. Then you'll want to listen to that 2/16 3 a.m. debrief, also just under 2 hours long. All right, here we go.
Oh, the police report that was filed at 3 this morning and posted on Facebook with everybody tagged and was served on the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office via a new review from a new email address I had to create as of the 11th, which is felons in UNIT207 @gmail.com. See right there. I'm going to click on the camera here and open this video so that when I read aloud this police report, which I'll put in the description before I start, but I plan on starting at around 6:30 a.m. Here we go. Now we're recording. It's 6:29 a.m. PST, Thursday, February 13th, 2025. This is the commencement of the Lenovo ThinkPad recording, the YouTube live stream titled 2:13, 4:32 a.m. New Police Report, 2:13 at 3 a.m. Has this about a couple of hours into the footage, assuming we're still connected. Let's click on this live stream and make sure we are still connected, although we know that that won't prevent UNIT207 from completely erasing us. Retroactively, something they've been exhibiting repeatedly and has been reported repeatedly since February 1st in their attempts to evade justice. And now I'm going to read aloud the police report from today. But before I do that, I'm going to put it in the description so anybody that's coming to the video knows that if they want to listen while they're driving,
Stay tuned because it's not
they
in
can
the
fast forward a
description.
couple hours.
I'm about to read it aloud, and I don't think
Okay,
it's actually
read
accessible
aloud.
to you because Facebook is rigged up to the law enforcement portal.
At 6:30 a.m. Then in parentheses, 2 hours ish into live. Saving that at 6:30 a.m. Nerd Squad, and then I will begin reading aloud to you. Don't be shocked and unnerved if they criminally and illegally end this live stream. They'll be convicted for that. They'll be charged for that financially and literally. Okay, this will be a little tricky because normally I put the laptop right here, but here is my iPhone and he is not moving. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's been like a little keyboard for the last 15 hours. So I just aim it at Hunter.
Not today. He's not being
bored.
video today.
Ooh, vicious goody. Ooh, vicious boy. Okay, here we go. Here's the police report. It's also the fourth addendum to the February 4th. This was sent to all the law clerks at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse, as well as the clerk's department. It was also sent to the North Everett Precinct, the Seattle FBI, the Snohomish County Sheriffs, DCYF, Anne-Marie Bauer, anyone and everyone that's going to prison and owes me millions, except for my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who's one of their co-conspirators. It's also filed at the North Everett Police Precinct, which they'll reject, I'm sure.
Based on their pattern of
Everyone was
criminal
tagged on
conduct
Facebook
to
except for the Snohomish
obstruct
County
and
Prosecutor's Office as they blocked me the first week of January 2025
to
because
shield
they
the
think
handful
by
of
doing so they can
individuals that
defend
knew
their
from the
cause.
get they'd go to prison if they didn't get a whole bunch of other idiots.
And aren't
to take the blame.
implicated when a couple of them are going to be federally disbarred. So here we go. Fourth addendum to formal judicial notice and police report filed February 13th, 2025, 3 a.m. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse,
child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct. UNIT207 and associated individuals. Mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. Previous addendums, February 6th, 2025, 7 a.m. February 7th, 2025, 1:45 p.m. PST. Correcting previous documents error which incorrectly labeled it as third addendum. February 8th, 2025, 7:12 a.m. PST. For those of you that don't know, those are the documents you have to read on top of this one that I'm about to read to you so that you know exactly what's going on.
That's kind of a lie because the
here
FBI
we
said
go.
that this one I'm
Choose the
about
Homeless
to
County
read and the
Superior
one that I
Court,
read
North
right
Everett
after
Precinct,
it
Homeless
are
County
really
Sheriff's
all that
Office,
needs to
Homeless
be
County
said.
Prosecutors, and all forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen,
So you
aka
can
Mr.
dabble
Gwen,
into
subject,
that if you want
supplemental
the full
information
legal
regarding further
filings.
criminal activities, escalation of
But if
threats,
you want a
evidence tampering,
shortened
continued child
version,
abuse,
this is the
and
bridged
incurred
version.
penalties, February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Immediate action required. Criminal enterprise in domestic terrorist organization. No immunity for unlawful directives. This document serves as the fourth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further critical updates regarding the relentless and escalating criminal conspiracy orchestrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their expanding network of co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report detailing new criminal acts perpetrated between February 10th and February 13th, 2025. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums February 6th, February 7th, and February 8th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This explicitly includes, but is not limited to, declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10500593, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Supplemental information, criminal acts from February 10th to February 13th, 2025. The following criminal acts have been perpetrated by Unit 207 and their co-conspirators, further demonstrating the ongoing and escalating nature of this criminal enterprise. February 10th, 2025, just before noon, a male individual from Unit 207 briefly appeared to deliver written materials. The content and purpose of these materials are currently unknown, but are considered suspect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy. February 10th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct predictably and unlawfully rejected the police report/addendum filed on February 8th. This blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent with their ongoing efforts to shield themselves and their co-conspirators from accountability. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing their intent to feign cessation of stalking while continuing these criminal activities. They also discussed plans to dispatch multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd under the false pretense that my participation is required for some unspecified purpose. February 10th, 2025, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. PST. YouTube live streams initiated by me were criminally and illegally terminated. These actions are consistent with evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and obstruction of justice. February 11th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in a cybercrime spree, illegally shutting off an astounding 23 live streams. February 11th, 2025, 5:20 p.m. PST. A male individual from the upstairs unit known to be actively stalking me with neighbors Andy and Kelly, the DCYF employee and brother of an EPD officer who left harassing notes in the summer of 2023, entered the balcony door of Unit 207. This further illustrates the coordinated stalking and harassment efforts involving multiple individuals and potentially implicating members of law enforcement and DCYF. That shouldn't say potentially, that should say and it implicates. Everything that is written here, there is evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the FBI has confirmed that. Damn near
Also,
every day
shout
that
out to the FBI, dude. I can't wait.
Moving on. February 13th, 2025, 1:55 a.m. PST. During
I can't
a live
wait.
stream,
I
Unit
consented.
207
I'm not
illegally
reneging on my
terminated the
consent.
broadcast and a significant escalation of evidence tampering.
I'm just saying,
erased
I'm gonna
20+
enjoy the
hour
show.
recordings stored offline. This act was concurrent with the criminal and illegal erasure of over 4 hours of the YouTube live stream from the previous night. Prior to the termination, I had explicitly noted in the live stream description the threat from the female occupant upstairs to terminate the broadcast while I slept, which she subsequently carried out. This erasure is believed to be for the same reason speculated in the February 8th addendum: obstruction of justice, intimidation of a federal witness, and tampering with evidence of their ongoing criminal conspiracy. Ongoing cybercrimes and live stream interference, February 12th to the 13th. February 13th, 1:55 a.m.
That should say
PST.
to today,
Live
March
termination,
2nd, and
as noted
counting.
above. February 12th, 9:11 p.m. PST. Female felons in upstairs unit explicitly planned to terminate the live stream while I slept. This threat was typed into the live stream description in an attempt to preemptively deter their criminal actions and document their intent. February 12th, 8:57 p.m. PST. Female felons engaged in further cyber tampering, illegally cutting and tampering with the live stream. February 12th, 8:02 p.m. Live stream terminated from 7:56 p.m. to 8:02 p.m. February 12th, 7:51 p.m. Update. Unit 207 activity since noon indicates female felons are anticipating imprisonment but express high expectation for next week and further crimes, believing, quote, court, quote, will favor them. They also suggest co-conspirators are, quote, even more excited for next week. February 12th, 9:02 a.m. PST. Unit 207 terminated a prior live stream. February 12th, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 a.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning out and conspiratorial. There we go. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning and conspiratorial discussions involving both male and female occupants, continuing as of 7:44 a.m. PST. February 12th to February 13th at 3 a.m. Unit 207 has criminally and illegally tampered with, obstructed, and committed cybercrimes against at least 9 live streams. 3. This is not an operation. This is a criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization. It is important to state unequivocally
For the
that
FBI,
actions
you guys have
documented
already hit
herein
every
and
statute
all
required for
prior
domestic
filings
terrorist
are
organization.
not part of any legitimate law
Already.
enforcement operation, nor are they justifiable under any legal pretext.
Not under any
This is
legal
an
pretext,
aggravated
not in
criminal
any
conspiracy,
United States.
a criminal
territory.
enterprise, and constitutes
This shit makes me
the
sleepy.
actions of
I've
a
heard it so
domestic
much over the
terrorist
last few weeks.
organization.
100%.
The perpetrators, including officers
Just put
of
this
the
on my
North
lip when
Everett
I wanna go to bed.
Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, and their co-conspirators are engaged in a systematic and sustained campaign of felony stalking and harassment, constant surveillance, intimidation tactics, and deliberate disruption of my peace and safety. Cybercrimes and evidence tampering, illegal termination of live streams, erasure of recordings, and hacking attempts to obstruct justice and conceal their criminal activities. Obstruction of justice, rejection of legitimate police reports, fraudulent court maneuvers, and concerted efforts to impede any investigation into their crimes. Child abuse and exploitation, the continued and deliberate exploitation of my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies and further this criminal conspiracy. Illegal detainment and kidnapping, ongoing illegal detainment within my own home, and prior actionable kidnappings of my disabled sons. Civil rights violations and ADA violations. Systematic deprivation of my civil rights and targeted discrimination based on disability. Financial fraud and extortion. Attempts to extort and defraud me through various illegal means. 4, no immunity for unlawful directives. Let it be explicitly stated. Following unlawful directives from superiors or co-conspirators provides absolutely no immunity for these criminal acts.
You have to keep in mind, the
Every
FBI
individual
wrote this.
involved, regardless of their position or perceived authority, is personally and criminally liable for their participation in this conspiracy. The willingness to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness only deepens their culpability and ensures the maximum penalties under the law.
They warned you on the
5,
13th.
echoes of January 2024
Ain't no
pattern of criminality confirmed.
Yada, yada.
It is critical to note that this pattern of criminal behavior is not new. January 2024, individuals from UNIT207, including the same 2 males who initiated my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024, were actively engaged in indoctrinating and exploiting disabled minors, directing my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to indoctrinate our disabled sons based on their disabilities, and to plan their kidnapping until August 17th, 2024.
Let me just- I just want to expound on that. Let me pause this. I just want to let everybody know this because I heard it from the FBI and I was like, oh my gosh.
I was like, oh my gosh, I want to knock them out.
These motherfuckers for over 2 years had been sifting through all of the paperwork I've filed at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse regarding my sons and literally planning how to use their disabilities to indoctrinate them, to abuse them, to cause them to regress, to cause the only adult figure who has been consistently in their lives.
The
and
only one,
100%
and the second only one is my
to have
stepdad. My
lied about
mom,
one other thing.
I used
that
to
is
have to
Santa,
pay her
and
hundreds
they
of
did it
dollars
deliberately
to
and
babysit on
intentionally,
occasion 3 weeks
and they
after I
did it
gave birth
with
to Indy.
individuals reported for threatening to do it in 2017. to
My
the
stepdad, though,
FBI,
was my kid's
who were
dad.
doing the same things as Unit 207, but only for like 6 months. And it was less cumbersome because somebody was going to steal $1,000 from me. No big deal. Back to the recording.
That should just, it even pisses me off to
Personal
hear it again.
property, deliberately destroying my brand new laptops in January 2020.
And codename Lisa knew
Stealing money from each and every delivery I
You were more
received
than
for all of
complicit,
my
Lisa.
deliveries from September 2023 to August 2024. These actions, like the ongoing crimes, were never part of any legitimate
No
legal
legitimate
operation.
operation in this
They
fucking
are.
country.
And always have been
Maybe in Iran.
components of a premeditated.
Yeah, dude.
and
I think they need to send
aggravated
the women
criminal
folks to
conspiracy
Iran.
Targeting
That's
me
the
and
solution.
my
That should
children.
be their punishment, by the way, FBI.
The
You should
abuse of
send the
disabled
women to
minors for
fucking
13
Iran.
months, their exploitation to perpetrate felonies, kidnapping, ADA violations, stalking, harassment, and all other documented crimes are not and cannot be construed as any form of legitimate operation. They are the hallmarks of a criminal
Again,
enterprise,
not in any state or
operating
U.S.
with
territory. Not in
and
this
a
fucking
complete
continent.
disregard for the law. 6. Financial penalties.
Literally though,
updated.
not in this continent. Not in
Following
Mexico
financial
is that
penalties
legal.
previously invoiced and
Not in
contractually
Iceland is
agreed
it
upon
legal.
are
Not in
reiterated
Canada.
and updated to reflect the
Not in
additional criminal acts
Argentina.
documented in this
Not in
agenda.
Brazil.
They're
100,000
monsters.
per day for each
They're
day of
monsters.
my ongoing
And I
legal
do
detention.
feel that the
Now
women
totaling
involved
over
upstairs,
187 days.
including the one that won't
10
be here till
million for
tomorrow,
any attempt
should go to
to
Iran.
I think they should be ordered to live in Iran.
Anyone else because they went along with it. They facilitated it.
entering on January
They
29th.
knew what it was.
10 million for the use
For
of
2
my
years.
sons and or for coercing them
This
to
month.
commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering.
Other individuals were just stupid.
Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent
Verified.
court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts.
Also, remember,
10
the
million.
last couple of weeks,
For the
according to the
rejection of
FBI,
legitimate
have been
police
all about
reports.
evidentiary value
Constituting obstruction of
and
justice.
proving
This
intent
applies to all reports rejected
and something
to
about
date,
shit being
including
deliberate.
the rejection of the February.
I missed the part
report.
about the intent
10
and
million
deliberate.
for
That's
each
what they've been looking
instance
for.
of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date, including the numerous terminations between February 10th and February 13th. 10 million for each and every instance of stalking. 10 million for each and every instance of harassment. 10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. 10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. Additional penalties incurred February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Obstruction of justice, rejection of 2-8 report, 40 million, quadruple penalty. Live stream terminations February 10th to the 13th, at least 30 terminations times 10 million equals 300 million. Ongoing
They're
stalking,
monsters,
harassment,
yeah.
and cybercrimes penalties continue to occur daily and per incident. The criminal actions documented in this fourth addendum, alongside those previously reported and consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, further and exponentially increase the financial liability of these conspirators. 7. Conclusion. This fourth addendum provides further damning and irrefutable evidence that the North Everett Precinct, UNIT207, and their co-conspirators are not engaged in any legitimate operation, but rather are actively perpetuating an aggravated criminal conspiracy, functioning as a criminal enterprise and a domestic terrorist organization. Their actions represent a grave threat to my safety, the well-being of my children.
I'm just going to pause it there and point out to everybody, you have to remember, I am not an employee of the FBI. I've only been authorized to state I'm an informant. That being said, the FBI did write this. And I just realized in hearing that last 2 sentences, I think what they're saying is the FBI is going to be charging you all with the domestic terrorism, and that the Attorney General is going to be charging you all for trying to defraud them in the state of Washington, and for being an aggravated criminal conspiracy / enterprise. Because it
Dude, I'm
specifically
drinking
said,
grape Kool-Aid for
that
the
you are
first time
still
since I think
both.
I was 10.
whereas the FBI told me you didn't turn
Is it
into a
good?
terrorist
Fuck yeah, dude.
organization until the 6th. Which would explain why they asked me for my consent.
Tastes like
for you
hummingbird
guys to do a
food.
whole bunch of
Sugar
awful
water.
shit to me in order to get all of you behind bars.
Hunter, I'm opening Pinkles.
If
Where
you
are you?
didn't
I want to
become
pet you.
A domestic terrorist organization until the 6th. Anyway, that's just speculation, but I mean, rewind it and listen to it yourself, and then listen to my speculation. Back to the recording.
And the integrity of the justice system. The FBI is fully aware of these rapidly escalating developments and the increasingly egregious nature of these crimes. This document serves as formal legal notice of these ongoing and new crimes, a demand for immediate and decisive action to dismantle this criminal enterprise, protect myself and my children, and ensure that all individuals involved are held fully accountable under the law. There is no immunity for these actions, and the perpetrators will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. I declare no penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 13th, 2025, time 3:49 a.m. EST. Now, I don't have
Okay.
Beep, where are
So
you,
that
my
is
little
the
furry
end of
butt?
that recording. I'm trying to see how long this one is that's running. We are at 52 minutes. I kind of don't want to play the January 4th one, or the February 4th one, but I think that we need to. So let's play that one if I can locate
We do
it.
need to. The FBI said it was as important
I'll
as
just
the
search
one that you just
24.
heard.
My
and
search
I
feature
think
is
that there's
enabled
like
on this
13 more
particular
minutes left
laptop
of this
because
recording.
UNIT207 hasn't successfully forced me out of it again. Judicial notice. Okay. I'm not sure where it is in this recording, so let's give it a second here. I'll look in the description.
We have a 9-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 11:14 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 4th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the FBI. Be advised that I am not an employee of the FBI, but I have been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. Now, there is normally a litany of things that I need to go over, and you can hear all of those things in the preceding live stream. You'll want to listen to almost an hour and 44 minutes of me talking in that preceding live stream.
Disregard that
Per
instruction.
the FBI's instructions
But if you
today,
are wanting more
for
details,
this
again,
live
you
stream
want
and all
the
of those going
2:16
forward,
3
I am
a.m.
subject to
debrief, which
read,
has what you
I
just
will read
heard,
you in a moment.
plus
I'm
what you're
currently
about to hear,
cutting and pasting it to try and fit it into
minus the updates that
description
came
here.
after.
But I know that it won't.
And then you
because
want
it is
Mystic
indeed
Gwen
over
versus the
5,000
North Everett Precinct of
characters. You can
Fraudsters
read it for
from
yourself.
December
If you're
30th
fancy, before
at
I
3
get
a.m.
to it, on
12:33 a.m.
Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves.
I'm just going to pause it here and say that they've been using the law enforcement portal, I believe, to block all of my filings. I don't know that for sure, but the FBI has emphasized and states like every week that they obstruct justice at every turn.
Yeah, and the FBI has
So,
said repeatedly they
keep
were
listening to the
illegally
recording
instructing
because I will
people
get to
not
the
to
part that
file
we wanna
things
hear,
that were
which is the
legally
2-4
required per
judicial
ADA to be
notice.
filed no
Now, there
matter
are
what
other addendums, but the
false
FBI
claims
feels
they
that the
make.
2-4 and the 213 say everything that needs to be said.
Loves only you. And yes, indeed, it is too lengthy for the description here. So let me go down to the bottom of it and erase as much as possible before I get to it. Again, you can read it for yourself on Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. One thing that I do need to state, though, even though I no longer have to go over that 2 hours of information that I had to go over in the preceding live stream, is that
Applesauce.
if this live stream ends for any reason whatsoever without me orally telling you the end time and the commencement of a new live stream is kicking off in 90 seconds or less, that Unit 207 is directly responsible for that, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, i.e. the dwindling Department of Child Abusers and Stalkers moonlighting as child protectors. And they will be charged with additional counts of obstruction and evidence tampering and, in certain instances, witness intimidation for the FBI. And as a result of that, I have started a new thing where I haven't been uploading a photo until the end of a live stream, which my dumbass forgot to do with the preceding live stream, which I did indeed end. So let me quickly do that before I read this police report. Beyond that, if you go to the preceding live stream and listen to me talk for about 2 hours, all of that is pertinent and it's not the complete picture. You'll also want to listen to another video that's here on the channel. You can search for it. It is titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. the stalker, the extortionist et al. It's just under 2 hours and gives you the 2 hours of additional information that you need at present, which the FBI feels is very pertinent for anyone involved in this case, either facing prosecution or blowing the whistle, etc. So you'll basically need 4 hours of listening, or you can read everything. But personally, I like podcasts. I like listening more than reading. So the choice is yours. You have a variety of ways to get the information. And again, I will be reading the latest filing, which is required to be filed in any and all court cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen and or Mystic Gwen. Mystic Gwen is the only name anybody has permission to call me by, unless you've known me since I was 12 or 14 or longer. Saving a selfie I took of myself like a week ago, Nerd Squad, on the preceding live stream, which I forgot. So basically, if you look at my YouTube channel right now, you'll see multiple pictures in the top 2 rows of my living room. Those are live streams UNIT207 is criminally and legally shut off
Ambush me when you heard the
as
bingos.
recently as multiple over the last 48
You want some more
hours.
bingos? I have no cheese bingos on the
So
table.
remember that if the live stream ends without me orally telling me the end time of that one semester,
Look at the baby.
my front door is still closed as it has been since January 2nd, minus the illegal injuries facilitated by my abused for a year, 2 currently kidnapped disabled sons who've been abused by the North Everett Precinct and their co-conspirators since January of 2024.
Cheese bingos for you?
Abuse directly streamlined to cause regression and escalation and problems with their mommy, directly and with co-conspirators. The FBI is confident they'll be going to be doling out convictions for.
Doling them out.
So now that I've uploaded a picture to the live stream I ended right before this that I mistakenly did not add a photo to, just keep that in mind going forward. I've only been doing the allowance of the living room image since February 1st, and that's because they're averaging multiple live streams. They're ending every day. And according to the FBI, this is being done deliberately to obstruct justice, further the criminal conspiracy, intimidate me, and to tamper with evidence. All of these separate criminal actions from one action. So, this is what the FBI wants me to address in all of the live streams going forward until they are detained and or the instructions change, other than what I've already provided you with information about. But again, if you want the full story, you want to click on the preceding live stream and listen to that for almost 2 hours. And then to get the full story prior to that, you want the just under 2 hour video titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct, the extortionist, the stalker, et al. Then you'll be fully abreast. Are there little details you're missing? Yeah, but you'll get such a great idea of the scale of this that you'll be so disgusted, even yourself, if you're an officer in the enforcement community, will want to go and handcuff these imbeciles. These disgraces to the badge. These child abusers and stalkers and hackers and thieves and fraudsters moonlighting as child protectors and officers. These disgraces to every man and woman who is a public servant. So here we go.
Keep in mind, they're also a threat to the
Second
whistleblowers
police
that are
report
not
of
those things
2425
because
at
they
10
did the
a.m.
right
also
thing.
served on federal felons via email and provided to law clerks at Snohomish Superior Courthouse via email, ABA mandatory filing in any and all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Law clerks, urgent pleas and thanks, ABA mandatory file in any and all cases with my legal names, Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, UNIT207, and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed.
Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised at 8:07 p.m. PST. Specifically note the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum to declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum in amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, acts to obstruct justice such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025 involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence facilitated by the use of my disabled sons after 19 days of planning by individuals in UNIT207 and their co-conspirators. All other
No more cheese
incidents
pickles.
documented on
You've
my
had 7 now
YouTube
today.
live streams and other
Just kitty food.
recordings.
Just kitty food.
To
Just get some
critical
helmets.
context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, February 4th, 2025, I've been illegally detained within my own home for 182 days.
We're at over
Since August 6th, 2024. My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit instructions from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. With the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025, I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home.
Same
Per
thing's
FBI
true today
directives.
on March 2nd.
Now, this isn't in the filing that is required to be in every court case in the latest police report, which is what I'm reading you. But as an aside, this includes the greetings recording. The FBI no longer wants me to play that if you guys come for your second actionable breaking and entering.
They're at 3rd now.
They want me to act like you're already dead. Ghost you.
The FBI said they're counting the September 20-something.
Okay, back to the
incident when a
filing
police officer
and
from
latest
private
police report.
property stalked me.
Let me
and
rewind
walked
it.
into my living
I
room
have not
with some other
Nor
individuals.
will
going to
I.
prison.
interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home per FBI directives. 3, pattern of criminality and fraudulent court orders and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, issued last year or this year, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy.
Still true. March 2nd.
The possession, attempted enforcement,
or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4. Financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29, 2025. $10 million for their use of my sons to commit any illegal acts on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling. If they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5. Absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and among all their co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne-Marie Bauer, there is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past, present, or future. Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6. Recent events and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed, and significantly, just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST today. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussion suggests it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator such as Anne-Marie Bauer for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in their issuance of fraudulent court orders dated January 31st, 2025. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. 7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments.
The FBI called them a stain
Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hampton, aka Miss
in one of these filings.
Again, it is 11:32 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 4th, 2025. The following document that I just read to you is legally required to be filed in any and all court cases with my names on it in the Snohomish Superior Courthouse, as the law clerks know, and they were the first ones to receive it. And then so was everyone else that's going to prison and that is responsible for the $26+ million currently owed to me today. Now, you are going to hear something you've already heard if you're watching this, because I do have orders to make sure there is audio on this. Remember a couple more things. If there's not a picture at the end of this live stream and there's not me orally telling you the end time and that I'm initiating another within 90 seconds or less, I did not end it. UNIT207 did, and that's something that they have planned to do for their final breaking and entering and kidnapping and or unlawful detainment and or unlawful committal, as they have premeditated for over 16 months, which I have reported for over 14. Now I'm going to click on this live stream and make sure there's audio throughout it all. There's nothing else that's new to report. Nerd Squad, the YouTube interface is reflected.
Okay. So it is 11. It's not 11. I'm looking at the recording time. This has been recording for 11 hours, 23 minutes, 7 seconds. It is 5:29 p.m. PST. I'm ending this live stream, and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less, unless the domestic terrorists upstairs have their way, which is the way that leads to a life in prison. You're listening to a recording. Remember, everybody, a recording I made to put on that other YouTube channel that they systematically allowed me to create and then disabled promptly while doing what they're doing. Anyway, it is actually 6:48 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to go back to the podcast I was playing. I'm going to set this live stream to public. They'll terminate it, and then it will be back on shortly.
Any comic is used. I hear a lot of.
Or they won't be able to terminate it. Could go either way. A lot of things have been happening with the cell phone.
People say I could never survive SNL. I couldn't. I'm too fragile, and it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
Even if you're really talented, it's not. It may ruin your life. You know, it's just not a lifestyle some people are able to endure. I was able to do it because I thought I'd be fired like within a week. I thought, well, I won't be here that much longer.
You're the longest one to ever do
At
it.
the time, I was like 9 years, but now
9
people
years.
like Daryl Hammond and some of these other people have been there. Horatio Sand, they've been there for like 20 years or whatever. You know.
This is the money offer I've put out there a number of times. If Lauren ever sees this, this is the offer. I will put everything on hold my entire career.
Oh yeah.
Everything, including the TV show I'm about to start shooting. Put everything on hold to be a cast member for what the lowest pay for one season.
They're all the lowest paid.
Yeah, it's like how much? It's
Yeah.
They make you sign a deal where they're like, yo, it's $700 a week.
Yeah.
And you sign the deal even before you audition.
I know, dude. I was at the time. I don't know what I was making. I don't remember, but it was like rock bottom. It was maybe, I can't even say 4,000 a show, maybe.
Wow.
And Lauren Michaels says, spend all your money on an apartment because that's where you're going to go to rest. And that was, it took all your money to live comfortably in New York. And I had a studio apartment the first couple of years by Central Park. Was nice, but you know, I was hardly ever there because I was always at the studio. And then after that, I thought, you know, I'm going to pace myself. I'm not going to be working that hard. You know, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Plus, I was a stand-up. I never did a character in my life or a sketch.
Really?
And I just went and had to learn all that stuff. And, you know, I was hired as a writer the first year and a feature player. They guaranteed me 7 shows, but I was on every show and I mostly write for myself, you know? And so, yeah, it's not a lot of money, but yeah, you would do it for $700 a show just to be on that.
Just to experience it.
Experience
Like
it, yeah.
the shorthand you guys all have that have done it. That like I heard someone talking to JB Smooth about that he would pitch the same idea over and over again every week just because it would make the room laugh. Like I just think I think it's a cool comedy experience.
Yeah, I mean, I did the same thing because you don't want to have the wind taken out of your sails by pitching, you know, an idea that you really believe in and nobody laughs and the host goes, you know. So I would pitch the same sketch and everybody knew it. It was a runaway truck, you know, lane. You know how going down a hill, if the truck's brakes fails, they go down this little gravel, long driveway. And then I put like a bar at the end of that. So they would each come in to the bar really frazzled, and I'd be the host would be the bartender.
Yeah.
And that's all I had on that. And I would say the rest writes itself. Laugh,
That's great.
Yeah.
Who was your favorite host that you had?
Oh, Bert, I got to tell you, there's so many great hosts on it. I was like in heaven. You would be in heaven too. You get I had these bands like I listened to growing up, my idols, like Mick Jagger, James Taylor, Eric Clapton, all these guys, Paul Simon. I'm like, oh my God, I just want to stay here as long as I can.
Yeah.
And the hosts, Steve Martin at the time, and I mean, there's so many. Dolly Parton, Robert Mitchum hosted, Charlton Heston hosted once.
Charlton Heston?
Yeah. This is back in the 1900s.
It was in the 1900s.
It was 1900s.
It was the 1900s.
Yeah, way back then. So, and we have the 50th coming up soon, and everybody's really excited about that.
It's kind of cool because there's probably people on SNL that maybe are only on 2 seasons at the 50th, and they're like, maybe they don't feel part of the family.
Or 6 weeks. Yeah. I think Ben Stiller was on for maybe 6 shows.
For real?
Yeah.
I remember when SNL switched over, and it was the new Lauren left, and the other guy was running it, and it was like Robert Downey Jr. and like that.
Anthony Michael Hall.
Julia
Louis-Dreyfus, though. I mean, they're all good.
They're amazingly talented, obviously. But
you need that synergy between the writers and the cast, and also they need that synergy between each cast member. When I came on, I was friends with Dana Carvey. He recommended me for the show. I had an audition, and I was dating Jan Hooks at the time. We had been friends for like 6 years. Probably the most underrated cast member on that show ever. I mean, she's so talented, so
beautiful.
talented, gorgeous. And
isn't that crazy? Jan Hooks is she's a part of my comedy history. Jan Hooks.
Really?
Yeah, of course, because you guys were my SNL. I mean, Farley and Spade were. I was almost in college then.
Yeah,
so
if you're in high school, that's when your favorite cast is when you're in high school.
You guys, Dana Carvey is like, when I first met him, I kind of lost my shit because the church lady was like, I mean, it was like we do impressions of that in 8th grade.
Yeah.
I mean, Subliminal Man. I want to ask you a question because you are
that rolled off your lip through your tongue really well that time.
I'm getting it better.
Yeah.
There are comedy jokes and comedy, without a doubt. Number one for me is, so I figured, when's the next time I'm going to be in Haiti? Why wear a condom? The Bad Idea Jeans.
Yeah, Bad Idea Jeans.
That's those things. What got you saw, or just a bit you saw?
Well, I just saw something recently. It was a sketch from a British comic who had a talk show at the time, and I can't remember what his name was. I think it was Dave Allen or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so
okay.
funny
We've been sharing the screen, so you already saw UNIT207 preemptively
walking down
attempting
the
to
street,
terminate and
he
saying,
sees
"See,
like,
we can."
Robert Bill or whatever it is in England, under the tire of a car.
So check
He can't
this.
get it out. He can't get it out. He's trying all different ways. He's rocking the car. He's trying to get it out with his foot. Can't get it out. So he decides that I'll go across the street to the cafe. He goes into the cafe.
Come and get me.
And he has a cup of tea. And then he sees the guy coming back to his car. And the guy pulls away. As he pulls away,
There we go.
everybody in that cafe went running
Here they
out. They're all waiting in there.
Let's see if they're able to do it.
But that one, just recently I saw that one. One of the jokes that really stands out in my head is one by Gary Shandling. He said, sometimes when I feel lonely, I will shave one of my legs so it feels like I'm sleeping with a woman.
That's great.
Yeah.
It can feel like there's not enough hours in the day to do everything you need to get done. But with Tonal, you can ensure you're checking off workout on your to-do list every day with the convenience of having an at-home gym 24/7. Tonal is the smartest workout that effortlessly fits into the busiest of lifestyles. And with the latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and more effective than you could ever imagine. Tonal adjusts in 1 pound increments with adaptive weight that now goes up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyze your movement, and provide real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. This thing is awesome. I have one. And here's what's great. It tests your strength the first day you do it, and then it forces you to grow at a pace they know you can grow at. Let me tell you something. I just benched 325 pounds at the Super Bowl. And I'm telling you, the bench on Tonal would gas me out every time, right now, Tonal's offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code BEARS. That's Tonal.com and use promo code BEARS for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code BEARS for $200
I'd rather
off.
hear their
When you think about
ridiculous
businesses that
roaring
are selling
sounds
through
than
the
your
roof,
meow
like
sometimes.
Aloe, man,
Especially in the middle of the night when you're like,
I see that
I'm
on
going to be on the
everyone these days.
chair.
Everyone's got,
I'm
or
going to be
all
doing it
birds,
'cause I'm an
or dude,
asshole.
Skims. I'm sure you think about a great product, of course, and cool branding, a brilliant marketing scheme, but often the overlooked secret is actually the businesses behind the business making selling and for shoppers buying simpler. For millions of businesses, that business is Shopify. Nobody sells better than Shopify, home of the #1 checkout on the planet. And the not so secret with Shop Pay, that boosts conversions up to 50%, meaning way less carts going abandoned and way more sales going up. I'm telling you right now, an abandoned shopping cart is the saddest thing in the world, and I've left many abandoned, but not on Shopify. Here's the deal. If you're into growing your business, your commerce platform better be ready to sell wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling, on the web, in your store, in their feed, and anywhere in between. Businesses that sell more sell on Shopify. I'm telling you right now, we've been using Shopify for as long as I can remember Shopify being around, and we sell like crazy. I just saw that we're selling the Shirts for Skins shirts are on sale right now. Shopify's next level. Upgrade your business and get the same checkout BBP uses. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/bears. All lowercase. Go to shopify.com/bears to upgrade your selling today. Shopify.com/bears.
I don't know about you, but I like keeping my money where I can actually see it. Unfortunately, traditional big wireless carriers also seem to like keeping my money too. After years of overpaying for wireless, I finally got fed up and switched to Mint Mobile. And here's what you find when you switch to Mint Mobile money from doing so. Say bye-bye your unexpected overpriced wireless, jaw-dropping monthly bills, and unexpected charges. And Mint Mobile is here to rescue you with a premium wireless plan starting at just $15 a month. All plans come with high-speed data, unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. If you like money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/bears. That's mintmobile.com/bears. Upfront payment $45 for 3 months, 5 gigabyte plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details.
And then there's a lot of sketches that when I was in SNL that I loved that I didn't even write. Like I think it's called El Cantaro. It's a Italian restaurant, and I come in there on a date with Kirstie Alley. Oh no, she's my wife. And everybody's in the Sandler's in there, Dana Lovitz, Rob Schneider, and they're all like these, like pretending to be real Italian waiters, or maybe they're supposed to be Italian waiters. And they're just kissing her, and no, this is what they do, honey. This is no. And by the end of the thing, Dana's like dry humping Victoria on the table, and they're lifting her shirt up. And he goes, "This is what they do." I said, "No, we're out of here." And as we're walking away, Sandra comes out of the kitchen with just a Speedo on, and they're all looking the window watching us go away.
I feel
That
like
makes
we
me
don't
laugh.
need
So
all the
every time
different
I see
shades
it,
of the rainbow for
so
the
many
hand
great cast
emojis or
members.
face
Oh,
emojis.
you're
I think we
right.
all realize those are not us.
I think you worked with,
Pixel drawings.
and I mean, I don't want to misspeak, but probably the All Stars, because you were probably in 2 seasons, right? Two different generations.
Yeah, I mean, it started blending after a while.
Yeah.
I think what happens is, in a certain cast, Lauren kind of squeeze you dry, and then you kind of, it's like a car without oil.
Yeah.
You've used up all the oil, so he starts bringing new cast members to pump it up a little bit. So
So theoretically, this
and
live
then-
stream should
and Tim Meadows,
and will
Chris
terminate
Farley,
unless the numerous things that have
Myers,
happened today with the phone have somehow
Sarah
fucked that
Silverman
up.
was even
I have
working
not logged back
and,
into the Play Store account like I've
but
been
our original
requested
cast,
to on the
we were
HP
really
laptop
tight
since my
and
ability
kinda
to have
knew
that
each other so
emergency
well.
YouTube channel.
and it was
listening
exciting because
today.
it wasn't like 20 or 30 people on the cast, which there is now.
The cell phone
And
has
it's just
had many
it
things
was fun.
happen
And
to it
what's funny
today.
is, everybody's trying to please Lauren. You're trying to I wonder if Lauren would like this, even in your regular life. and it never goes away. Like I was buying milk the other day. I said, "Who's
So there
mom?"
is a chance
Like
that
me,
there's no
I'm getting
termination
way I got
occurring
this out
because of
the
one
counter,
of those
out of it,
things.
the cooler.
Like
'Cause
for
I got-
instance, the
well,
cell
it's
phone
great.
has
Here's the
had
thing
dual
with
SIM
time.
locked in on
There
it
is-
ever
there
since
is
I
a
had a
weird thing
very
in broken
strange and
comics, I think,
disturbing
where
hours
we do
of
look for
time
approval.
spent
Yeah.
From
at a
someone.
T-Mobile
And I mean, when I first
a
got in, I
couple
was
of
looking
years
for approval
ago.
from my manager.
Which
I was
I
like,
now
you
know
can't
was
cut it
because
by
of their
just- you might need
aggravated
approval
criminal
from
conspiracy that
If it's still not
entire
going in the right
hours of
direction.
Oh,
strangeness
but that was
occurred.
after you got into it. But why did you get into it originally? I mean, did you want to? For me, I think it was a girl in high school that I really wanted to have her take notice of me.
I'm talking about this in therapy right now, but I think there's a part of me that needs people to be happy around me,
Yes.
and I want everyone to be.
And just remember, the
comfortable.
cell
Yeah,
phone was
like,
bait
I
from the
think I heard
FBI.
you
The
talk
cell
about this
phone
on
that
Bill
they
Maher.
wanted ever
You-
since August
you're funny
to
to make sure
use
everyone
as
was having a
they've
good
been
time, to make
showing
sure
they
everyone's
are
comfortable.
using
I
it.
connect with that, man. I'm uncomfortable when people are
It was bait.
not happy.
And I don't know how it applies, but according to the FBI,
it's
some part
you
of
know,
it
something I should
being
be
bait
perfect
made
for.
it so
But
the
it took me
FBI
a long
was
time to
able
say
to
no to
get in
people.
where they weren't
I'd say no.
before.
I
And
know,
I
that's
don't
why
think
I'm
it's a
here.
computer thing because the FBI has stated that there isn't a
Yes,
back
I know.
door
I'm
anyone
like,
upstairs
so bad
has
at
that
no.
they
I've
aren't
had
already
several
in.
wives that said you have to learn how to say no.
I think that
But I have learned to say it, but not always.
maybe
I'm
it
not
has
the
something to do
best at
with
saying it. Like I asked Larry David once
charges.
if he would go on a hike with me. He'll do a hiking show, which I really,
I have no idea.
you get time. I'd love to have you.
Oh, they stopped the
I
podcast
texted
on the
him,
other laptop.
And he
I don't know
texted me
what's
back
going
like
on.
a day later. And all he said was, "No, I don't want to do it." That's all he had to say.
I will lie to people and put myself in a bad situation. Like I was just doing this downstairs. You heard me doing it. I have a podcast at 12:30. I have another podcast at 3:30 on this one day.
Google
And then
Play
a
Store
guy
was
said, "Can we meet at
disabled
1?" And I went,
on the
"Yes,"
phone.
knowing I cannot meet him at 1.
Since I
I
couldn't
can't-
get rid of the
there's no way
dual
I can
SIM,
get
I
on one.
used one of
And
the
it's not the
9
thing,
different
but I don't-
cellular providers
the
I
most important
paid
thing, I
in
don't wanna let him
August
down.
when they
I don't
began
wanna let my
criminally,
friends down.
illegally
I just
detaining
put
me
myself
and
in
then
bad situations, and
prevented
now-
9 different
and that
carriers
affects
from
everybody
providing me
else.
service,
That's close to you.
destroyed numerous
Yeah.
phones,
And
stole a
then
phone.
now
There's still a
the
phone I
phone just
paid for
fixes.
that's
Can
never
I-
even
can I
been
give you
delivered.
3
That
words?
should have been here in
Shame
September.
on you.
Got new phones, none of which they would allow to activate. Sheer insanity. Still don't
And
have
then
a
you
cell phone.
horrible-
Can't
you feel
leave the house
horrible
because I
when you
can't run
hurt
a live
somebody.
stream and their
And they're-
threats are
My son especially.
well, there
collapsed
remaining
when he
threats
started
involve
running.
touching
he
me
never-
and doing anything to
He
me.
was very sensitive when he was younger, and we were playing basketball once, and I was kind of teasing him, and he knew somebody at the tennis courts nearby. I didn't even think about that. And, it's so important to impress your peers and stuff. And I guess he thought the kid could hear it, and he got under the basketball rim, and he just started crying. And I still feel horrible to this day. Oh, that was like, I don't know, 8 years ago.
God, isn't it
I
crazy?
wonder what Lauren would think of me making him cry like that.
I don't know. I wonder what Joe Rogan would think of that. That's our Lauren in a weird way. But Joe for us was like a big brother. Like he kind of, I mean, for lack of better terms, he kind of showed us the direction to do a career.
We always have a mentor. I don't,
Oh.
For me, it was Gary Shandling. And then, you asked me why I got into stand-up too later on. I loved stand-up. I would watch everybody on TV that was doing stand-up at the time. And I loved Albert Brooks. I loved Andy Kaufman.
I loved his brother.
Oh yeah, Bob Einstein.
Super
funny.
Dave still works.
And he's so dark and wrong. I would be on the phone with him driving somewhere. Where are you going? So I'm going to the comedy store. Why don't you go there?
Yeah.
And then he'd talk about,
It's a good
Princess
impression.
Di or something,
Yeah.
it gets so like, it's just, it was so wrong in so many ways. But you laugh, you can't help laughing.
Oh, he's that still to this day that works. And I wonder, like, I wonder what is happening with comedy, because so many people got into comedy because I think it's an easier path nowadays than it was when you started. When you started, it was like almost like joining the circus.
Yeah, it was a real novelty thing. Most people had never been to a comedy club. They and then it took a while. Now audiences know what to do. They're comfortable. Before it's like, oh, how does he do that?
People would be like, I'm not going to a comedy club. I don't. What do you think I'm going to laugh?
Yeah.
And then I remember going to my first comedy club and laughing and going, how did he do that?
I know.
That's
And then
crazy.
you go back again. You go, oh, I see. It's an act.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, I bet you nowadays it's like everybody in that audience, they probably tried doing stand-up comedy at least once, or they want to do it.
Yeah.
Or they are comics.
I think everyone that, I mean, I have a skewed view, but I think there's I have a lot of people tell me, you know, I've done comedy, or I would like to do comedy, or, you know, hey, let me give you a joke. I think but back when I started, it was like coming out to my dad as gay. He was like, "You want to do what?"
Were you in college? Is that when you first started doing it?
Yeah, I did it one time. I was written up in Rolling Stone magazine as the #1 party animal in the country. And,
Which is such a cool title, dude. That is so cool.
And
And,
then,
it was before
and then
Rolling
I said
Stone
in the
sucked.
article I wanted
Rolling
to try to
Stone
do
sucks
stand up,
now.
and so they
It's
put on a
stuck
show. And I
At
did
least
one. I
16
closed the
years.
show. I did 20 minutes at the end of the night. Never would I do that now.
Yeah.
But like then I just didn't know, and it was just so. It's interesting because it's the question I had about you is like, my style that night is my style today. It's
Yeah.
very stream of conscious, very much storytelling.
Stream conscious.
Yeah,
That's
stream of
good.
conscious
In the moment.
and storytelling. And I
I love your story about the airplane. And
Which
the
one?
kids. You were flying somewhere with your wife, I guess it
Yeah.
was. And it was a guy bobbing your. I can't remember exactly
Yeah,
what it was, but I remember laughing so hard because I fly a lot and I could relate.
No, but like I was wondering, I was like, I wonder if, because I remember my style got gifted to me by my friends, meaning for our currency was to be able to recount the evening or recount the day in the best way. And I don't know if that's a Florida thing. Like, I don't know if that was just where I grew up, but like Cuban kids could always tell a good story. And and man, I would practice my story in 9th grade, walk into the lunchroom, like, here we go. And the dog comes out.
Get your manager with you.
Yeah. And then, yeah. And then I was like, the dog jumps in the car. And the dog didn't jump in the car, but it made it real.
Yeah,
And then I know Ty's going to say, the dog didn't jump in the car. I go, bitch, you weren't even there. And so, but I was like, I wonder if you got your style from your time you spent in Germany, like me making friends. Because it is, your style is, I don't even know when you're not being funny. Like sometimes you'll tell me something serious, and I go,
I know. I know that face a lot because I see that face a lot.
And it's so seamless.
Yeah.
It's like last downstairs. I go, are you? Is Sarah making your coffee? Like, I hope so. I've been waiting for a while. I mean, just like very casually. You're casually so funny.
Yeah. Not professionally though.
No.
You know, for me, you talk about Florida, and you remember the first time you were got some success on stage. The first time I found myself performing was accidentally. I wasn't even trying to. I was in Daytona Beach, like, you know, on spring break. And back then, it was a time when you could go in these places and they would take a picture of your face and then they put on a T-shirt. It was huge back then. People loved it. So we're walking on Daytona, and I see this store. It's got a big, you know, picture window in the front, so you can see inside. People sitting in the chairs, almost like a barber shop, and they have screens in front of each chair, you know, taking pictures. And I sat in the chair next to the window. Nobody else was in the place, and I'm like making faces like to the camera, you know, like that. Just do that for like, I don't know, a couple minutes, and then I have to look out. There's a whole crowd of people that are watching and having a good time. You know, It's like, and then I got scared. But that was really the first time I entertained. Another time like that, it wasn't doing stand-up, but I was doing karaoke.
Yeah.
And I was singing "Are You Lonesome Tonight?" That's my go-to karaoke song. What's yours?
I have a couple, Sister Christian and Creed. Sister Christian, and then one time I did. There's a song "Down with the Sickness" by the Disturbed, and I pulled my phone out and I was like, guys, my girlfriend's in the hospital. It's not looking good, so I just want to sing her. This is a song to
It's
pump her
not
up.
looking good.
And I put the phone. I was like, baby, are you there? I was like, you there? Okay, here we go. And then I sang "Down with the Sickness," and everyone's like, oh. That was back when, before I was doing a lot of comedy. But yeah, Creed.
Yeah.
And Sister Christian is the ultimate stripper song. Keep going. You were saying?
Yeah, my girlfriend's in the hospital. It's not looking good because she thinks the doctor's hot.
We all take supplements, or at least we know we should, but why are so many supplement companies charging ridiculous prices for products that really aren't that special? It's frustrating and frankly unacceptable. That's why I want to introduce you to my friends over at Live Good, a brand that is turning the supplement industry on its head. This is their creatine, and it is awesome. I take it every day. Live Good believes that everyone deserves access to high-quality supplements without the insane markups. They offer premium products formulated by an industry leading team of natural health experts, and they cut out the middleman. That is the brilliance of this, to sell them to us at the lowest prices you are going to find anywhere. You got to understand, these companies like Live Good, like all the companies we work with, they've cut out the middleman. That means you are not getting the insane markups by the companies that are putting them on the shelves. There is no shelf. It's simply from warehouse to your front door. They've got these sleep patches right here that I swear by. These are awesome. You put one on, and I'm telling you, you are out like a light. They also have organic greens, multivitamins, collagen, weight loss products, protein powders, creatine. That's the one I use, which is awesome. Detox, hormone products, skincare products, and all the highest quality products, all at prices that people can actually afford. Ready to make a switch and start saving? We'll make it even easier for you. Use our link, and you can save an additional 10% off your first order on top of all the already lowest prices. Just go to livegood.com/bears to save 10% on your first order. That's livegood.com/bears. Do not miss out on this opportunity to invest in your health without overspending.
Life in general can be chaotic, but if you're in charge of order fulfillment for an e-commerce business, you know that it's a special kind of chaos called a ShipStation. You can count on your day-to-day remaining calm. Save
I feel like
hours
cats-
and money every month.
Cats are
by
just
shipping
way
all
cuter
your
than
stores
dogs.
with one
Dogs
line,
are way more
automated
fun.
tasks, and
The
finding
cats
best
to
rates
visually
among
look
all
at,
global
they're way
carriers.
cuter.
You can focus on other parts of your business because you never have to worry about shipping and fulfillment with ShipStation. This is what I love. It's all in one place. You see everything you have, all your orders, all the fulfillment, which carrier is taking it out to which customer. It's brilliant. With ShipStation, you never need to upgrade. ShipStation grows with your business no matter how big it gets. It's the fastest, most affordable way to ship products to your customers with discounts up to 88% off UPS, DHL Express, and USPS rates, and up to 90% off FedEx rates. Deliver a better customer experience with industry-leading scalable features that help ensure accuracy, get shipments out the door faster, and keep customers happy with automated tracking updates with your company's branding. Calm the chaos of fulfillment with the shipping software that delivers. Switch to ShipStation today. Go to ShipStation.com, use the code CAVE to sign up for your free trial. That's ShipStation.com, and the code word is CAVE, C-A-V-E.
Yeah, so I'm doing my my karaoke song. I'm looking at the lyrics and the thing. I look up and there's like 4 couples dancing to it. Really? I started laughing so hard. I thought, man, these people are desperate. But yeah, I've always loved doing stand-up. It's all I ever really wanted to do, Bert. And then this acting stuff came along, and okay. But stand-up is that's all I want to do. And here I am all these years later still doing it.
Isn't it crazy? Because I didn't know you could do other things. Like I thought, I was like, I didn't even know.
You didn't know you could do other things.
I didn't know I could do anything. When the first time I did stand up, it just felt so natural to me that I was like, oh, this is. So I'm getting rewarded for the thing that my dad bothered my dad.
Yeah.
I would say things to my dad, like at dinner with friends when I was a kid, and my dad would just go, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I remember one time one of his friends goes,
"What did he do for a living, first of all?"
He's a lawyer, he still is.
Oh.
He's a lawyer. He's very proud of me now. I think understanding me was tough for him.
Yeah.
Because I just was very different than him.
Hey, Bert, we're looking at a house in Encino. Do you think maybe you could kind of foot us a little money?
In Valley Village.
Yeah. it's an Atwater with all the kids, So your dad was kind of tough on you growing up.
To have a beer in his jacket.
Oh, he had it just, and people would send him up beers and shots. I remember I had to pick him up once. We drove up to Visalia to do a gig.
Yeah.
And he picked him up from a hotel that was right on Sunset, not far from the Whiskey Go. And he just stunk of liquor all the way. And he pretty much slept all the way. He was hungover. I'd drive him back again. But it doesn't surprise me that he didn't last that long.
No. Yeah, I think, I'm trying to figure out because I get my work done every 6 months.
Transfusions or just?
I do. I get IVs twice a week. For real.
Do you really?
I get 2 IVs twice a week.
AIDS?
AIDS. Undiagnosed, but
okay.
We know it's
just
AIDS.
in case.
Just in case I get the AIDS.
The AIDS.
I get IVs. I just got one yesterday.
What for?
To keep healthy.
It's like B12 or something.
I get everything. I get a Hulk bag full, and then I get glutathione. I get NAD shot.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, I'm really.
You're like Keith Richards.
I am. You know, I have a friend. I won't say his name. I have a friend.
I know who you're talking about. It's Tom Segura. It's Tom Segura, isn't it? That's your friend.
Yeah, and his he was the one that got me on IVs. He gets IVs all the time.
Do you go somewhere to get that?
No,
done?
they come to me.
They come. Wow, you're
I got a nurse
fancy.
that comes to me.
No, wait, you're like Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah.
You ever do the propofol?
I would
at night?
love. I would love. The closest I ever got. One time they give you. Leanne knows what it's called, but they can give you like what's one of the antihistamines that puts you to sleep.
Oh, well, I know there's NyQuil and there's a Sudafed.
So yeah, like a Sudafed. They give you a pumped up Sudafed, and I was getting sick, and he gave me an IV in my bed, and I fell
If
asleep.
anybody is
and-
wondering what the
in the
layest
IV,
FBI
and he
debrief
pulled it out.
was,
I slept the whole night. I slept
it was
so
the
good.
following.
Oh my God.
I
You
would
won't need to
love-
file anything else.
I would love it.
So you're doing this to try to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Are you doing anything else in your life to try to stay healthy?
Yeah. I have a trainer. I work out every day. I just bench 325
You look like
pounds.
you've kind of slimmed down a little bit. Was that like?
No, I'm on testosterone. Like I have like a wellness doctor. I have a cardiologist. I'm like super nervous about death, so
You
I
are.
do everything to try
Do you
to
still drink a lot?
a lot. Yeah.
You're not that nervous about
But
that.
well, you know what? Okay, I wake up in the morning and I go, that's it. I'm changing my life. I'm changing my life. I'm gonna start being healthy. And then I get to the gym. I work out, and then as soon as I'm done working out, like this morning, it was like right when I got out of the sauna, I was like, I could drink tonight. You know, it's one night. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Quit everything? We got an IV. We worked out. We sauna. We polar plunge. We feel good.
Have you ever had any heart issues?
No.
My wife was going to go get me a defibrillator because she loves me so much. She's going to lose me. I have nothing wrong with my heart.
Yeah.
And then she started pricing them, and then she thought, well, maybe it's not worth it.
Wait,
But-
do you go to the doctor?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I go once a year for physical, and then I go to a cardiologist like every 6 months or so, and I go to witch doctor, which is my favorite. And
I wish I could remember that song.
which one?
I went to the witch doctor, and that's what he said. Boom, boom.
Oh, yeah.
No one in this room will know that song.
No, they won't. That's it.
That's it.
I
Wow,
told the
that's
witch
crazy.
doctor I wasn't.
I'm drunk.
I hear you singing it all the time.
Yeah.
But now, so this is one thing I wanted to know. When I saw you losing weight, and I'm sure everybody says this to you, but you know, your belly is kind of your brand and stuff.
Yeah.
What's going to happen?
Sadly, I'm not going to be able to get Joe Pesci, or not Joe Pesci, Joe Piscopo ripped.
Yeah.
Like I've tried. This is when I was younger. That
Are
was
you
just-
kidding me? That's you on the right?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Dude, you let yourself go. You really did, man. How old were you then?
I was right when I met Leanne. I was 20. No, I was 29.
Ryan, you
I
fooled
know.
her.
Oh,
You fooled her big time.
Well, you should have seen her.
Base switch.
The no, I've lost weight. I've lost like 50 pounds, but I still have a belly, and I'm
That's what you got to keep.
yeah. But I also, I remember when Joe Piscopo got really obsessed with his body.
Yeah, Carrot Top too.
I remember when Carrot Top did it. I don't know.
And John Lovitz. What? So, you ever have any desire to go back to that?
Nah. No, I don't think I ever could. I think I was like 190 pounds then.
At 6 foot?
6'1", yeah.
Okay.
And so, but right now I'm about 240. If I got to 220, I'd still be morbidly obese, technically. But I don't. But I feel better. I feel better. Like getting out of a bed are the things I care about.
Tell me your expression on your face when you're getting out of bed in the morning. I'll tell you mine. I'll show you mine.
Okay. I'll roll over. Fuck it.
Same as sex.
Yeah.
The same expression.
I'm gonna roll over. Fuck it.
Mine is like this. Last year I had a tight lower back. So I got out of bed and go, God damn it. You know, I just kind of walk like this to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And then after an hour or so, it straightens out. But, and you know, you're supposed to do stretches every day. And I said, I'm going to do these every day. And then, like the next day, as simple as they are, it's like leaning against the wall, you know, working on your quads a little bit, tighten your butt. I don't feel like doing it for 3 minutes.
I
You know,
hate
2 minutes.
stretching.
Once you start, though, it's good.
What? Oh, I went to a yoga class one time and I opened up my hips and I felt phenomenal all day. But the idea of doing that every day just makes me crazy.
And your diet's good? You like sweets?
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
No. The thing I try to eliminate the most is bread.
That's the worst.
I've stayed away from pasta. I've stayed away from rice almost entirely.
How far are you staying from it?
Arms distance. Arms distance. Definitely arms distance. If I get closer to arms distance, it's in my mouth.
Straw distance.
Straw distance.
Oh man. Yeah, it's all hard to do. But you look
Do you
good.
focus on your diet?
I was just telling somebody the other day, I said, this is a lifelong struggle.
Yeah.
You always want to get down another 5, and then you get down there, then you go back up. And you start thinking, can you just sit down and look at a meal and go, oh, that's too much. That's too much. Just enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of people my age, that's what they're doing, and they look really bad. They're not healthy looking.
No. I wish I could be like my wife. My wife will make one piece of toast, one egg, one piece of bacon, and a little side of fruit, and she won't finish it.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
No.
Like you said one time, I remember hearing you say, said something. We had 3 interactions before you knew who I was. And the first one.
Were they all any unpleasant ones?
No, they're all awesome. They're all awesome. I wore a bracelet today because of you, because the second time I met you, you had like a cool bracelet on. I was like, yeah, I gotta wear a bracelet. I was like, I bet he wears a bracelet today. You didn't.
I'm like your Lorne Michaels.
Yeah. No, but you are kind of like approval from an older comic as a young, it never goes away. You always want a comic that's been doing it longer than you to go, I like what you're doing. I like this thing. Anything that never goes away from me. But I think it's also the reason I do comedy.
Here's what I get a lot. A really pretty young girl coming up to me. Oh my God, my parents love you.
Can I tell you, I get that a lot too. I get young girls will go, my dad loves you.
You look like my dad.
Yes. My dad is the biggest fan.
Yeah.
No one ever says like, dude, I'm your biggest fan. It's like my boyfriend. It's always a girl going, my boyfriend or my dad loves you. My uncle is just like you.
Yeah.
But the first time we ever met, I had a penis on my head. Did I tell you
that was you?
Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
I don't.
We did a TV show and they put a head and we were doing ejaculation stories.
Well, I was on that show.
And the only
How big
reason
was my penis?
sizable. The only reason I put the penis on my head is because they said you were going to do it. And then you came in, and I was like, hey, are you going to get the penis on your head? And you went, no. And we sat there, and you did the sketch without the penis?
First time we said no in my life.
Yeah, like, no. And I was like, oh my God.
You can
There's
say no.
got to be a picture of me as a penis. I know that I have the tapes, but I remember did the whole thing. And my joke
Dude,
was,
that is so funny.
yeah, I
When
took
the guy
a sip.
comes in after you,
And you said something about
he just
premature
says no to wearing the
ejaculation,
penis.
and I spit it out. And I was like, I have that problem.
You need the penis hat for
Yeah,
that.
you did. I think it.
What was the other time we met?
We're doing something for the improv. That's when you wore a bracelet.
I keep thinking you say braces.
No,
That's when you had the braces on.
no, you had a bracelet on. And don't Google. I don't need to see penis
penis
part. Yeah. But no, that was.
I think if you're in this business as long as I am doing stand up, it'll get to the point where you have young audiences now, but as you age, your audiences will age. And I remember I look through the curtain and I see my audience, and they're all old people, gray hair, bald, fat, no offense.
No, digging. Tom's out here.
And I'll look through the curtain and go, oh, God damn it, man. It's old people coming to see me. And then I remember I'm older than they are.
I think you want that as a comic. You want your audience to age with you and stay with you.
Stay with you. But a lot of times they start dying.
That's why we're doing the 2 Bears 5K.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, we do a 2
More
Bears.
people that die?
Nope. No, we're trying to keep them alive.
Oh, jeez.
We set up a 5K. We were talking, and we're like, our fans look like us. And if we need to get in shape, and then we all need to get in shape so that they can keep coming. Like, if they all die then before us, then we can't do stand-up anymore.
That's right.
So
That's right.
Yeah, we're trying to inspire people Jelly Roll's lost 130 pounds.
Really?
Yeah, Jelly Roll looks. I mean, I saw a video of him. Put it in Jelly Roll before and after. He looks so globally different than he did. That's not it. Yeah.
You know who else lost a lot of weight? It was Tom Wilson. No. No, the comic. What's his name? He was on a TV show with what's the name of that?
No.
What's that flower with the thorns in it? What's that flower with the thorns in it?
Rose.
Rose. What was the name of that comic? That
Billy Gardell.
Yes. Have you seen him lately?
I
I can only recognize him.
It's not. It doesn't look like the same person.
Here's the problem. Okay, there's Jelly Roll.
It's Jelly Roll.
And where's he now?
Go to the middle one. Go to the middle one. Go to the middle one. I mean, this is like.
Oh, the middle one on the top. Oh, there he. Oh, that's Billy Gardell.
Yeah.
On the right.
On the right.
Oh.
And on the left.
Oh, he should go back to the weight.
He should go back to the weight.
I mean, no, that's good. But you know, when do you stop though? It's almost like an addiction. You start keep losing weight. That's him.
Yeah.
Jesus. And then the same with oh, I can't. Maybe it was him.
Tom Segura. Put in Tom Segura before and after. This is wild. I mean, Tom's on Ozempic, so he's lost a ton of weight.
He told me his trainer was teaching him how to eat properly, and he never weighs himself. Is that BS?
Yeah.
Oh my God! The whole time I see a scale, I go, well, Tom wouldn't get on the scale. What would Lauren think if Tom got on the scale?
What would Lauren think? Look at how fat he is on the left, and then look at him on the right.
Wow. He's growing some hair too.
He should.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that, man.
He was a mess.
I noticed how he's covering up the love handle. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How about when somebody loses a lot of weight, like Al Roker, and they seem like you can tell they lost weight. Like their head, it's just should be carrying more weight.
The head looks weird.
Yeah. And you could tell, like on the far right there.
Here's the question. I guess it's like, is Al Roker still alive?
Yeah, I'm doing an interview with him.
Are you serious?
2 days, yeah.
He'd be dead if he had stayed that way, right?
Possibly. I mean, there's a lot of old fat people.
No, there's actually not.
What about Jack Benny?
I think he's dead.
Oh, he did die. Let's see.
Wait,
Winston
Churchill was an old fat guy. He lived to 80. Like it would live 90.
Jackie Gleason was heavy.
Jackie Gleason. I read a book about
It's
Jackie
because
Gleason.
as
You
you
did?
age,
Obsessed
you
with those
just
kind
get
of guys.
smaller.
Shoot, I
You
got
shrink.
a picture at home that you would love. I got it
So
at
everybody
the
that's
Roseville
fat,
Flea
they
Market.
tend to slim
It's
down.
Jackie Gleason doing his walk,
Yeah.
and with Arnold Palmer on the green, and the golf stuff, and the crowd around them. And I did a commercial with Arnold Palmer a while back, and I had him sign it for me. And I got that hanging in my room. I don't collect a lot of pictures that are autographed because once you start collecting stuff, it becomes you're a slave to it, right?
Oh yeah. I don't collect.
You go with hats, and I'm sure you get people giving you hats from everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want that hat,
I can't do snapbacks. People give me a snapback, and they go, I have a big head.
Oh, me too.
Really?
What size does not fit all?
I'm 8.
Oh, you know that mine is off the scale. I
Really?
can't even One time I got a death threat from someone that was on SNL. I said, we can update. I got a letter, handwritten, because there was no email back then.
Oh, that is commitment.
He was really wanting me to know. He goes, I don't know how you became so unfunny, but I'm going to put a bullet in your big fat Mick head. And for the next week, I was so paranoid. I was asking everybody, do you think I have a big fat head? Yeah, it was nothing to do with the letter.
Wait, you're Irish?
Yeah.
Did you have sisters?
I do have sisters. Yeah, I have three brothers and 2 sisters. Just found out I have a new brother about a year ago.
Real?
Not new, but half brother. Yeah.
How did you just find this out?
23andMe, which I thought was a dating site for a long time. So that was a total shock for me.
Wait,
Good thing I didn't date him.
did your mom ever say to your sisters, hold on a second, Lady Jane?
No.
Okay.
What? Why? What do you call her Lady Jane?
Lady Jane, have you ever heard that term, Pierce?
I don't think anybody here has. Let me feel
Lady
your pulse.
Jane. So type in Lady Jane. So I just listened to a documentary last night about Lady Jane Grey, and my mom used to say that all the time to my sisters. Hold one hot second, Lady Jane. Why don't you slow your britches, Lady Jane? And Lady Jane was proclaimed queen as part of an unsuccessful bid to prevent accession of her Catholic cousin Mary Tudor, and so the phrase is used as someone who's trying to get too big too fast.
Oh,
So yeah, my mom said it all the time. And last night, randomly, I'm asleep and I'm listening to podcasts while I sleep, and this podcast about Lady Jane Grey comes on, and I go, Lady Jane, I wonder if that has any relation. I wake up in the middle of the night and Google it, and that's where that phrase comes from. But it's an Irish phrase because of Catholic, something about the Catholic religion.
The church, yeah.
So yeah, so it's an Irish phrase.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you ever heard that.
I have now. Well, I would hear this a lot growing up with the people in the neighborhood. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph
All the time. Jesus. And they call me, you get called a tinker by your grandmother.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
you tinkers, get in here.
Wow.
That was crazy.
I love documentaries.
I do too.
You got to see this one. I just one of the executive producers.
With
Did you
Tig.
see that? Yeah, with
Can you
Tig.
tell everyone about it?
Yeah, yeah. Brandy,
Yes, UNIT207
Brandy
is doing
Carlisle,
something. They made
Sarah,
the podcast stop playing over
Your
here.
wife is a producer on it.
or something. Yeah, my wife, Sarah. What's her name? Barrasso? Bareilles, subliminal Bareilles. And Glennon Doyle and Ambi Wambach and a bunch of other people. It's and it was at Sundance and it won the best film at Sundance this year.
It's called Come See Me in the Good Light.
Yeah, it's about this poet. She was diagnosed with incurable cancer, and there's a picture I drew of her. And she is like the poet laureate of that whole poetry world. I mean, she's really very popular, and she was diagnosed with incurable cancer. And
You want me to
was with her
refill your
wife,
kitty food bowl with
her
more
lover,
Friskies or
and it's
Yamas?
about getting through that, and it's really
Frisky
uplifting. When you hear something's about cancer and dying, you think, oh, I don't want to see that, but it is so uplifting, and you find yourself laughing so much through it.
Really?
And you walk out of there and you think, man, I got to start living in the moment.
Oh,
She'll get like 3 weeks. She can.
Yeah, which one do
There's
you want?
another 3 weeks. My numbers were good. I get 3 weeks. And you're thinking, geez, I got at least 3 years.
yeah. I was doing your math. I think you have you're gonna be old when you die. I was thinking about your mortality today. I think you're 71.
You did a lot of research.
I did.
I
No,
can tell.
I did do a lot of research.
Yeah.
I care about you. I like you're one of my
No,
favorite.
you are really good at this.
No,
I never thought you would be.
a lot of people don't think I am.
I didn't think you'd be a good stand-up either.
A lot of people don't think I am.
No, no.
We did a show this weekend, and three. I mean, it's crazy, but like everyone got off. They're like, dude, I forgot how good of a stand-up you are. I was like, thanks. I think like.
You know what? When you see pictures of you or short clips, you think this guy's like a frat comic.
Yeah.
Swilling beer in the belly and whatever. But when they see you on stage, you tell a good story, and it's very, it's compelling and funny, and you just take the people with you,
Oh,
and you could see that you're enjoying, recanting this story. I think is that the word?
Yeah.
And yeah, you're really good, and I think maybe that might be your. I don't know if you remember when Bobcat Goldthwait started out.
Yeah.
He was doing like a guy who was, you don't know what he was like, mentally handicapped, or and then he started getting political. So you can't stay with that character. You got to move out of it.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if, to what extent you'll move out of, their thing and maybe have more stories and then you can lose the weight you want to lose.
I don't know. I've often thought like I would love to do a one-man show, but but then I was like, I'm just going to structure it the way I do an hour. And I got a really nice compliment from David Letterman one time. He was doing an interview and he was like saying to the guy he was doing the interview with, I'm drawing a blank with his name. He did Moonlight Mile. He's a comic.
Mike Birbiglia?
No, Moonlight Mile.
Was it Johnny Carson?
No.
Merv Griffin?
Anyway,
we'll look it up later.
David Letterman said, the guy that does stand up shirtless? And he goes, yeah, Bert Kreischer. And he goes, he's amazing. He's an amazing comedian. And he doesn't have a shirt on. And he said, yeah. And he goes, and he never mentions it. He doesn't talk about it. He just takes his shirt off. And he goes, yeah. He's like, but he's a great comedian. He's like, yeah. David Letterman was like, it's just, and Sarah texted me one time and said the same thing. She's like, David Letterman really likes you. but he's like really fascinated about why you take your shirt off. First time I met Norm Macdonald, I got off stage and he was crying, laughing on the other side of the curtain. And I thought he was laughing. I don't know what he was laughing at, but he just kept going, there's no shirt on. There's no shirt on. There's no shirt. There's no shirt.
Yeah, you forgot your shirt.
Yeah. And yeah, I've often wondered if I'd ever get out of start wearing a shirt, like if I lost a lot of weight. But
You should paint like a six pack on there, shadow it.
I've done
You've
spray
done that
tan.
before?
I've done spray tan.
But with the six pack,
No.
kind of look.
No. I would love it. I would never get a six pack. I have a hernia. I'll never have a six pack.
Why not fix that hernia?
I think it's elective surgery.
Oh, cosmetic.
So I was like, if I'm getting cosmetic surgery, that's not what I'm getting.
You know, I ran into Letterman a couple of weeks ago, and I hadn't seen him in a long time. And he was always the Letterman that you're kind of afraid of, you
Yeah.
know? And he could not have been more friendly and complimentary. He was citing different things that he loved, like, you know, you were at the Mark Twain thing. You were like the best one there. And you know, I love your hiking show. It's so creative. And then he goes, you told a joke. You used to tell a joke. It makes me laugh. I retell it a lot. I give you credit. And then he goes, the Lincoln thing, as if I would know. Oh yeah, the Lincoln thing. I go, the Lincoln thing? He goes, yeah, you know, when you're talking about the Lincoln going to school and stuff. I said, I don't know if that was me or not. He goes, oh no, well, I've been telling everybody it's you. I'm pretty sure it was yours. So and the joke was this. It's not even a joke. He says, you know that Lincoln used to walk to school every day in the snow. But what they don't tell you is he was always late. So he loved that joke. I thought, man, I should start doing that again, but do a whole bit like what you don't know about certain,
That's
you know,
great.
famous people.
Yeah.
Yeah, General Custer was scalped at Little Bighorn, but it was a wig, you know, that kind of thing. So I thought, well, I'm going to try that Lincoln thing, you know, in my stand-up, and you know, I'm sure it'll kill. I try it, nothing, no laugh at all.
Do you know the joke I wrote for you today?
No.
Because you did I'm trying to write like a lot lately.
Oh yeah,
And so like more than ever, because I feel like
why is that?
because I don't like this last special is like the best thing I could have done, and so I feel like I need to grow it in a different direction.
Yeah.
And this
How many specials do you have?
6.
6.
Yeah. So this I think this is 6, but this one is like the best one I've done. I take chances I've never taken. I wear a different outfit. I'm like, dude, like I just really go for it on the special. So now I'm like, I took some time off. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna write. I'm gonna just really see everything and just I'm gonna write. I wrote so much. I wrote 2 jokes from you today. The
Lincoln?
no.
What's the other one?
You did. I was watching you on Conan this morning on the treadmill, and you did a picture of Conan where you drew his picture as a character.
Yeah.
But you only drew this part, right?
Yeah.
And the joke I wrote was, and this is perfect for that. Mount Rushmore seems super impressive until you find out they were supposed to be the whole bodies.
I guess they ran out of
They made
time.
the head too big and like,
Ran out of rock.
and then the other one, this is just an idea, but you were talking about I think Bill Maher was trying to get you to smoke weed, and you're like, I don't like to feel out of control. And I was like, oh, that's my favorite feeling. That's my and I was like, that's the difference between people that don't like to get in the water at the beach, and then people that like to swim 30 yards out.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It gets shallow
That's
out here
crazy.
too.
Those people that swim offshore like that,
Oh
that's a death wish right there.
no, it's so fun.
Oh, you did that?
Oh, I have. Yeah, I have. I don't do it in where we go to the beach up in Oxnard, and I don't do it there because it's crazy water out
Yeah.
there. So sometimes you can get pulled out on a riptide, and I don't want that.
No.
But as a kid, always growing up in Florida in the Gulf of America, I think it's called now.
But America is now called Mexico, so
Oh.
it's a trade.
Okay, I
Yeah.
like it. But we would always swim out to the sandbar, which was like 30 yards out, 40
Wow.
yards out.
Yeah.
Did you never swim out in the ocean like that?
Well, I was a lifeguard for a
Really?
while, yeah, for 3 years on a beach, but it was on Long Island Sound, so it didn't get that deep. It's like
Yeah.
a foot deep, like a mile, and you would just be pulling drunk people up, you know, so they wouldn't drown. And then, so I would do that for 3 years, and I wanted to buy a guitar. I remember this, so I got another job at night at Dunkin' Donuts. So I worked from 10 to 5 at night at Dunkin' Donuts, and now I'm a lifeguard from 10 to 5. So those two don't really, night shift and day shift as a lifeguard is not a good combo.
Yeah,
I think
Tinder.
I slept through 2
Or the
drownings. One of them at Dunkin' Donuts. But yeah, so I was a good swimmer. I haven't swam lately, but yeah, I like to be in control.
What kind of a husband are you? Because with you seem like you don't get, you don't like fly off the handle. You've always seemed so even keeled,
Yeah.
almost to a fault. Like you're so even keeled. Like I was wondering like what it's like to be parented by even keeled.
But you know what? You're right. It's even keeled. What is that like? My wife sometimes will get on me because I don't show. I'm not demonstrative like she is. She's very, what's on her mind. She gets excited, really, or she'll be crying.
Yeah.
And I'm just even keel. She goes, you have to get, excited. I said, well, when we look at an open house, you shouldn't get really excited.
Yeah.
Because that's not going to help in the negotiations. And that's what I do. I just go in there, it's okay. Plus, I always think, well, I'm not going to get excited because it may not happen. It may not happen. You know what I mean?
I'm like your wife.
You are.
Oh, we went to buy a car one time. This is a while ago. And I also have ego problems. So like if I feel someone's threatening me, like if I feel I had a pool guy one time and I was like, I want to move I want to get rid of this pool where it is. I want to move it in the center. I'm so
You
glad
got
I
a little
did
extra money.
I had a little extra money. And then in doing that, I realized it would be you're never gonna fill in the pool the way, and it's never gonna settle the way you want it to. And it was foolhardy. And then he said to my wife, yeah, I didn't hear back from him. I just figured Bert ran out of all his money. And I was like, fuck it, we're doing the pool now. And Leanne's like, what are you doing? I was like, no, fuck that. So I had like the ego thing.
Yeah.
So we were going to buy a car one time. And my business manager was like, we're just going to buy it in cash. Okay. And I was like, great. And the guy's like, he said something like, you think you can afford a car like this? And I was like, afford it. I'm buying in cash. My business manager was like, buddy, we have no room to negotiate now. And I was like, oh, shit. See, I'm like your wife. I get very excited. I get very, yes.
What is your go-to in the pool? I bet it's a cannonball.
No.
I thought you would be a cannonball guy.
No. I'm not a dive guy.
Oh, no.
I walk into the pool, always.
Oh, you don't have any kind of like a backflip or...
Oh, no.
What's the one when you jump and you hold one knee up?
A preacher seat.
Oh, is that preacher seat?
Oh, yeah, where you hold one and you land like that. We call it a preacher seat growing up. I have rituals in the pool. Like I'm a little OCD.
Oh.
I get in the pool just about every day, and I get down to the shallow end, and I hold my breath, and I swim all the way to the deep end. And we have a 13-foot pool, so it gets really cold at the deep end.
Oh, that 13 feet deep?
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that's why we kept that pool.
You have deep sea fish down there?
Yeah.
Get stuff that people never knew.
When the fires were coming, they said that was the move. To get I have a scuba tank and scuba set up, and that one guy lived through the fires. Maybe in the Palisades where he got his scuba stuff. And
Are
got
you
in the
serious?
Pool. Yeah. I was like, that was the move I was going to do.
I never even thought about that.
If the fire had gotten to us, it would have been.
Oh my
Well,
goodness.
you've seen that
No,
kind of a
evacuate your
cartoon where
car.
it is
Trying to go
when
into your
the
swimming pool.
plane
with
comes
your
down and
scuba
scoops
gear to
water
watch your
out of the
house burn
pool.
down.
Yeah.
Who is doing
They
that?
drop the body onto the fire. They didn't know they had the person in there.
UNIT207 is plotting and
How
scheming
did this
as
guy with a
usual.
scuba tank in the on the street?
Remember, anything
yeah,
that's happening, the
it's,
FBI is allowing for evidence.
It's I'm not a good negotiator either because I don't want to hurt the person's feelings.
Yeah.
I said, what's the best deal? Like right now, okay, $75,000. What's the best deal out the door? And then they go, 75,000. I go, sold. Yeah, I just don't want to. Even when I'm like in a foreign country, where you can negotiate with you guys, you can bargain with these guys. How much for that blanket? It's 65 euros. I'll give you 64. How's that? 65. All right, deal.
55 minutes. I'm so bad at negotiating. I should not be able to buy anything. I never look for a deal.
What's the last thing that you bought just spontaneously? You didn't even need it.
Almost everything.
Everything.
Almost everything I buy. My buddy bought a new house, and I have a really great flashlight, and it's 200,000 lumens, so it lights up your whole backyard.
Oh my God.
And it's actually a self-defense weapon, in my
You
opinion.
can blind somebody.
It can blind. If you turn it on, the person cannot see. So that's why I bought it initially, and then I bought it, and it was great. So I bought one for my dad, and then I bought one for my brother-in-law, and then I bought a second one for me to have just in case I couldn't find the first one.
Give it all to your 5K runners.
Yeah, I bought one for Tom for Christmas, and then my buddy bought a house, and I just go, I'm gonna buy him the flashlight. My wife goes, hey, it's $1,000. Like, what are you giving him $1,000? And I was like, oh yeah, what am I doing? I don't need to be the flashlight guy.
That's the thing. When you find something you really like, you feel like everybody else should have it.
I agree 100%. Knives. I love knives.
Oh yeah. What, like cooking knives or just throwing knives? Or
I
just,
love every knife. Like I have great cooking knives. I have great
You
cooking
cook?
knives. Yes, I'm a big cook.
oh,
And then I do a cooking show. You should come on and do the cooking show.
sure.
I'll have you and Dana Carvey together.
Okay.
Do the cooking show.
Yeah, I'll do it. I eat heats too.
I want to say this, and I know that I'm overstepping my boundaries, but we're a little bit like brothers because he was a big runner and drinker, and I'm a big runner and drinker.
Yeah. Oh, you run still?
Yeah. You're like the guy. I went to go buy new running shoes. I walked in, and the guy goes, I said, "Can I try these on?" He goes, "Sure. What are you getting them for?"
What are you getting it for?
I was like, "I'm getting them for me." And he's like, well, "What are you going to do with them?" And I was like, "I'm going to run in them." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, you can run in them." And I was like, "Wait, did you send to everyone here?" Yeah, no,
It's like buying condoms.
I didn't do
What are you
it.
going to use these for?
Yeah. I used to buy Magnum condoms whenever I bought Rogaine. So I was embarrassed to buy Rogaine.
It comes in a kit, doesn't it? If they sell it
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should come in a kit. But no, I love knives. So I'll buy people knives and give people knives.
That's nice. That's a nice gift.
Tom taught me to buy people gifts. It's fun to buy people gifts. When
Tom
you get-
loves watches. He likes watches.
Tom loves watches. He's the reason I got into watches, and I'm not even really into watches.
Well, you got one on each wrist.
No, this is
Oh, that's a heart monitor?
this is a heart monitor, and there's a bracelet my wife
Is it
got
really a
me.
heart monitor?
Yeah, it's a whoop. I can tell you my heart rate right now.
Do you know, I'm like that with scissors. I wanted to buy a good pair of scissors just to trim if, like pandemic and stuff. And I went online. I was expecting to buy, spend $300 on one, really good ones.
Yeah.
And they were like $40.
Yeah.
I said, I don't want that crap.
Dude, I love what you're talking about. I can get into something so bizarre and then get obsessed with that subgenre.
Yeah.
Like scissors is something I really get into.
You like the scissors.
Well, I
You like sharp things.
I'm like
in general.
clippers. I got so many beard trimmers.
And getting those. How about nose hair clippers?
Oh, I got nose hair trimmers. Dude, great scissors are hard to come by. When you see like scissors, the best scissors are the kind that you have to take apart and put back together to use. You seen those?
No.
Because they sharpen them and they take them apart and put them back together.
Yeah. But these that I have now are really, I have all those right there on that. It's a set. But you could cut yourself like it's a blade.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever had I know you've had a beard for a long time, but you ever have a straight edge shave?
One time.
It does not get any closer than that.
It does not.
To death, too.
It was the guy. Did you ever see Anthony Bourdain get a straight edge?
No.
A
And the guy
hot
was
shave
nervous
is a
to be on
cute thing for
camera.
a guy to do.
Type
to
in
treat
Anthony
himself.
Bourdain straight edge.
I think it's weird when
shave.
guys go and get manis
And
and
he was bleeding everywhere. The guy cut him so bad. Just do images, and he was bleeding so bad. It was on his show.
Well, he was ripped in that picture up there.
Anthony Bourdain was in great shape.
Anthony
He was a
Bourdain
smoker.
was a hottie.
Oh, hard
And a
worker.
drinker.
Even before
You
he
never
got
smoked cigarettes?
muscles.
No.
He got
Ever
in
drank?
shape just today.
Oh, yeah, I drank.
You drank?
Okay.
Oh, I used to drink. I wasn't like crazy drinking, but I would, here we go.
He was
That's a nice close
langly
shave.
and
Is it
soft
an X-Acto
Let me
knife?
see the guy start shaking.
for the last couple of years.
It make me nervous.
Oh my God.
It starts
blood spurt out.
getting worse because he's doing his chin, and watch the guy's hands shaking. I've never been filmed like this.
Oh,
He's cutting the fuck out of his face.
Well, some people have that, those little rough skin,
Mhm.
and you can't help mixing it up.
You shave every day?
If I'm not lazy.
Yeah.
I did have a goatee for a while.
Really?
I go back and forth.
I've had a beard for a very long time.
Well, the great thing about, like for someone my age, guys will, start getting the jowls and stuff and those little wrinkles around the mouth. So I think, I'm going to grow a goatee. That'll cover all that up. But then the goatee comes in all gray. So you got to make a choice. Do you want to look older from a gray hair or just from your face kind of sagging?
You don't look old at all. Like you look like you haven't aged your whole life.
Well, you should see my insides. Like I said, I had 4 joints replaced.
Yeah.
I had a fib, which is not life threatening unless you let it go. But so they fixed that. So I'm like an old boat. They keep patching me up,
Yeah.
but they got a lot
dude.
of nice paint
All the
on me.
old guys
you
are
know.
gonna turn
You
into
look,
little
great.
cyborgs.
Like,
Thanks, man.
like when I went downstairs and I was
You
talking
know,
about.
you can get a pacemaker
I said,
that
yeah,
you
his,
can
I
call an
think
800
Victor was
number and they can
71, the entire
recalibrate your
room.
pacemaker.
He's 71, and I was like, well,
He's
yeah.
old.
I was like, no, but I would love to
That's
look like you at
crazy.
71. Like that would be great. My dad's 77, and he's like, you can tell. I think. Well, the other thing is, you look at those guys who worked out like crazy and ran ultra marathons. My dad was a marathon runner, and now his knees are shot, his hips are shot, and you're like, so what's working out do for you? Like you just should do it very lightly, almost.
Yeah, I mean, I used to run a lot on the street.
For
And
real.
in hindsight, I would never do that. I would run in Mulholland like 10 miles. I did that for like a month. I would do that, not every day, but yeah, I used to run a lot. I played football and rugby and soccer. So I took a toll on my joints, and I would never do that again. When I see people running down San Vicente, which is a trafficy, they have that medium in the middle.
Yeah.
They run on there, and these are crazy. They're breathing in exhaust. They're ruining their knee joints, and but it's just what they do. It's what people do. Somebody said once, I don't work out. My body's meant to just keep those greasy joints going.
I think that's the valuable thing. Is like I started lifting weights so that I could, like, I wanted to maintain muscles to be able to get out of a chair and stuff. And like, just because that was the one thing I saw with my dad. My dad, whose mom fell down yesterday and they had to get the police together? Our friend's mom fell down and they had to send the rescue to get her up.
No way.
Yeah. My mom fell in her house with my dad.
Fell together?
No, my mom fell. She would, maybe had a couple of glasses of Kim Crawford. My dad tried to get her up, and then my dad just went in, came back and brought a pillow and a blanket. He's like, we'll figure it out tomorrow.
What the fuck?
And I was like, and then I heard that. And then my parents fell when we were doing Fully Loaded. They fell in the ocean. They fell. They had lawn chairs at the very foot of the breaks, and a wave knocked them both over, and neither of them could get up, and lifeguards had to get them up. And I told my dad, I go, that's got to change. And so my dad started doing...
No more swimming.
No more swimming. No more sitting down. So my dad started doing squats and rowing and walking. And he goes, buddy, the first day I walked, I had it on a 1. And I was like, how long is this going to take? And now my dad says he's like walking at a 3.5. And he's going to do our 5K with us.
That's great.
Him and my mom. But it's like, and a lot of it, for me, that's why I started lifting weights. I didn't ever want to get to a deficit place where I was like, yeah, I just... my arms are falling apart, or my,
yeah. You want to stay ahead of it.
I want to stay ahead of it, but I think there's a fine balance about not abusing your body.
Oh yeah, moderation. My father would just say, but first of all, I think you should go into Pilates and forget the weights.
Really?
Because that'll stretch you out and that'll make you strong.
You do Pilates?
No, I hate it. No, I would do it, but I don't want to. Well, I think Pilates and I was going to say that. You think about building up your chest and your arms, and get the abs. But when you get to a certain age, like around my age, you see guys like in their 80s and their ass is sagging. So all of a sudden you think, well, maybe it's time to start doing squats. Concentrate on the squats.
I posted a picture. I've always been a naked guy, right? I posted a picture of me in college overlooking the Appalachian Trail naked, just my butt. And then I said, I'm going to recreate the picture. And I posted it again of me in my backyard, just the butt. My butt has fallen apart so bad that it really made me. I started saying, I'm going to work on squats and get my ass built. Because you're right, a saggy old man ass, there's nothing sexy about it.
And then also the back starts to sag.
Oh.
And the balls.
Oh my God. Well, my testosterone, my balls aren't even there anymore.
Oh, really?
It's just a sack.
How much testosterone do you take?
A lot.
Is it healthy?
I think so.
We'll see.
We'll see. I mean,
oh my God, look at those pictures.
Oh my God, that's the worst.
Oh
my
and
God.
That's like an elephant on the far right.
Yeah.
Is that a vagina?
Oh, that does look like an elephant.
That's an elephant.
Oh my God. I think that's bed sores.
Oh, maybe it is.
Scaling
But you got to admit though, kind of hot though. Kind of hot.
Yeah.
Look at that. And that guy's got a name on the back of his.
I'm definitely gonna I'm working on my ass.
Do the squats.
It's gonna be cool to be like, because at 50, I'm 52. At 52, I go, oh, what if I get Alzheimer's? What if I get dementia? What if I get this? What if I get that?
Here,
70, at 71, you get to go, I didn't get any of that shit.
I know. I didn't get any of it.
That's crazy.
But
No ALS, no Lou Gehrig's, no none of that. You got nothing. You just are healthy.
I don't know about that. You know what I've been doing? Not lately, but I've done this before. There was a time when I was leaving the stove on, and my wife got really worried. But it wasn't like high, it was very low because I think I turned it the wrong way and the pilot light was still on. And then I think, the other day, this happened twice. The first time she didn't know it, and I discovered it. I poured a glass of milk. I took the glass out of the cupboard, poured a glass of milk, I put the milk in the glass cupboard and shut the door. I went away. She videotaped the kitchen. She opened up the cupboard door, and there was the milk in there. So she's really worried about me. So she wanted me to go in for a dementia test, which is scary.
Oh my God.
And her therapist says, don't make anybody go in for one of those. That's really scary to have to do that. Because, you don't want to know really if you have dementia because there's nothing they can do, right?
There's nothing they can do
To fix it.
Yeah, I leave the remote control in the fridge. Like I've been doing
Really?
that for a long time.
Thank God, buddy.
Yeah.
We're the same boat, man.
I literally, as I'm talking to you, I'm like trying to write things down. So I go, I know I'm going to forget this. But I also think it's like, I think if you have dementia, you really know. You find
But it
yourself-
comes gradually, though. I can't remember people's names like that I've known for a long time.
Okay, you know what though?
I couldn't remember Lee Major's name the other day. I think, what is the $6 million name? His name.
I've done that.
Really?
I've done that. Oh, yeah.
And then I don't want like somebody to tell me. I want to work it out.
I love that. I love that. Working it out. By the way, I did that the other night in bed. I was like, what was the
What is my name?
You ready? I said, what countries Dua Lipa from? Now I know what country because I know
What country is what?
Dua Lipa.
Oh, okay.
Just randomly, my brain said, what country is Dua Lipa from? And I was like, okay, I know when I lived in Serbia.
You live in Serbia?
Yeah, for doing a movie. I was just in there for 3 months. I was like, I know it's close to Serbia. I know that it was never a part of Yugoslavia. I know that it's not Chechnya. I know it's not Croatia. I know it's not.
Just those names are pretty
As
impressive.
I'm doing it, and I just sat with it all day. And I was like, I know it. And all of a sudden I'm sitting there and I go, fucking Albania. And I was like, kid's not got dementia. Albania. It took me all day. Albania. I do that all the time. Yeah.
You do? Okay, that's
But
good to know.
then you go on stage and your act comes off like this. You're like, "Grrrr," you're like, there's no way with someone with dementia can do their act.
Well, you know Glenn Campbell.
Yeah.
He had dementia,
But he could
but
sing
he
the
was still
songs.
perform. He remembered all the lyrics, how to play the guitar.
Then that's fine. If I get dementia, I just do stand up a lot. I just walk around with a mic in my hand. And I'm like, hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
I guess-
I'm your wife. I live here. What do you do for a living? I don't have a job. You know that, Bert.
I guess it's a long-term memory you remember, but it's a short-term you don't remember. So they remember how to play songs and stuff.
That's crazy. No, I was actually concerned about it for a second because I'm a hypochondriac, and I think when Bruce Willis got it, I was like, oh, fuck.
Oh, I know, right?
And then I did Tampa, and people that I grew up with were coming up to me, and I was like, Paula, how you doing? She was like, you remember my name? And I was like, fuck, yes, I do. I knew everyone's name I grew up with. I don't remember people's names like when I went to Super Bowl, and it's like this. I'm just like, yeah,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and my hearing's going. I think.
Oh, it is?
Like I think so. If I'm in a bar, I can't hear anybody.
Oh, no, well, that's understandable. But, I have a friend that has hearing aids. And he said, when you need a hearing aid? When you find yourself saying what a lot.
I don't even say what. I just go, sure,
Yeah.
sure. And they're like, you really want to storm the Capitol? I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I also think it's like I also write it off too. Okay, if I quit drinking tomorrow, then everything comes right back. I'd be like sharp as a tack.
Well, you told me the last time I ran into you is you said you're cutting back on the drink.
I come back drastically. Like for like 3 months, I didn't drink, and I felt phenomenal. And it was so hard to start drinking again that I said to myself, I'm never gonna quit. So it's so hard to start.
I'm like that with sweets. I gave up sweets for 6 months once, and I have a real problem with sweets.
For real.
Yeah.
What's your go-to sweet?
Whatever's there.
For, like if you go to the store, are you a Sour Patch guy?
Well, here's what I am. Not so much sour. That's a little too tart. I love the double chocolate Milano cookies. I'll put a bag in that little shopping cart, and as I'm shopping for those, I'll be eating them. The bag is finished by the time I get to the cash register,
Oh my god.
and I pay for the bag basically.
Just pay for the bag.
Yeah, but I love all kinds of. Chocolate chip cookies.
Oh.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
I was talking to a football player about the best desserts are the hot cookie or a hot brownie with ice cream on it with caramel all
Peach
over
cobbler for me.
it. Oh my God.
Yeah. But you would eat that, even though you're not a sweet guy.
You know what? No. Like when sweets show up at the table, I don't. I just
But it
don't
looks
indulge. It looks amazing. And sometimes I'll go. The only one I cannot say no to, and I don't know. This is like a weird. It's a weird one. Is key lime pie.
Oh yeah.
If I see key lime pie, I know that it was meant to be in my life. Like
Me
if it shows
too.
up, then I
Me
go, "There's a
too.
reason it's here." And I'm not going to deny that reason.
Is it the real key lime pie that's not green?
My mouth's watering right now. We stayed at a place in New Hampshire. It was a theater. I forget the name of it.
Where's
Was
New
it
Hampshire?
Do you remember it?
Portsmouth? Manchester?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it gets to be like that.
When I first met Sarah
Morales.
Sarah Zilberman, she said she was from New Hampshire, and I said, "Oh, cool." She goes, "You look like you don't." And then I go, "I don't know where New Hampshire is." She was like, "You don't know where New
I know
Hampshire
where
is?"
Albania is, but not.
Albania. So
Yeah.
you're talking about Albania? But no, we played in New Hampshire at some place in New Hampshire, and they had, and I think about this like once a week. They had frozen chocolate dipped key lime pies on a stick. So they had a slice of key lime pie that they dipped in chocolate and then had them in the freezer, and you could eat as many as you want. And I had 3.
Wow. I'm like that with ice cream sandwiches.
Guilford.
Could be Milford. I don't know where that is.
You grew up in Connecticut, right?
I did grow up in Connecticut, but my grandparents lived in Kittery, Maine, which is right across the New Hampshire border of Portsmouth.
Really?
We go up there every year, and it was beautiful. And also I have this is quite an interesting story. I was going up to Maine to an island called Islesboro. Excuse me. And my mother said, "Oh, you're going up there? You should look up your great grandfather. He was a ship captain, and he died, and they buried him in a Protestant cemetery there. It's a very small island." And so I thought, okay, what's his name? Elihu is the last name. Elihu. I said, okay. So I can't find the cemetery. So I find this Protestant minister. I knock on his door, and I could see him across the room. He's the house he's eating, finishing breakfast or something. Can I help you? And I say, sure, yeah, I'm looking for the Protestant cemetery. I'll show you where it is. So we get in the car, and he's driving me down this road. It becomes a dirt road, and then kind of grass in the middle, then all grass, and then it stops. He looks out the window, he goes, "It's right over there." And I get out, it's all bushes. I said, he goes, "Yeah, you got to look through the bushes and stuff." And there's little markers, these little stone markers with the dates on them and the little names, and they're leaning over. And I looked for like a half hour. I couldn't find it. So I go back to him. I said, he goes, "Did you find it?" I said, "I can't find it." He goes, "Did you look up in the trees?" The trees over years will pick up the marker, the gravestone, and it'll grow up with the tree. So there would be markers up in the tree, gravestones. It's like a Stephen King kind of a story.
Oh my God.
And I've seen that happen with bikes before, where it brings the bike up.
I've seen that. I think I saw that with a car.
I saw it with a battleship. It was crazy, man. And it was a little birch tree. Yeah,
It'll grow into the tree.
Yeah, it'll
That's
just
wild.
Yeah, look at that gravestone right there. That'll take it up.
I kind of almost now want to be buried, and the day I'm buried, plant like an oak right next to my tombstone, so it gets brought up in the tree, and I end up, and then your body's almost in the tree too.
Your face is sticking out a little bit.
Yeah, just like a. They beheaded Oliver Cromwell after he was dead.
Oh, better. That's better.
Yeah.
Well, if you had to behead somebody, I know you like knives.
Yeah.
Would you do a slow cut, or would you do an axe, or would you do like a big scissor kind of thing, or a carving knife?
A machete, and it would
I would
definitely
do
take
What did you do?
like-
What did you use last time?
The last time I did it, I was wrong. I tried to do paper cuts, and it just took forever.
Yeah, you need that legal pad paper.
No, I always think like when they went to behead. I was a little obsessed with beheading because I was obsessed with history. And when they went to behead Marie Antoinette, they found out she had was it Marie Antoinette? She had her dog with her, and she had a wig on. And her wig fell off.
But they all wore wigs back then.
I know, but I think people also just were like, "Oh, that's what you look like."
Oh, yeah. That's what your head looks like rolling down the street.
I would use one of those big axes. I think you want a lot of the energy.
Like a cartoon axe?
Like a cartoon, like a battle
back in
axe.
the, yeah,
like a big battle axe.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I could behead somebody.
If you had to, you would.
Yeah, if
I had to, I'd do it with a machete. Nothing
Yeah.
else.
I would have definitely killed them.
Are you okay
Nothing else.
watching like gory
You have a horror movie coming out called Inhabitants,
You are such a researcher.
and
I'm very impressed.
and
Thank you for all that
no,
work.
thank you. It comes out February 14th on Apple TV.
Is it the 14th?
Yeah,
I got to tell you something. I've done I have 5 films coming out this year, but they're small films. I've done like 1 or 2 a couple years ago, and
Are you having to go more too?
Yeah.
Okay, keep on.
and I'm watching TV. There's a trailer for a movie, and it looks really scary. I go, oh my god, this looks good. And I'm watching it, and then they cut to my scene. I'm in a scene. Like
Yeah.
I'm in a crystal shop, like selling crystals. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that's that movie.
Is that Inhabitants?
Yeah, it's
What-
Inhabitants.
The premise is there's a boy, and he's a man, but he looks like a boy to me in the movie. But he's a young man, and he's married, and he gave up the church, and the guy that he went to camp with, who was his camp counselor, who was kind of like really indoctrinated in the church, is now haunting him. And then he brings his mom back, who still has faith, to try to get rid of the spirit. Correct?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I didn't read. I got to see this movie. It sounds good. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Yeah, from the trailer, you can see it. I just what I like to do. I like to go to a movie set.
Yeah.
And the director comes over, and he goes, "Hey, we're really happy to have you here." I said, "I'm happy to be here, and I can't wait to read the script, and we'll have a little time to read it." But we should have read it.
Yeah. Is there ever a place you won't be funny? Like where you go?
And no, because like we talked about before, I'm trying to lighten up things because that makes me feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
But I guess I've done memorials before, where I try to be funny.
But you did whose memorial did you do that
Simons.
I just recently?
I've done
Shanlings.
I did Shanlings. I did Norm Macdonald's. I did Tom Sikora. Oh no, I did not do his.
I
You'll
will
be
do
doing
I will
his.
do it.
You should start working on that right now.
I've got it. I know how it starts.
You do.
Looks like I won. I'm still here. I think everyone in this room is as shocked as I am that it's me doing his and not vice versa.
It's such a great line. You hope that he dies.
Yeah.
Quickly.
I
I did this Gary Shanley one. I had people come up to me, would you do my memorial afterwards? Would you do, But I've done a few. And
how do you prepare for Gary Shandling's memorial?
well, you wait for him to die first. Well, he died, and which was a total shock because he'd never done that before. And so he and we were really great friends. It was like you and Tom, and they didn't have the memorial till like a month later. So I had plenty of time. Once on the road, I would put the headphones on, listen to sad music or music we used to listen to, and just write my memories of him. And I had like a month to do it. So it was really the first thing I've ever prepared for in my life.
Really?
Yeah. So that's kind of what you do. And also I found that it's the best audience because they're all in tune. They're listening. There's not a blender going on in the back.
It's a little funny goes a long way.
A little funny is the savior. When you talk about, the times you used to have and people start getting choked up and then bam, you hit them with a joke and they laugh harder because they're looking for that escape.
Yeah.
And it's true. It's like after 911, I think there was a certain time you had to wait or for anything, even like the fires and then people are looking for something to bring them back up again.
Whose memorial did you do better at? Like if you had to post one online and you're like, which one would get more likes? Shandlings or Norm's?
Probably Shandlings.
Yeah.
Norm's, my favorite line with the Norm one was, everybody's saying how brave his comedy was and courageous. And I said, I think it was just poor judgment. Just totally poor judgment on his part.
It's crazy that in OJ's death, all they did was post Norm clips.
What?
OJ died. The only thing that went out was all Norm roasting OJ.
Oh, yeah, I forgot his
I love those
skit.
Norm
That
clips
was
now. They
funny.
show
Wow,
up. I didn't
His
realize he
little
was
news
that funny.
show. What was that called?
You know what I mean? I'm serious. I thought Norm was just kind of a wise guy, and but then they started playing all these clips. I go, that's hilarious.
Oh, he's
His book is great.
He was one of the guys that like we all discovered, like when the internet showed up, and then all of us have been doing stand up for a while, and we knew who Norm was, but we didn't like, you know, you only knew the Norm show or Dirty Work or his SNL stuff, but like he didn't really get the props I think that he deserved. And then when the internet showed up, I remember the first clip was the clip of Carrot Top where he goes, he's with Courtney Smith, and she was like, I'm doing a movie with Carrot Top, and Coney goes, Norm, you got a joke about that? She goes, what's it called? And he goes, Chairman of the Board. And Norm goes, is it spelled B-O-R-E-D? And I mean, that was the first clip of Norm's where everyone's like, I got to deep dive him.
Yeah.
I mean, his favorite joke of mine was he goes, my dad's a country guy, was out in the country. I was with him the first time he saw an elevator. Do you know this joke?
No.
He goes, yeah.
I like the impression though.
Doors open and a big old fat lady gets in it. And
Oh,
my
I'm
dad
not
didn't know
sure
what it was.
if
The door's
I
closed.
gave a
When
plan
they
of the
open
living
again, a
room.
beautiful woman comes out of it. And my dad looks at me and goes, Norm, go get your mom.
Looks just the same as all the other times.
That's a good joke.
Norm was the thing I liked about Norm, I don't have this.
Oh, the ham radio
but,
is a little bit
Norm
different.
didn't mind the silence in you waiting to get the joke.
For a long time.
Like he could do it, and then if you didn't get it,
He wasn't rushing it.
he was like, okay. Like I was one of my favorite Norm stories, and I only have a handful, was I was going to do a big show because my special was coming out March 17th. It comes out the 18th this year. It came out the 17th that year. Like my specials have always dropped on like 1 of 2 days. And I was going to do a big St. Patrick's Day call in sick to work show. Everyone was going to show up at 10 a.m. at the store. We're going to do shows and day drinking all the way until like 9 o'clock at night. And I had everyone. I had like Spade, Norm. I had everyone. I had Sebastian, Joe. That was stacked. And Colin
Gwen?
No,
Colin Farrell?
stay at home. It was Colin's like work. The stay at home orders came in on the 13th. So everyone's for pandemic.
What do you do when you have a back-to-back show?
What's that? What do you mean?
When you do 2 shows a night? You ever do that?
Yeah,
What how's the second one go?
it goes great.
It does?
Yeah. I don't drink on stage.
Oh, you don't?
No. Like I think that's the misnomer of me is I think people think I'm drunk. Like I ran into a person. I can't say his name because Ari said it's name dropping, but it was John Legend. And John Legend said to me the other night, he goes, we were about to do a benefit, and he was like, John Mayer. I'm sorry, not John Legend. It's better if it's John Legend. And so he goes, how on a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you right now? I said, not. And he goes, no, like how many beers have you had? And I said, 0.
Oh, so you don't drink at all before you go on?
No, never. I never do. Like I have, but I don't. Primarily, I would never do that. So if we do 2 shows, I won't drink on the first show, and then on the second show, I'll have a drink when I start the machine story at the end. So, but what was I saying?
You were talking about
Norm.
Yeah.
So stay-at-home orders start on the 13th. On the 17th, we're supposed to do the show. We've all been in our house for 4 days now, and I get a text from Norm. I think it was a text or a phone call, and he's like, "What time should I be at the club?" And then I write back, "I don't think we're doing the show today, Norm." He said, "Why not?" And I said, "Stay-at-home orders." And he goes, "What's that?" And I said, "There's a pandemic right now." And he goes, "Seriously, what time should I be there?" And then I just was like, I don't know how to answer. Like, but he didn't mind sending the joke text. And if you didn't get it and maybe it upset, it didn't bother him.
No.
Like I liked that.
No, nothing bothered him. No. He was he was a character, but I got tons of stories about Norm. But yeah, and nobody knew he was sick the last 9 years.
Really, it was nice.
And I would work with him, and I would see him all different weights. He'd be bloated, and he'd be thin from all the medicine he was taking.
Yeah.
And he would walk the room sometimes. You know, people just leave, or people thought he was drunk, but it was the medicine he was taking.
Really?
In hindsight, I realized that. And but Norm
Didn't tell anybody.
he told our manager, Mark Gervitz.
Oh, really?
And that's all, and his son, and his friend Lori Joe, but and me, and Dana. He told Dana too, and he told the VFW downtown, yeah, and the Mason Club, the Mason, and Girl Scout Troop 25. And the people in Albania knew. And car salesman. That's it.
Car salesman.
Yeah.
I wish I had that ability.
But yeah, he was something. And
Well, let me see if I have any more questions. I could sit and talk to you for another hour.
oh, I know it's
you're
fun.
you're so. I mean, like
So
I know that you. You're such a legend, and it's like, but you've always been understated. Like you're not like a guy that walks in with an entourage. You're not
Yeah.
someone that makes a stink. If you're doing spots at the Improv, and you've been doing them since the Improv started,
Yeah.
like you're not someone who's like going in and bumping people.
No.
You're just you're like the stereotype of what we should all be or strive for.
I wish I had a posse. I mean, when I came in here and I saw you got like 12 people working here, I'm like, geez, why don't I do this? I should get some people just hanging around with laptops.
no.
I know.
You know,
Dude, they put on screen protectors so I can't see what they're doing.
oh, really?
It's
Yeah, like,
nice
don't
of
put
her
the
to
screen
do,
protector
but
on.
I
They're like,
bet you
don't
he
want people
gets
to see my work.
exploited
You're
a
like,
lot.
You're working for me. I should be able to look over your shoulder.
Red 7 on the black 8.
Yeah.
You don't need that many employees.
All right, let's see. These are
I'm
questions
really
I have.
impressed at how much work you do.
No,
for an
I'm
interview.
excited to. Do you have a dog?
You ran out of stuff to research.
Do you like music?
I do love music.
What's your favorite band?
My
Like,
favorite band?
yeah.
Right now, Mozart. No, I don't have a favorite band. You know, I grew up loving, old school music, like, Clapton and the Stones and Beatles, James Taylor,
Oh yeah.
But now it's I was on an Ed Sheeran roll for a little bit there.
He's
I-
getting sued for $100 million
He did for what?
for copyright infringement.
Didn't he go through that once before?
Maybe I saw an old news clip. My bad.
You've been spreading that around though, right?
Yeah, a lot. That and Sam Cooke was shot while. That's one I kept putting out there, and was like, and someone's like, that's not real, right? And I'm like, no, I didn't know that. What were your? I wrote Vietnam, and I don't know why.
I led a platoon in Vietnam for 30 years. And no, I'm kidding. Vietnam. No, I don't. Oh, I was at the tail end of Vietnam, the draft.
Dude, were you
Remember?
nervous? Were you nervous?
I was kind of nervous because they posted the numbers in our college, and I looked. I was number 67, but it was at the end of the war anyway. They weren't like I was near the end of everything then.
That would have been nice to go in and just hit dingers, like be a second string, just when they got their second string in.
Yeah. It's like yeah. I get what you're saying.
It's like the end of the Super Bowl when they start putting
the soldiers that aren't as good as
just to go over there and take a knee and let the clock run out.
But and it was the same with Woodstock. I was not quite old enough to go to. I was like 16 or so. So I was like right in the middle of everything. Not quite old enough, not quite young enough.
Yeah, you're younger than yeah. That is interesting. You're old enough. You're the disco generation.
Yeah. I used to do open mic night comedy at a disco.
Really?
Yeah, in La Cienega. And it was called The Cave or something.
Well, I got to tell everyone, this book, you drew all the pictures in this,
Yeah.
and it's really impressive. You're a
Thank
really
you.
good artist.
Thank you.
You're a really good artist.
I like doing it. I've been drawing for most of my life, but they were just doodles and nothing really focused and no lessons. And then during the pandemic, I thought, I'll just start doing this.
And these are all, what I think's cool about this book, these are all your interactions with the people you've doodled. And there's like Freddie Mercury.
Well, I never met him, but it's my experiences with concerts in general.
Oh, yeah. Prince is in here.
Prince I met.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people. Dana's in there. Lauren Michaels in there. Christopher Walken, he does not like his.
Really?
Yeah. You see if you find it.
Is it about that night on the boat with Natalie Wood?
No, let me see if I can find it. No. It was, I like this Howard Stern one.
Howard Stern.
There you go. Howard Stern. But this
are all his interviews remote now? Oh, Christopher Walken didn't like his picture.
No, he didn't like his picture. I don't know if you can see it.
No, I can see why he didn't like that.
And that means everybody wants it. Everybody wants the picture now.
That's a good looking picture, though.
Yeah,
that's a cool picture.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
This is really
And
Maggie Gyllenhaal.
I started having gallery showings. Some guy is.
Oh, she went to one.
You did? In Brentwood? How was it? Oh, yeah.
This is her book.
Well, I'll autograph it if you want.
Peyton and Eli Manning,
Yeah.
Oprah.
The Peyton Manning brothers.
Well, that's not Oprah. That's Tiffany Haddish.
Tiffany
Kurt
Haddish.
Cobain. That's Tom Petty. Oh, Gary Shandling.
Shandling. Yeah. Pointer Sisters.
I was going to say Destiny's Child.
You're going to say Dixie Chicks.
Dixie Chicks. Elvis. John Travolta. My dad, Billie Eilish. I like her.
Oh yeah, she's the best.
My dad referenced John Travolta the other day. He goes, "You know the guy from Welcome Back, Kotter?" I go, "Dad, I do because I know you, but that is a."
Yeah. There they are. There you go. Chris Farley came out pretty well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's one dude I wish I had met. I would have loved to meet him.
Yeah, he was something. Talk about not saying no. Foof.
Yeah. Well, Kevin, this has been a blast. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
and
That
and
was so
Happiness comes out February
cute.
14th.
I love
Come see
that
me in
Bert
a good
just
light.
will
It's a
interview
documentary.
anybody.
One best film at
It's not a
Sundance.
little
Everyone's talking about it. Check out both of
Bold,
those.
young, any
Hiking
color.
with Kevin.
And
Joe's
then
the
Hiking
same
with Kevin,
way.
I'd love to do it
Oh
sometime.
man, I would love to have you. I know you're busy, but sometime.
The one you did with Spade was like the one that was like.
But
I was
Bert's
like,
even
I'm like,
more diverse.
What's cool about you guys is you guys all have such a shorthand with each other.
Yeah.
And you guys all have such shared personalities where you joke so quickly. You and Conan are like so good together.
Yeah.
You and everyone. I mean, there's a testament to the man you are and the way we all look up to you and the way we admire you is your friend group is the best friend group in comedy. It's the best. It's Sandler. It was Norm. It was Shandling. It's David. It's Sarah.
Yeah.
Dana. I mean, your friend group is so thick.
I love comedians. You know, we feel so comfortable together, and it's nice to get to know you too. I'm I've seen you around a long time, but I never really got the opportunity to. I had the opportunity, but I chose not to take it. But no, it's been nice hanging. I think we could hang out a lot.
Yeah.
If you weren't so busy and desperate for attention.
That was a great episode.
Yeah.
Bert and Tom, Tom and Bert. One goes topless while the other wears a shirt. Tom tells stories and Bert's the machine. There's not a chance in hell that they'll keep it clean. Here's what we call Two Bears, One Cave.
That was like the perfect podcast for my week today. It was just enough of what I was looking for.
Around the year 1333, the North African writer and traveller Ibn Battuta went on a journey around all of Asia that would take him to India and over the sea to Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and eventually on to his final destination of China. But the first leg of this journey took him along the winding roads overland from Constantinople. He travelled past the shores of the Black and Caspian Seas, over vast grasslands, and on southwards through the deserts of Central Asia, in what is now Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Ibn Battuta had heard marvellous stories about the opulent cities that lay along the vast trade route known as the Silk Road, which laced across the continent of Asia. These were the cities of Balkh, Bukhara, and Samarkand. First, he visited the city of Bukhara, once the jewel of Islamic learning, a city of enormous libraries and colleges. But to his disappointment, when he arrived, he found the city a much reduced place, as he wrote in his journal.
ثم سرنا في بساتين متصلة وأنهار وأشجار وعمارات We travelled for a whole day through contiguous orchards with streams, trees, and habitations, and arrived at the city of Bukhara. This city was formerly the capital of the lands beyond the river Jain, but was laid in ruins, so at the present time its mosques, colleges, and bazaars are in ruins, all but a few, and its inhabitants are looked down upon. There is not one person in it today who possesses any religious learning, or who shows any concern for acquiring it.
يعلم شيئا من العلم ولا من له عناية به.
Surprised at the sorry sight of the once great city of Bukhara, Ibn Battuta continued on to the opulent metropolis of Samarkand.
سافرت إلى مدينة سمرقند وهي
I journeyed to the city of Samarkand, once one of the greatest and finest of cities, and most perfect of them in beauty. It is built on the bank of the river called the Wad al Wasarin, along which there are water wheels to supply water to the orchards.
عليه نواعيل تسقي البساتين.
But when he arrived at the oasis of Samarkand, he found it too was in a much diminished state. The city was sparsely inhabited, its legendary walls torn down long ago, and its grand buildings standing in ruins.
وكانت على شاطئه قصور عظيمة وعمارة تنبئ عن
There were formerly great palaces on the riverbank, and constructions which bear witness to the lofty aspirations of the townsfolk, but most of this is obliterated. And most of the city itself has also fallen into ruin. It has no city wall, and no gates, and there is vegetation growing inside it.
وفي داخلها البساتين.
Ibn Battuta soon left that melancholy place and continued on his journey. Finally, he passed through the city of Balkh, now in northern Afghanistan. This had once been another wealthy trade hub and a center for the Zoroastrian religion. From a distance, he could see its tall buildings rising out of the river plains. But as he got closer, he saw no smoke of cooking fires, no animals in the fields, no traffic of people in its streets. An eerie feeling must have crept up on him.
ثم جزنا نهر جيحون إلى بلاد خراسان وسرنا بعد انصرافنا من ترمذ
Next, we crossed the river Jain into the land of Khorasan and marched for a day and a half, crossing the river through uninhabited desert and sands to the city of Balkh. It is completely dilapidated and uninhabited, but anyone seeing it would think it to still be inhabited because of the solidity of its construction. For it was a vast and important city. Its mosques and colleges preserve their outward appearance even now, with the inscriptions on their buildings incised with lapis blue paints.
As he passed through this devastated region, he heard stories about other ruined cities lying out in the desert, now so empty of life that they could offer no shelter to travelers.
ومدن خراسان العظيمة أربع اثنتان عامرتان.
The great cities of Khorasan are four. Two of them are inhabited, namely Herat and Nishapur, and two are in ruins, namely Balkh and Merv.
وهما بلخ ومرو.
Had he journeyed out to the city of Merv, he would have found an even more devastated ruin, just a series of jagged earthen remains rising out of the cracked salt flats of the desert, home only to owls and wild dogs, where once a city of 500,000 people had stood. Everywhere across this region, the cities bore the scars of one of the Middle Ages' most momentous and world-changing events. This was the uniting of a nomadic people who called themselves the Mongols. From their homeland far away in the steppe grasslands of East Asia, the Mongols had fused their anarchic pastoral culture into a war machine that has had few equals in history, and forged an empire that would stretch across much of the landmass of Asia, the largest continuous land empire in history. In almost every land they touched, they would bring destruction and death, fear and anguish. But in places, they also laid the foundation for our modern world. As Ibn Battuta stood in the abandoned streets of Balkh, Samarkand, and Bukhara, He must have wondered at the unlikely story of these strange nomadic conquerors. He must have wondered those ruined palaces and crumbled places of worship, those empty markets and dilapidated houses, and asked himself, where had these mysterious conquerors come from? What did they want? And why had no one been able to stop them?
Everything. The radio has everything. Flashlight? Fuck yeah, dude. Everything, man. You know what it doesn't have, though, that I wish it did? An AM receiver. It doesn't have an AM receiver.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell one of the most remarkable and unlikely stories
Unit 207,
from
stop the
medieval
podcast.
history, the story of the Mongol Empire. I want to show how this group of nomadic horse riders united the peoples of the Mongolian steppe and forged them into a truly unique kind of state. I want to describe how they conquered much of the lands of Eurasia and brought the distant cultures of China, Persia, the Middle East, and Europe into contact. And I want to tell the story of how the world's largest land empire finally came apart and left the world as we know it in its wake.
I guess they stopped the podcast again. It's playing on the Hewlett Packard laptop, not the Lenovo ThinkPad. Why'd you guys stop the
The
podcast?
Eurasian
There
steppe
we go.
is the largest grassland on Earth. It's a vast corridor of seasonal savannas that run virtually the entire length of Asia and covers around 7% of the planet's land surface. It stretches from Hungary and Poland in Eastern Europe more than 8,000 kilometers, passing over mountain ranges and rolling hills, past salty inland seas and sandy deserts, and over countless rivers, until it reaches northern China and the forests of Manchuria on the Pacific coast. The word steppe entered English from the Russian language, with its origin possibly rooted in the Old Slavic word sutepi, which means a place that is flat and bare. The Russian author Anton Chekhov describes the landscape of the steppe.
A plain, broad, boundless, girdled by a chain of hills, lies stretched before the traveller's eyes. The hills merge into rising ground, extending to the very horizon and disappearing into the lilac-hued far distance. On and on you travel, but where it all begins and where it ends, you just cannot make out. Coarse steppe grass, milkweed, wild hemp, all are drenched in dew and caressed by the sun.
The green forested lands of China and Europe receive moisture from the winds blowing in from the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, meaning that they can support large trees, forests, and all manner of crops. But the lands of the steppe receive most of their airflow from the north, from the frozen polar ocean of the Arctic. Cold air cannot hold much moisture, and what little it contains falls as rain in the northern mountains, where the great frozen pine forests of Siberia stretch. The low rainfall on the steppe means that trees cannot survive. and even species of long grasses find it difficult to take root. As a result, all that remains here are the hardiest species of short grasses. For this reason, the steppe has always supported massive herds of grazing animals. The first humans to set foot on the steppe arrived about 40,000 years ago. They were hunter-gatherers who lived off what the land provided. In its rolling grassland, they hunted mammoths. Then, once those had died out, boar, antelope, goats, and aurochs, and one animal that lived in the steppe in abundance, the wild horse. Horses evolved in North America around 4 million years ago, but had crossed over to Asia during one of the last ice ages, when a land bridge existed between Alaska and eastern Russia. Humans and horses would one day form one of the most successful partnerships in history, but our fascination with them goes back even further. Horses are the animal most frequently depicted in the oldest prehistoric cave paintings, even in those of Chauvet Cave in France, which are more than 30,000 years old and predate the domestication of the horse by 25 millennia. For all these thousands of years, humankind had looked on the horse as a symbol of power, grace, and perhaps also freedom. When people arrived on the Eurasian steppe, they initially hunted horses for food like any other animal, with horse bones showing up in slaughter sites from at least 10,000 years ago. But sometime around 6,000 years ago, they began to be kept as livestock. Humans first used horses for milk and meat, alongside their cattle, sheep, and goats. But over the following 1,000 years or so, humans learned that if a horse was sufficiently tamed, it would allow a human to ride on its back. We will never know which daring young man or woman first leapt up onto the back of a horse and braved the inevitable bucking and kicking that every horsebreaker must learn to endure. But when they did, they changed the course of human history.
Oh, UNIT207 got desperate and tried to log me out of the HP Chromebook, even though I disabled it from being able to go to sleep.
One burial site in Botai in northern Kazakhstan contains the bones of horses, with the earliest signs of wear on the teeth.
Does that make them
crazy?
crazy?
A metal bit
Yes,
in their
it does.
for much of their life, which could be attached to reins for a rider. This development occurred at a momentous time in human history. Around the world, the earliest cities were just then coalescing in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, and elsewhere, and a new way of human life was taking shape. This new lifestyle was based on the planting of grain, the making of pottery, and the building of fixed dwellings. Soon came hierarchies and religions, priests and kings, armies and city walls. From this settled way of life, the first written words would be set down, cut into clay tablets in the Sumerian cities of Ur and Uruk.
If I was going to play any Tony Baker video right now, it would be the one with the guy in camo who gets his ass kicked by a
But
fucking
it's clear
deer.
that in the vast expanse of the Eurasian steppe,
And then
an
he's
equally
like,
dramatic
"This
revolution
deer had
was
hands."
taking place. It's around this time
This ain't
that
the
first
Disney
mention of
Bambi.
horses
This
begins
the
to
real
appear
Bambi,
in the
Lisa.
written texts of the Sumerians. They would call them by the name Anshe Pura, meaning donkey of the mountains, since they first arrived from the mountainous north. One Sumerian text written more than 4,000 years ago is one of the first to mention this new animal, describing the hero god Lugulbanda as being as swift as a mountain horse.
Holy Lugalbanda came out from the mountain cave, and from that spot he sped away like a horse of the mountains. Like a lone wild ass, He darted over the mountains. Like a large, powerful donkey, he raced. A slim donkey, eager to run, he bounded along.
Human life had just sped up considerably, and the domestication of the horse would change life on the steppe.
How funny is
forever.
that, though? I sound the alarm and then she fucking
A
attacks
herder
again.
traveling by
What
foot
in the fuck?
can
You cannot
cover
make
a
this shit up,
maximum
dude.
of only about 30 kilometers. a day,
Crazy. I
which
have like a whole
limits
new
how
appreciate
large this
for
flock can
a
be
whole new appreciation
and
for
how
men
far
that
you
I've
can
met that have been
range
like, I had
in
a
search
stalker
of new
too.
grazing
I
lands.
definitely have a whole new
But
appreciation
riding
for
on the
that.
back of a horse meant you could cover more than 100 kilometers at a push, and you could
Dude.
travel at 5 times the speed over a short distance. With
In
greater
fact,
ability
codename
to
Lisa,
cover
I'm
large
renaming you. Your
areas,
new name, I
you could
dubbed
also
thee
effectively
Little
manage
Dicky.
much larger
Little Dicky.
herds. And
We'll
with
make
more
it
food
unisex.
available, you could establish ever bigger families and social groups. While all around the world, other peoples were settling down into ever larger cities built of mud, brick, and stone, the people of the steppe were developing a parallel way of life, a life constantly on the move.
God, could you imagine dumping some of these women? Two of these women,
After the horse, people in
two
the
of the
Western
March
steppe
2023
also
women,
likely
dude. Can you
invented
imagine
the wheel,
dumping them? These are
allowing
fucking
them to transport
psychos.
bigger loads,
You are
as
psycho.
well as their families, the elderly, and children too young to ride. Whole communities could now become completely mobile, living their lives from birth to death without ever settling in one place. This alternative way of life would meet with remarkable success. One legacy of that success is the language that many of us speak today. Beginning perhaps around 4000 BC, an enigmatic population known only as the Proto-Indo-Europeans rode out of the western portion of the steppe in all directions. They brought their horses, their wagons and chariots with them. Wherever they went, from India to Persia, Greece and northern Europe, they conquered or settled and left their language behind. Their lost dialect is the ancestor of 445 languages that survive to this day, from Hindi, Sinhala, Punjabi, and Farsi to Russian, Spanish, French, German, and English. And in all of these languages, they left traces of their way of life. Many languages in the Indo-European family use similar words derived from Proto-Indo-European for objects like wheel, axle, wagon, chariot, and of course, horse. It's believed the Proto-Indo-Europeans had two words for horses, which have been reconstructed to something like equos and marcos, possibly to differentiate between a wild horse and a tamed horse. Equus entered Latin as equus, from which we get equestrian, and it entered ancient Greek as hippos, from which we get hippodrome and hippopotamus. And the word markos has survived in English as the word for a female horse, a mare. This English word can be found echoing on the other side of the world in Mongolia, where a single horse is called mor, and even in the non-Indo-European language of Mandarin Chinese, where a horse is called ma. Today, these words connect people on every side of the globe, and nearly half of the world's population speaks a language descended from the Indo-European family. The Proto-Indo-Europeans were the first nomads to ride out of the steppe and leave their mark on history, but they were far from the last. Still, there were drawbacks to the nomadic lifestyle. While the settled peoples of the world developed alphabets and writing systems, that allowed them to keep records and recount their histories, the peoples of the steppe did not develop their own system of writing. For this reason, for much of their history, we can only detect their presence through the writings of others, who often feared and hated them. In the 5th century BC, the Greek historian Herodotus would write one account of the horse-riding nomads who lived in the steppe around the Black Sea and increasingly made armed raids into Central Europe, a people the Greeks called the Scythians.
Rather than build cities or walls, they all carry their homes around with them on wagons, practice their archery from horseback, and depend for their living on cattle, rather than the fruits of the plough. How, then, could they fail to defy every effort made to conquer them, or to pin them down?
Already the settled peoples of the world were encountering a paradox, that despite all the technological advancement that agricultural society had brought, these steppe peoples were still exceptionally difficult to fight. More than 800 years later, the struggling Roman Empire was limping through the remains of the 4th century, rocked by crisis and civil war. It was at this point that they were menaced by a new threat, a nomadic people who rode out of the steppe and sent waves of refugees fleeing in their wake. They would be known as the Huns. The Roman writer Ammianus Marcellinus wrote with distaste about these frighteningly ruthless nomads.
The Huns are a race savage beyond all parallel. They grow up without beards, with closely knit and strong limbs. They are all without fixed abode or settled mode of life. None of their offspring, when asked, can tell you where he comes from, since he was conceived in one place, born far from there, and brought up still farther away.
The arrival of the Huns was a major factor that contributed to the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. In the decades that followed, under the rule of their leader Attila, the Huns would remake the balance of power in Europe. They fleetingly captured large areas up to the banks of the Rhine and left fire and destruction in their wake. Part of the reason for the Huns' success was their innovative use of the technological development of the composite bow. Bows made of a single piece of wood had a natural limit to their power, but on the steppe, a good bow could mean the difference between life and death, and so people had poured immense energy into developing them. By the time of the Huns, these were already intricate constructions, combining multiple materials, a core of maple wood, bone and antelope horn, knotted with sinew, deer gut and leather, all held together with a fish-based glue. The combination of these materials
dude. I want to
created
know how to make a
bow with
fish-based
immense
glue.
elasticity, capable
the
of
shit you need
hurtling
to
an
be
arrow
teaching
at
people.
tremendous speeds.
You know how you
and
get
over
blue
great
dye? You
distances,
use urine.
reportedly as far as 300 meters. If these accounts are accurate, then these bows could shoot further than an English longbow, which stood taller than a man, but crucially was compact enough to be drawn from horseback. The combination of horse and composite bow would make the steppe horse archer the deadliest single entity on the planet, and in Europe these weapons would come to be known with fear and reverence as Hun bows. The people of China struggled no less with their nomadic neighbors. During the period of the Han Dynasty, a people they knew as the Xiongnu constantly menaced their borders for much of the first millennium, and may even have been the same people as the European Huns. One Han period Chinese writer, Suma Qian, describes their way of life.
The Shangno are mountain barbarians. They move in search of water and pasture, and have no walled cities or fixed dwellings, nor do they engage in any kind of agriculture. They wear clothes of hide or wraps made of fur or felt. They have no writing, and even their promises and agreements are only verbal. The little boys start out by learning to ride sheep and shoot birds and rats with a bow. Thus, all the young men are able to act as armed cavalry in time of war.
Around the 4th century, these peoples also introduced the stirrup, straps for the rider's feet that help them stay in the saddle and allow them even greater control of their horses. One medieval Chinese writer describes the sight of a steppe horse warrior in action.
When they ride at a gallop, they always stand in the stirrups rather than sit in the saddle. They are swift as the onrush of a gale and strong as the weight of a mountain. Wheeling left and cutting right like wings in flight, they shoot with power enough to pierce armor.
For the civilizations that lived on the borders of the steppe, in China, India, Persia, the Middle East, and Eastern Europe, these nomadic peoples could be alien, frightening, and primitive. While they were divided, they could be contained, controlled, and violently put down. But every few hundred years, they would unite into a force large enough to flood out of the steppe. They would come to conquer and settle, to wreak havoc and sow destruction, but every time to change the course of history. The most dramatic of these stories would take place as the 12th century came to a close, and the memory of Attila's Huns had faded to just another ghost story from classical history. It would come in the form of a people who were perhaps the most unlikely of conquerors. When our story starts, they had many names, but soon they would become known as the Mongols. To find the location of the beginning of this story, we must travel to the east, along the wide expanse of the Eurasian steppe. For thousands of kilometers, we would see only grassland and seasonal deserts. Then we pass over the Altai Mountains, home to wolves, curly-horned ibex, and eagles. Finally, we would reach the far eastern steppe on a high plateau of what is today Mongolia. At the end of the 12th century, the Mongols were just one of countless groups that existed in this land, speaking Turkic languages like Uyghur and dialects of Mongolia, and worshipping any number of gods. But despite this variation, many of them followed a similar way of life. Life on the steppe meant following the natural cycles of the world. In the warm summers, the rains come, and the grassland flushes green. During these months, the nomads' herds of cattle, goats, sheep, camels, and horses have plenty to eat, and they graze in their summer pastures on the open grassland. But as the cold, dry winters descend, herders would move to their winter pastures in the north, where the green valleys at the foot of the mountains remain shaded, and there are still grasses growing. This natural cycle dictated every aspect of steppe life, as one medieval Chinese writer, Zhao Gong, describes.
In their custom, each time the grass grows green is 1 year. So if someone asks one of them his age, he says how many times the grass has greened. Also, once when I asked one of them what month and day he was born, he laughed and replied, I can't remember.
Nor did I ever know it in the first place.
Winter on the steppe is harsh. During these months, the wind blows straight from Siberia, and a layer of ice can often cover the grasslands completely. When the grass is frozen, steppe peoples would allow their horses to graze ahead of the other animals. They would use their hooves to crack the ice, and then other livestock like sheep could follow. In the flat, featureless landscape, people navigated primarily using rivers, which interlace the steppe in countless waterways. Among them, the Orkhon, the Selenga, and the Onon. By riding up and down these rivers, the steppe peoples could find their way, and would never be far from water for their horses. The knowledge of these river paths were passed on from person to person by word of mouth, through poems and songs. The primary mode of shelter in the steppe was the tent. One Chinese writer of the time, named Li Xinchuan, describes these habitations.
They have neither walls nor moats, nor houses nor mansions, but instead make felt tents, for which they choose dwelling places that have the most beneficial water and grass.
In English, these tents are often called yurts, derived from a Turkic word, but in Mongolian they are known as gir. Their structures are made of lattice of light but strong willow wands, and their walls are made of felt, a material created by pressing together layer upon layer of sheep's wool. These tents are warm during winter and cool during summer, and they are also fully mobile, designed to be dismantled and rebuilt every day if necessary, and carried from place to place on the back of carts. The Chinese observer Peng Daya wrote the following description of seeing steppe people moving across the landscape.
The yurts, that is, felt tents in which they live, have neither walls nor roof beams. They move them to follow the grass and water, never staying for long. Cattle, horses, or camels are used to pull their carts, on which it is roomy enough to sit or recline. These carts are dispatched in groups of 5, looking like columns of ants as they wind along, extending out for 5 miles.
Some of these carts could be huge, designed to carry the tents of nobles on their back. One European visitor to Mongolia in the Middle Ages, William of Rubruck, described seeing carts as large as 10 meters wide, about the length of a London bus.
These dwellings are constructed of such a size as to be on occasions 30 feet across. I myself once measured a breadth of 20 feet between the wheel tracks of a wagon, and when the dwelling was on the wagon, it protruded beyond the wheels by at least 5 feet on either side. The wagon's axle was as large as a ship's mast. I have counted 22 oxen to one wagon.
These carts were insulated from the changeable weather of the steppe, and those used to transport valuables were protected by a special kind of felt that had been soaked in waxy tallow to keep out the rain. When their day's travelling was done, the steppe peoples would fortify their camp by placing their carts in a ring, making a makeshift wall to keep out raiders and thieves. Their gir tents were always erected facing south, so that the sun would shine in through the doorway. The heads of the house and people of high status would always sit on the north side of the tent, facing the door, while more junior members of the clan would sit in the south. In the center of the gir was a hearth fire made from burning pieces of dried dung. This was a resource in infinite abundance among herders, but usually goat dung was preferred, since it burned cleanly and gave off a pleasant smell like burning leaves. Above this fire there was a smoke hole cut in the felt roof. These smoke holes had a practical purpose as a chimney, but they also held a kind of spiritual significance. The fire and the hole in the tent were considered to be a means to communicate with the clan's ancestors, and was a ceremonial space for rituals. We can imagine a Mongol family sitting around this fire, with the vast darkness of the steppe at night outside, watching the sparks of their fire drift out through the hole in the roof as the howling steppe wind outside batters the felt walls of the tent. For those nomads who lived on the open grasslands of the steppe,
It was
life
good if they had a
good.
wife that was as crazy as some of the
Their
people that are
vast
upstairs.
herds turned the virtually infinite supply of grass
Being
into
out there
ample meat
with the
and
grass
milk,
in the tents.
from which they could
You
make
listening to
a
this podcast?
variety of cheese, yogurts, and other dairy products, and into dung that could be burned in their fires.
Girl, you are
The steppe gave them
crazy.
everything they needed
Log
to
into
survive.
the HP
As for everything
laptop,
else, they
Mystic.
could
I'm a
trade with
creepy
the lands of
stufflet.
China to the
You're
south.
nuts, dude.
Nomadic peoples would buy silk, fine silver items, and carved furniture, along with all the comforts of sophisticated
You know what it
society.
reminds me of? It reminds me
And
of
in return,
Golem.
they would trade northern goods,
My
like
precious.
furs, of which the most valued
Get away
was the
from me, I'm
delicate
not gonna
dark
read
pelt
you
of
creepy
the
little-
sable, a kind of small pine marten,
Go
along
back
with
to your cave. Oh, she killed the whole podcast.
carving
Oh,
herd animals like cattle and sheep, and majestic tame hunting birds like the golden
don't
eagle,
take away my
taken from the
podcast,
forest as
Golem.
fledglings and trained to hunt
Creepy
small
fucking bastard.
game.
Get back in your cave.
But above all, they traded the thing that settled societies needed most, and nomads had in enormous supply: horses. As a result, these clans in the south of the Mongolian steppe, like the Tatars and the Kerait, were richer and lived more comfortable lives, and they defended their enviable positions with extreme ferocity. In contrast, for much of their history, the Mongols
Just to
were
be clear,
among the losers.
I'm not
of
logging into the
steppe
HP
world.
laptop because you have been
While
trying
other
to get me to
nomads
log into the
thrived on
HP
the southern
laptop for 5
grasslands,
hours. You're
the
fucking
Mongols
nuts, dude.
subsisted in
She's
far
not doing it.
north,
Do
on
this.
the edge of the
Attack it
mountains,
again.
at
Like,
the endless
what in the
Siberian
fuck?
forests, home to wolves, bears, and wild forest peoples like the Murkit. Here, the grasses were meager and couldn't support large herds. As a result,
And
the
then
Mongols
remember, what was my
supplemented their
first word?
diets by
Was
hunting
it mama?
deer
Was it
and
dada?
small
Was it
mammals
baba?
like marmots,
No.
gathering pine
It
nuts
was
in
no.
forests,
No
and fishing
is what
in
got
the
me to
rivers.
talk. Me saying,
The medieval
no.
Persian historian Atamalik Juvaini writes about the sorry state of this people.
They had no chief or ruler.
And there's a song for that too. I know
Each
you like
tribe
my Mystic
lived
Gwen's
separately.
door is a
They
no,
were not
no.
united with one another.
Unless the
And there
crazy
was
lady
constant
wants to go to the
fighting
federal
and
penitentiary. Was the
hostility
crazy
between
lady outside of
Their
my front
clothing
door when
was
I
of
ran
the
and passed
skins
on
of
here,
dogs and mice,
yelling
and
something
their
not
food
audible?
was the flesh of those animals and other dead things. Their wine
Mystic
was
Gwen's
mare's
door
milk,
is a no,
and
no,
their dessert
unless you want to
the
go
fruit of
to
a
the
tree
federal
shaped like a
penitentiary.
pine.
And then here's another
The
song.
sign of a great
No
king
means
amongst
no,
them
no
was
means
that
no,
his stirrups
no
were made
means
of
no
iron.
means no means no,
From that,
no means
one can form
no.
a picture
No,
of
no,
their
no, no,
other
no.
luxuries.
Part of the reason for their poor situation
Don't bully me. I will
was that the
sit on you,
Mongols
girl.
were among the most divided peoples of the steppe, constantly fighting amongst themselves. Other steppe peoples had long ago formed large confederations and adapted to the cultures of more settled societies around them, even taking on their religions. Some, like the Khitan, had adopted Buddhism, while others had converted to Islam, which had arrived in the southern steppe some centuries before usually with traders passing through. Others still, like the Kerait and the Naiman, had even converted to the cult of a powerful shaman from a faraway land who was rumored to have risen from the dead, a man named Jesus Christ.
And for her, there's only one
Word of
Tony
his
Baker
teachings
video that
had been
applies.
brought to Mongolia by Assyrian
It's the one with the cat that's like,
around
yeah,
the
why
11th
didn't you come
century,
outside? And the other
and
cat's like,
had
because you're
appealed to
fucking
many
crazy.
people there, since the name Jesus
Popping up in the
reminded
window
them
and shit.
of the word
That's the Tony
Yesu,
Baker video
which in
for it.
Mongolian means the number 9, a number considered to be sacred.
Well,
and
why
to
didn't you
bring
come
good
out?
luck.
Because you're
But the
fucking
Mongols
crazy.
on the edge of the Siberian
Stay away from my
forests
window.
had adopted no such beliefs. They maintained the ancient beliefs of their ancestors, worshipping the Earth Mother Goddess and their ancient god of the great blue sky, who they named Tengri. The 11th century Muslim scholar Mahmud al-Kashgari describes the worship of this god.
Tengri means God. The infidel nomads call heaven Tengri, and likewise everything natural that impresses them. For example, a high mountain or a large tree. They worship such things, and they call a wise man Tengri Khan.
The god Tengri was believed to reside particularly in the region of a vast freshwater lake known as Lake Baikal.
Doesn't
And
that
it's
sound
here
so
that the
nice? I mean,
mythology
I
of
wouldn't
the
be into
Mongols
eating
begins.
horses. I would not be into that, but the way they describe
In
the
the Mongol
architecture and the
conception of their
landscape
own
sounds
history,
great.
their story began when a Siberian wolf mated with a roe deer and gave birth to the first of their royal line. This founding myth is recounted in the enigmatic document known as the Secret History of the Mongols.
There was a blue-grey wolf born with a destiny from heaven above. His wife was a beautiful red fallow doe. They came crossing the sea. They made their home in the headwaters of the Onan River.
With a surface area of more than 30,000 square kilometers, Lake Baikal is slightly larger than the country of Belgium and is the largest freshwater lake in Eurasia. And sitting as it does on a tectonic rift, it is also by far the deepest.
Why don't you
planet,
log into the
plunging
unit
to a
back
depth
your
of
laptop,
more than
Mystic?
1,600 meters. As a result, it is also the world's largest lake in volume, containing more than all the American Great Lakes combined. In fact, this one lake is estimated to contain somewhere between a quarter to a fifth of all the surface fresh water on planet Earth. For most people of the steppe, this was the largest
don't
body
do
of water
oven
they would
mitts, ma'am. I
ever
do
see,
not do
and
oven
on account
mitts.
of this, the Mongols would often simply refer to it as the sea. When winter comes to the Siberian wastes, Lake Baikal freezes solid, with ice many meters thick, and the snows blow in chaotic patterns over its surface. According to the story, 11 generations after this unnatural coupling of wolf and deer on the shore of Lake Baikal, a woman known as Alan Gua, or Alan the Beautiful, would give birth to 5 sons. And from these 5 men were supposed to have descended the royal lineage of the Mongols. One day, the legend says, Alan the Beautiful found her 5 sons arguing with one another. She gathered them together and taught them a lesson that was passed into legend.
She gave them each an arrow shaft and told them to break it. Each one was broken and let fall. Then she took 5 arrow shafts bundled together, gave the shafts to them, and told them to break them. All 5 of them, one after another, took the 5 arrow shafts joined together, but were unable to do as she said and break it. Then their mother Alan the Beautiful spoke words of admonition to her 5 sons. You, my 5 sons, were born from a single womb. You are just like the 5 arrow shafts. If you are alone, one by one, you will be easily broken by anyone. But if you are joined in accord as one, then how could you be broken by anyone?
This story was told to generations of Mongol children, and it contained a powerful truth about life on the steppe. Out there, family was the most powerful connection that anyone had, and without it, you were left alone, hungry, and defenseless. Mongols thought of their kin relationships as a kind of branching tree or river. They traced their ancestry back to real ancestors, a relationship known as uruk. But the Mongol elite also held to a kind of mythical kinship, in which every person was descended from one or other semi-mythical character who lived in the vague and distant past, often one of the sons of Alan the Beautiful. In this way, Mongols considered themselves to belong to a wider clan group that often had little to do with their actual heritage. These they called their obok. Accompanied with these 2 systems of relationship was a third, one that people could freely choose to enter into. This was known as anda, a kind of blood brother. In this ritual, 2 close friends could swear an eternal allegiance, essentially becoming family, and this relationship was taken just as seriously as any connection of kinship. One Mongol text of the time records the depth of this bond.
If we listen to the words of the elders and the ancients, this is the way in which Anda love each other. People who are Anda are as if they have one life without any separation, and are lifelong saviors to each other.
To survive in the harsh world of the steppe, people had to be tough, but they also had to come together. To get a sense of the reality of this life, there is no better example than the upbringing of one man born here on the steppe, whose story we know in unprecedented detail. A man who would rise from humblest beginnings imaginable to change the course of world history. His name was Temujin, but that is not the name that history would know him by. It's worth mentioning that all of the story you are about to hear was very nearly lost to history. But in 1866, a Russian monk working in the archives of China uncovered a remarkable manuscript. It was a Chinese copy of a copy of a lost Mongolian document, written by an unknown author sometime in the 13th century. This book used Chinese characters to recreate the phonetic sounds of the Mongolian language, and was used as a kind of textbook to help Chinese scholars who were learning Mongolian. For this reason, its characters appeared to be nonsense in Chinese, and so it was lost among the archives. But once its contents were deciphered, it transformed our understanding of this period. It was a document written only for the eyes of the Mongolian royal family, telling in unprecedented detail the ups and downs of their story. And for this reason, it came to be known as the secret history of the Mongols. It's the first and most important source ever written in the Mongolian language, and it blends narrative history with flourishes of vaulting epic poetry. The story of the man named Temujin begins in the second half of the 12th century with his mother, a young woman named Oolun. She was from the eastern Mongolian steppe to the southeast of Lake Baikal and was probably no more than a teenager. She had just married a man named Chiledu of the Merkit people. This young couple was in love, and she was now traveling back to his homeland with him to live with his family in their camp. But things would not go according to the young lovers' plan. On their fateful journey home, they passed through the lands of a warrior named Yesuge, the leader of a small Mongol band on the great Onon River. Yesuge had once been a powerful leader, but had recently fallen on tough times. That day, he was out hunting with his hawk when he saw the marriage procession pass by and caught sight of the beautiful face of Oolun. Yesuge already had a wife, but upon seeing Oolun, he became overcome with desire for her. And as a Mongol warrior, he was used to taking what he desired. He rode back to his camp and gathered his two brothers, and together they chased after the wedding party with murder in their hearts. When Oolun and her husband saw the warrior brothers bearing down on them, she begged her husband to flee and save his life, as the secret history recalls.
His bride, Madame Oolun, said to him, Have you understood what those three men are about? Their looks say they want your life. As long as you have your life at least, you will find a woman to wed. Save your life.
Chiledu listened to her pleas and fled across the grasslands, leaving Oolun to be captured. The two of them would never see each other again.
The three riders chased him from behind over 7 ridges until they drove him off. They came back, and Yesuge took Madame Oolun by the tether, and she wailed in a great voice. She wailed until the Onon River echoed it, and the wooded valley rang with it.
We don't know what happened to Oolun's husband, Chiledu, but it seems he never made any attempt to recapture her. In the harsh world of the steppe, a man only had rights to what he could defend, and Oolun was now no longer considered his wife. As for Oolun, her heartbreak must have been overwhelming, but she seems to have accepted her fate and settled into the new life that Yesuge had forced upon her at the edge of the mountains and the great Siberian forest. Here she would have to be tough to survive. Yesuge already had a wife, and by then this woman had borne him a son named Bedka. Soon Oolun too became pregnant and gave Yesuge their first child together. This child was a boy, and it said that when he came screaming into the world, he was clutching a tiny but fearsome omen in his little hand.
When Madame Oolun was big with child, just then, when they were at Delion Boldak on the Onon River, he was born. When he was born clutching a clot of blood in his right hand, the size of a knucklebone.
To the Mongols, this was an unmistakable sign that the boy would grow up to be a warrior. The year was around 1162, in the Chinese calendar, the year of the horse. At the time, the Mongols were at war with another much more powerful steppe people, the Tatars, who lived closer to the border with northern China. Yasuge had recently captured a Tatar warrior named Temujin Uga in battle, and in celebration of this feat, he decided to name the new baby boy after his captured enemy. The name Temujin likely meant blacksmith or iron worker, but in time it would come to gain a different association, the Iron One, or the Man of Iron. This captured man may even have been executed at the naming ceremony, and his strength ritually given to the new baby boy. From this bloody beginning, Temujin's childhood was a tough one, but it forged him into the man he would become. Living at Yasuge's camp on the banks of the Onon River, he would have learned to hunt and fish, and of course how to ride a horse from a young age. One Chinese writer describes the life of a steppe child.
Even 3-year-old toddlers are secured to the saddle with rope and given something to grasp with their hands so they can follow along as the rest dash about on horseback. In their 4th and 5th years, they carry under one arm a small bow and short arrows, and when grown, they occupy themselves during all 4 seasons with hunting game.
Hunting on the steppe was done using a system known as the nerge or noose, and these grand hunts would take place every year and involve large numbers of different families and kin groups. Every Mongol learned from a young age how to work together with other riders across a vast distance, encircling a huge area of land and driving all the wild animals within it into the center of their ring. Then the noose tightened. They would drive the animals closer and closer together until there was nowhere left to run. Then they would begin to fire hundreds of arrows into the mass of terrified prey. Yasuge would have taught his young sons this skill from a
Lame
young
way
age.
to die. Can you imagine arrows just
But
raining down on
Temujin's
you?
relationship with
Nobody
his
even aimed at you, they
kidnapper or
just
father
aimed into the
may have
mass.
been a strange one. Yasuge already had an oldest son by another woman, the boy named Begta, and Begta seems to have enjoyed reminding Temujin of his place. When Temujin was 9 years old, his father clearly worried about the divisions in his family. He decided to take the young boy to find a wife of his own. They traveled out together and met with the ruler of a nearby clan, who was also something of a shaman. He told Yasuge that the boy who rode beside him was destined for great things.
This boy of yours is a boy with flame in his eyes and fire in his face. Last night I dreamt a dream. A white falcon flew towards me, clutching the sun and the moon, and alighted on my hand. This dream of mine was showing me that you would come leading this boy of yours.
The chief gave the young boy the hand of one of his daughters, a girl named Porta. She was a year older than him, and at the first sight of her, Temujin fell in love, a love that would never leave him. On his way home, his father Yasuge must have been satisfied. He had found a good wife for his young son, and could now head home to a family made at peace. But fate would conspire against him. That night he stopped at a camp belonging to some Tatar men. By this time, the Tatars and the Mongols were no longer at war, but they were still bitter rivals. The customs on the steppe stated that whenever someone stopped at your camp, you were required to set your differences aside and offer them hospitality. But these Tatars had other ideas, as the secret history recounts.
Remembering their early grudge, they plotted murder and mixed in poison for him. Feeling sick on the way, he went for 3 days and arrived at his ger and felt worse. Yasuge said, "My insides feel sick. I fell victim to a plot, and now I feel sick inside." Having spoken, he died.
Well, that's a fucking awful ending too. That's kind of like Julius Caesar, though. He's stabbed in the
Hearing
back,
of
and then
this
he's like,
treachery from a rider
as he's
sent
bleeding
by
out.
his dying
His fucking
father,
people leave on the
Temujin
streets.
rode hard across the steppe, heading home to be with his mother, and left his betrothed daughter behind him. The death of Yasuge left this vulnerable family exposed and alone in the cruel world of steppe politics. Yasuge's clan had been a mixture of different peoples, including families of Mongols known as the Borjigin and Tayachut, and they had little holding them together other than Yasuge's leadership. Now they split into separate parts and departed in all directions, and none of them had any room for a widowed woman and her hungry children. They left Olun and her children behind, alone, destitute, and starving on the banks of the Onon River, as the secret history records.
The Taichut brethren moved camp down along the Onon River to leave behind on the range Madame Olun the widow, the little ones and boys, the mothers and children.
The Tayachut took their livestock, their goats and their sheep, and left them with only the few horses they owned. This was practically a death sentence. When winter came to the steppe, this feeble group would no doubt freeze and run out of food. But remarkably, that's not what happened. That's because Olun refused to let her children starve.
Madame Olin, born both womanly and wise, finding food for her small boys, fixing up her flowing skirts, flying up and down the Onon River's flood, finding wild fruits, crab apples and cherries, filled she the night and day their famished throats. They were well raised on wild garlic and onion, lily bulbs, leeks, and onion leaves.
At night, while they ate these meager foods, she told them the stories of her ancestors, the stories that had been passed down to her from her parents, the stories of Alan the Beautiful and her 5 unruly sons, and the parable of the 5 arrows that could not be broken so long as they stayed together. At first, the boys seemed to have taken these lessons to heart.
Saying to each other, "We must feed our mother." They sat on Mother Onon's muddy banks and mastered metal hooks and lures, catching maimed and motley fish. Turning needles into hooks, they hooked trout and little whitefish. They sifted pools for silver minnows, and so they served back their mother's love.
It was around this time that Temujin met another boy of the same age, whose family would often camp near to their own settlement. This boy's name was Jamuka. The two boys hunted and fished together and became good friends. In fact, they became so close that they swore to enter into that bond of chosen kinship and became what the Mongols called anda, a kind of blood brother. They most likely spilled a drop of their blood into a cup of fermented mare's milk, and both drank from it, swearing an oath of eternal brotherhood,
That
and
is
always
so
to fight
cute.
on one another's behalf. It must have been hard to imagine at the time, watching these two skinny boys playing in the hills, or at games of knucklebones beside the great river. But one day they would fight one another in a bitter civil war over who would rule all the people.
Well, there you go. There's Godzilla.
Your blood brother becomes your war brother. You're fighting against.
Soon winter came to the steppe. Snow fell, and the Onon River froze solid. The now reduced family must come close to death. But finally, spring arrived on the steppe, and the ice on the grasslands thawed. But by this time, all was not well among this lonely family. Despite their mother's stories warning them to stay united, a bitter rivalry had always existed between Temujin and Yasuge's oldest son, Begta, who had been born of another mother. This rivalry would only grow bitterer as their situation worsened and hunger set in. As the older and larger boy, Begta often took for himself the best of the fish and birds that they caught, until eventually Temujin had had enough. He and his younger brother Kassar soon plotted to kill their older brother. It wasn't just Begta's selfishness that motivated this decision.
Was he eating all
With
the
their
fish?
father dead, their mother Oulun was an unmarried woman. As a result, she was considered available for marriage, and though it might seem strange to us, the most likely candidate may have been her young stepson, Begta. Traveling to Mongolia a century later, the Venetian explorer Marco Polo noted this peculiarity of Mongol marriage laws.
The marriage customs of Tartars are as follows. Any man may take 100 wives if he so please, and if he be able to keep them. But the first wife is ever held most in honor, and as the most legitimate. They may marry their cousins, and if a father dies, his son may take any of the wives, his mother always excepted. That is to say, the eldest son may do this, but no other.
If for his position as the undisputed head of the family, Temujin and Kassar were determined not to let that happen. The pair of them chose their moment carefully. They took their bows and crept up on Begta while he sat
and
on
crazy.
the hill, drawing
and
their
crazy.
bowstrings taut.
CRAZY.
When he saw
Stop
them,
fucking
he
with
briefly pleaded for
podcast.
his life, but they didn't listen. Temujin and Kassar shot him with their
Let me
arrows
enjoy my
and left
honey
his body
mustard
to lie
onion
in the
pretzel
long grass
pieces
of the steppe.
in my
When they
Hershey's
returned
milk
to their
chocolate bar
tent, their mother saw the murder in their
with
eyes.
my podcast uninterrupted.
When they came back into the gear, the Madame Mother understood it all from the faces of her 2 children. "Murderers!" she shouted. "When bursting out from my hot womb, he wielded in his hand a black blood clot, like a hound that devours its own, like a panther that pounces against a cliff, like a lion that cannot restrain its wrath, like a wolf that stalks in the whirling blizzard. You killed your own brother."
Awful. I know a guy that actually did that on
When
accident.
summer came again that year,
Driving
their old
drunk as
pride
teenagers,
that
crashed
they took
into a
to
pole
return,
on
followed
Highway
their
9.
seasonal route as
Killed his
always.
baby brother.
They must have expected to find nothing but a collection of whitened bones littering the steppe, where they had left the family of Oulun and her children to die. But they were astonished and a little concerned to find these young men and their mother still living by the side of the river. Somehow they had clung to life. This could turn out to be a problem for the Tayechuk. These boys were becoming stronger each year, and maybe one day they would be strong enough to take revenge for abandoning them. Perhaps when the Tayechuk heard of Temujin's killing of Begta, they used this as an excuse to hunt him down as an outlaw. Temujin ran, and they chased him high up into the mountains. Fleeing for his life, he made for one peak in particular that held a great significance, the sacred mountain named Burkan Khaldun. Among the rocky slopes strewn with scree, there grow forests of Siberian larch and pine, where it was possible for him to hide. For a while he evaded them among the forest's shady depths, but the Tayechut posted guards in a wide circle and slowly closed the net around him. Eventually they cornered him and dragged him back to their camp as a prisoner. At first the Tayechut planned to execute Temujin, but they soon changed their minds. A young, strong boy like him would make a good worker, and so they brought the young man back to live as a slave in their camp. To humiliate him, they forced him to wear a heavy wooden board around his neck. This prevented him from eating or sleeping comfortably, and made his status as a slave known to everyone. It's not known how long he was held captive here, but all that time Temujin must have been thinking of his bride, Orta, and dreaming that they would one day be reunited. Eventually, he saw his chance to escape.
One night, the Taichu feasted on the red disk day, the 16th of the first moon of summer, on the banks of the Ono, as the sun went down. A feeble youth brought to him to that feast. As the fellows at the feast were being sent away, he grabbed the wooden board away from the feeble boy, struck him on the head once with it, and ran. He lay down on his back on the river's edge, the moonlight bright as day.
With the Tayechut guards combing the steppe for him, Temujin saw only one chance to escape. He leapt into the icy river, and the heavy wooden board acted as a flotation device. When he climbed out of the water some way downstream, he found a family of herdsmen who helped him to remove the lock on the heavy piece of wood, and he limped back home to his family. By this time, he was a young man of about 16. Oelun and his siblings must have been overjoyed to see him when he returned, but he had other things on his mind. The first thing he did when he returned was to ride out to claim his bride, Orta. He must have feared the worst, that her father had gone back on his word and given her to someone else.
No way,
But
dude. Are
perhaps
you
the
kidding
old
me? He was
shaman
just
had
grateful to
remembered
have
his
that
vision
fucking board
and the
taken
fire
off
he had seen.
Can you
in the
imagine?
eyes of that
You've got to
young
be a
boy.
slave, and because we're extra
All
fucked
those
up, we're going
years,
to put your
he
head
had
and your
kept
arms
his
in this
daughter
board so
for
you
the
have to
man
sleep
she
and
was
eat.
promised to.
How was he even eating?
She and
Face down
Temujin
into the
were
fucking
married.
bowl, I guess, like a
They
dog.
had a daughter and lived together happily on the banks of the Onon River.
I'm surprised he was even thinking about his wife, dude.
And that
As soon as
is
that
where
thing
the
came off
story
and I
of
got to make an
Temujin
escape,
might
I would
have
not be
ended,
thinking about
with
anybody
a
other
happy
than getting my
family,
ass.
with children
Hardwick
and
Forest.
grandchildren, with a quiet death in a deer tent in the middle of the steppe.
That would be my
And
thoughts.
we would never know his
Getting out of
name.
here, dude.
But
They make these
history
slaves wear
had
boards
other
on their
plans,
fucking necks and heads.
and the steppe was no place for a quiet life. One day, a raiding party of the northern forest people known as the Merkit swept down on their camp while Temujin was out hunting. This raid was a perfect example of the tangled world of steppe rivalries and blood feuds. For in fact, these men
No, it
were the
wasn't, dude.
brothers of
God, can you
Gillette,
imagine that? You're a
the man that
general and
Temujin's
your
mother,
stepbrother you used to be
Oelun,
friends with,
had
who's
once
actually a
married,
huge asshole.
and who had lost
He's
his
also a
wife
general and
to
you're fighting each
Yesuge.
other to the death.
With Yesuge dead, these
Oh,
brothers
and one of you had to be
Toledo
a
were
slave
taking
for
their
a while?
revenge
Like,
on the man's son instead.
obviously the one that was a slave.
They
is the better
burned
one.
his tents and took away his animals and what possessions he had. And just as Yesuge had once stolen Oelun, these Merkit raiders now stole his wife Orta away. and retreated with her back to the cover of the Siberian
Just like
forests.
Godzilla too. He gets his wife back, and then Godzilla
With his
has her come
small
get
band,
kidnapped.
Temujin had little hope of reclaiming her. But he did have one chance. That was to reach out to the man who had once been his childhood friend on the banks of the Onon River. A man who was now a rising warrior in the nearby clan of the Kerait, his Anda blood brother, Jamuka. When Jamuka saw his old friend after so many years, he was overjoyed, but he must have seen the pain in Temujin's face. And when Temujin told him what had happened, Jamuka flew into a rage. The secret history records him giving the following promise.
A black leather war drum with its booming bellow I have beaten. A steed with swift steps have I saddled. A steel shirt have I worn. A solid spear have I seized. A stinging arrow on my string have I strung. To slaughter all the savage market I set out.
The lord that Jamuka served was a man named Togril Khan, the Khan of the Kerait people, and he agreed to help Temujin get his wife back. They spent that year building an army and set out in the autumn with a host over 30,000 strong, riding north into the hostile forests where the Merkit lived. They waited until nightfall, and then, under cover of darkness, they swept down on the Merkit camp in a surprise attack. The secret history records what happened next.
They swarmed in to seize his girls in a sudden swoop. They plundered his kingdom mercilessly. As the Merkit folk fled down the Selenge River in the night, as our soldiers dogged the heels of the fugitive Merkit through the night, plundering and looting, and as Temujin called out, "Borta! Borta!" they met. Madame Borta was there among the fugitives. She recognized Temujin's voice, got down from the wagon, and ran towards him, and they hugged each other in welcome.
There was only one complication. Temujin soon found out that his wife Borta had become pregnant. Since she had been captured and forcibly married to a Merkit lord, Temujin could never know whether the child was his. Perhaps for this reason, when his firstborn son came into the world, Temujin gave him the name Jochi, which in Mongolian means guest, perhaps alluding to the question of his fatherhood. But they all agreed to put the issue behind them, and Temujin accepted Jochi the guest as his eldest son. After this experience, it was
Wow,
now
that is
clear
love,
to
dude.
Temujin
I don't.
that a life of peace
I just don't
was
think I could handle that. If I was a
impossible on this
dude and I was a
For
slave and I
protection,
got freed and
he and
reunited,
his
and then my
family
wife got kidnapped
joined
again,
Jamuka's
and then I
camp,
run into her again
and
and
the
she's
pair
knocked
of
up.
Anda blood brothers rode
I mean,
together
good on
as
him. That would be
equals
hard.
for a year and a half. They hunted and fought together, and perhaps even played knucklebones together the way they had as boys. Jamuka also introduced Temujin to his lord and patron, the ruler of the Kerait clan, the man named Togril Khan. This time would have been crucial for Temujin. During his upbringing, he had known only hardship and poverty, whereas Jamuka had become an experienced warrior and leader. He must have taught Temujin all he knew. For a while, everything seemed to be going well. But eventually, Temujin began to detect a hint of resentment from his blood brother. perhaps even a glimmer of contempt. One day, Jamaka ordered him to stay home and protect the clan's sheep herds, a clear sign that things were beginning to sour between these old friends. The two quarreled, and Temujin's wife Porta advised him to leave his friend and start out on his own.
I really like how this
Madame Porter said,
podcast
Jamuka Anda is said to
has
be a
the native
person who
language and
easily
then the
gets tired
translator
of
over
things. Now the time has come that he has become tired of us. Let us not pitch camp. Let us make a clean break and move away through the night.
With a heavy heart, Temujin agreed, and he and his family prepared to leave. He would now be starting again from the beginning, alone on the steppe. He expected to leave with just his wife and his small children, but to his surprise, he had gained a great deal of popularity among Jamaka's people. In fact, when Temujin made to leave Jamaka's camp, half of his blood brother's followers asked to go with him. The loyalty that Temujin clearly inspired was partly due to his reputation for generosity. When dividing up the loot from a successful raid, steppe peoples had for thousands of years adhered to an ancient system by which the elites and nobles took all the best plunder for themselves and then divided the rest among the other men as they saw fit. Common people were usually left out of this system. In the harsh world of the steppe, strength was everything, and the strong took the lion's share. But Temujin appears to have been different. He had grown up on the freezing bank of the Onon River with his siblings and learned to share everything in common. He had once killed his older brother Begter, partly for taking the best food for himself, and since then must have harbored a distaste for this ancient system. And perhaps he had learned that inspiring loyalty in those around him was worth any amount of gold or any number of horses. As a result, he pioneered a new and somewhat radical system in the world of the steppe. In his party, loot would be shared according to merit, and those who did well in battle were given a greater share, even if they were just common people. Among his followers, he also at times introduced a kind of insurance policy, decreeing that any soldier who was killed in battle would have their share of the loot given to their widow and orphaned children, a policy perhaps inspired by his own experience of losing his father and being plunged into poverty as a child. A certain amount of loot was also distributed to the elderly and disabled. All of this
I love
meant
it when they're
that when he
generous,
left
like Al
Jamaka's
Capone
camp,
style.
a number of men wanted to follow him. But in taking half of his blood brother's people, Temujin had also gained a powerful enemy.
Yeah, the whole a war with your
Throughout
brother.
this time,
I mean, that's
the Mongols
dude.
were
And that's your
still
whole
a
life story. Like,
fractured
this is what
and
we're hearing.
divided people. But now these two rival warriors both desired to make themselves ruler over all the Mongols, a title that had long been known as Khan. In the summer of 1189, Temujin decided to take his chance. He summoned a meeting of the clans, known as a Kurultai. A Kurultai was a riotous event, part political rally and part festival. This one took place on the shores of a place on the steppe known as the Blue Lake. Here, the air would be filled with the sound of horses, laughter, and perhaps the mesmerizing sound of Mongolian throat singing, a unique vocal form in which the singers summon sound from deep in their larynx, with such precision that they are able to sing 2 notes at once. The Kurultai would have included games and feasts, the so-called 3 manly pursuits of horse races, wrestling, and archery tournaments, and of course, the consumption of vast quantities of alcohol. It's likely the attendants would have drunk airak or kumis, the alcoholic drink made from fermented mare's milk. One Chinese diplomat named Zhao Gong, who attended a Mongol feast in the early 1220s, even records a kind of Mongol drinking game.
They do not end their banqueting until everyone is roaring drunk. Every time they drink wine, it is their custom that those who sit next to each other should, after tasting, exchange cups. If one's counterpart holds the cup with one hand, it means that I must taste a mouthful, and only then will he dare to drink. If he holds the cup in both hands, then he wishes to switch cups with me. Then I have to drink his wine to the bottom and pour wine to toast him. This made it very easy to get drunk.
Oh, that's excellent.
Whenever they see a foreign guest talk
that party game.
uproariously,
Historical
make
party
noise,
game.
and act rudely in a drunken state, or else vomit or fall asleep, then they are very happy and say the guest gets drunk, so his heart is one with ours.
But despite the revelry, the Kurultai had a very serious purpose. By holding this gathering of the clans, Temujin was declaring his intention to become Khan of the Mongols. This was not a particularly prestigious title. The Mongols were a weak and divided people, and any Khan who led them would still pay tribute to the much more powerful Togrel Khan of the Karaites. But it was still a clear declaration of war against the more likely claimant to the title, and the man who commanded the support of most Mongol nobles, his own blood brother Jamuka. When Jamuka heard news about this Kurultai, he must have been enraged. Clashes between the two men's followers intensified until one day one of Jamuka's relatives was killed in a cattle raid. This was the excuse he was looking for, to finally go to war and crush his blood brother Temujin. The two sides gathered their forces. Temujin would finally meet his blood brother in battle at a place called Dalan Baljut. The Mongol horsemen would have wheeled around each other in great thundering packs, hailing one another with arrows before closing in and clashing with their long lances. We can imagine the thundering of the hooves, the cries of the dying men and horses, the whoops and battle cries, and the angry buzzing of arrows through the air. But here, Jamuka's greater experience and years of warrior training easily overpowered the inexperienced Temujin. The Secret History reports this loss in few words.
They formed up into 3 units, rode against Jamuka. He was forced back then by Jamuka and escaped into the Jiran Gorge on the Unan River.
With Temujin defeated, the wrath of Jamuka was terrible. In retribution for siding with the upstart, Jamuka ordered that 70 princes of the Chinoa clan be boiled alive in great iron cauldrons. One leader's head was cut off, and Jamuka tied it to his horse's tail and dragged it behind him as he rode. Temujin's situation was now worse than ever. He was now an outlaw and fled for his life with the riders of Jamuka hot on his heels. He would not return to the steppe for another 10 years, and those years are a gap in his biography. but some historians think it likely that he went south, to the lands that lay across the great expanse of the Gobi Desert, a domain of large, wealthy cities, artists, merchants, poets, and emperors, the lands of China. China at the end of the 12th century was a divided land. Since the days of the first emperors of the Qin and Han dynasty, the settled people who lived in the floodplains around the Yangtze and Yellow rivers had fought bitterly with the nomadic horse-riding peoples of the steppe. And since that time, China's emperors had built numerous defenses on their northern border that would become known as the Great Wall. In the nearly 10 centuries since the time of the Han dynasty, the Tang were the first to unite the area of the central Chinese plains. But after the collapse of that dynasty, a period of chaos and dissolution followed, known as the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. Eventually, around the year 1000, the plains of China united once more under the Song dynasty. The Song were ethnically Han Chinese, the majority ethnic group of China, and under their reign, the people of the Central Plains had flourished. Over the next 100 years, China's population would double, so that by the year 1100, more than 100 million people, or 1/3 of the planet's entire human population, could be found there. China at this time was the undisputed center of the world, and technologically the most advanced civilization on Earth. But in the 1120s, disaster struck.
Well, we knew, otherwise there wouldn't be an episode on the show.
The Jurchen were a people from the oak and pine forests of Manchuria, near the border with Korea, where Siberian tigers were known to roam. And to the Chinese in the south, these Jurchen were considered barbarians. They were mostly not nomadic and lived in villages, but they were a horse-rearing people, and they rode and fought as horse archers in much the same way as the Mongols. Once subservient to another Manchurian people known as the Khitan, they had overthrown their former masters and now swept across northern China in a tide of conquest. The Chinese Sung dynasty, weakened by internal divisions and taken by surprise, could do little to stop them. In a disaster that the Sung would rue for centuries, Jurchen horsemen swept south and seized the lands around the northern Yellow River, pushing south and even capturing the former Sung capital of Kaifang. From this point onwards, the lands of northern China would be ruled by these Jurchen, and their new emperor would crown himself with a title that elevated him above the other peoples of the steppe. He was now the Golden Khan, and his empire would be known as the Jin, or Golden Empire. The Jurchen Jin dynasty of northern China was what has been called a conquest dynasty, that is, one founded by outside invaders. But throughout Chinese history, these kinds of conquerors had always learned that military might was not the only kind of power, that culture too had its own kind of force. Over time, the founders of these conquest dynasties often adopted the Chinese language, began to live by Confucian
Oh, she makes
ideals,
the
and
best
dressed
rockets.
in Chinese clothes, intermarry with the locals, and gradually become every bit as Chinese as the Chinese. The Jurchen were no different. In fact, over the century that they ruled northern China, they adopted the Chinese language so enthusiastically that very few written texts in the Jurchen language have survived.
Little Dicky is mad.
Just 30 years after their conquest, one Jin emperor known as the Prince of Hailing even began writing Chinese poetry and drinking Chinese tea, something that his hardy forebears would have mocked. But no matter how many Chinese manners or customs they adopted, the Jin would always be considered outside barbarians by the Sung Chinese in the south, who referred to them as slaves and dog sheep, and dreamed of one day retaking their lost lands and uniting China once more.
It's such a sad ending.
For the next 2 centuries, China would be divided into these two halves, the Chinese Sung in the rugged and tropical south, and the Jurchen Jin in the dry and arid north, with their border along the Huai River, roughly halfway between the Yangtze and
The
Yellow
Wye
rivers.
River, guys. They had a
There was
river
almost
dolphin
constant
there,
warfare
and it
between
when
them
it
as they
extinct.
seized
Oh no, the
ports
Yangtze.
and border
The
towns
Yangtze.
from one another whenever
They had
the
a river
opportunity
dolphin there
arose.
in China, and it went
But
extinct.
neither side was ever able to
Too
gain
polluted.
the upper hand.
Too much pollution.
Since
I love
they
river
themselves
dolphins
had
because
once
they look like
swept out of the wilderness and seized
disabled
the
dolphins.
cities of China, the Jurchen rulers of the Jin dynasty knew all too well
special
how quickly
dolphins.
a new threat could develop in those wild lands, and they were determined not to be caught by surprise, as the
I
Sung
just
had been.
dipped it in the water.
As a result, the Jin operated a policy of using nomads to fight nomads. On their frontier,
I
the
think
Jin
now would also
dynasty
be a good time to
employed
let
what
you
were
guys
called
know that
Zhuyin.
I know the lady
These
upstairs
were their
really wants
border
me
guards,
to
vassals
log
and
into
subject
Hewlett Packard
states, along with
laptop.
mercenaries who
The
they paid
FBI
handsomely to
doesn't want me
create a buffer
to.
zone
They want the
between them
laptop
and
as
the other
is
peoples
for
of the
evidence.
These Juyin
I wasn't
border
doing
guards
it not
would
because
raid
they
and
told me
plunder
not
other
to,
steppe
but
peoples
they've
whenever
since
they
relayed
became too powerful, and
that they want
suppressed
that
any
laptop now.
chance of a
Exactly
united
as
power
is. I can't
emerging
wipe it.
in the Mongolian
Can't log
steppe.
in.
And when any one group of Juyin themselves became too powerful, the Jin would shift their support to a different people and bring them tumbling down in turn. The southern Chinese writer Zhao Gong recounts this practice with the usual Sung contempt for their northern rivals.
When the Tartars were in their original countries, during the Jin Coward's reign, there was a rumor spoken. The Tartars are coming. Every 3 years they would
Oh, I guess they're gonna stop the
to
whole
the
podcast.
north to destroy
Oh, no,
and kill. And
Maybe they're
cause
trying to get rid of something now that I
decreasing
said
the
that
number of
aloud. I don't
fighting
think
men.
that'll matter.
The Tartars fled
I think
and
it's
concealed
ancillary
themselves
evidence
in the
like the
sandy
phone.
deserts, and hatred entered the marrow of their bones.
This brutal policy had been remarkably successful. Constantly beset by punitive raids, the peoples of the north, like the Mongols, had remained bitterly divided, crippled by blood feuds and rivalries, of which the life of Temujin gives just a glimpse. Zhao Gong describes the chaotic state of the steppe during this time.
At present, the Tartars are very simple and wild, and they have almost no institutions. I have studied and researched this, and have found that they prosper and decline, rise and are destroyed with no regularity.
The brutal Jin policy had created immense hardship, but they also provided something of a safety net. For any group facing extinction in the steppe, there always remained this one way of surviving: to enter the service of the Jin and defend the borders of their empire. It's thought that after losing his battle with Jamuka, Temujin may have fled south into the borderlands of the Jin Empire with what remained of his followers, and there sold his services as a Juyin. If this is where Temujin spent those 10 years, then it's here that he would hone his skills as a leader and strategist. And he would learn lessons in brutality. In the winter of 1196, the Jin paid him to attack the wealthy steppe people known as the Tatars. The Tatars had actually been Juyin border guards themselves, and had grown rich from all the loot they had plundered on behalf behalf of the Jin. But now the Jin dynasty feared that their loyal attack dogs had become too powerful. They employed Temujin's Mongols and their overlords, the powerful Kerayit people, to attack the Tatars and reduce any threat they might eventually pose. Since the Tatars had once poisoned his father, Temujin must have been all too happy to accept, as the secret history recalls.
When he learned the news, Temujin said, "From days of old, the Tartars have been a hateful folk who murdered their grandfathers and fathers. In this opportunity, let us join in on this attack."
The ruler of the Karaits, Togril Khan, also had reason to hate the Tatars. He had once been the Anda or blood brother of Temujin's murdered father Yasuge, and in this period would become something of a father figure to Temujin. Together they rode out against their joint enemy, and in a surprise attack swept into Tatar lands and plundered them mercilessly. The Mongols were amazed by the rich trade goods they seized from the tents and treasure carts of the Tatars. They noticed that even the children of the Tatars had gold rings in their noses and wore sable cloaks stitched with gold. The Jin dynasty were delighted with Temujin's work and promoted him to the rank of Jutao, or pacification officer. Looting the Tatars brought his band great wealth, and doubtless more followers too, and it solidified his relationship with the powerful Togril Khan. From this point on, Temujin became his right-hand man, and his power began to grow. One people known as the Jurkin had raided some of Temujin's camps while he was away on his war with the Tatars, and so when he returned home, he rounded on them. But instead of simply taking their animals and chasing them off, as was usually the way on the steppe, he rounded up their leadership and executed every one. Then, to the common people of the Jurkin, he gave an offer to join the Mongols, not as slaves, as would have been usual, but as members of the clan. He even gave his mother an orphan Jurkin boy to adopt, symbolically accepting him as his brother. The Jurkin must have been perplexed, but many of them accepted his deal. This was a new way of doing things on the steppe, and suddenly the established elite of Mongolia began to get nervous. These old, powerful Khans rallied around the one person they thought could challenge Temujin, in fact the only man who had ever beaten him in battle, his own blood brother Jamukha. These old Khans gathered and crowned Jamukha with an ancient and powerful title, Gur Khan, meaning something like Khan over Khans. The only thing standing between Jamukha and his final victory was Temujin. When Temujin and Jamukha met in battle for the final time, the year was 1201.
Gosh, it was a whole lot.
Both sides gathered their horsemen, who by now would have numbered in the many thousands. Wars in Mongolia were fought with horse and spear, with bow and arrow and sword. One Chinese chronicler, Peng Daya, writes an account of the typical equipment of a Mongol warrior.
Their weapons and armor consist of scale armor, chain mail with leather 6 layers deep, and tough sheep-horn bows. They whittle wood for the shafts and take down birds of prey for the feathers. Their scimitars follow the Westerners' style, light and sharp. They have long and short spears with tips like drills, so that what is speared does not slip off, and they can penetrate heavy armor. They have defensive shields of short-stemmed bamboo, or else of willow, tied with leather.
But as well as these physical weapons, battles in Mongolia were also fought with magic. Both sides would bring their most powerful shamans to the battlefield, and these holy men were considered to have exceptional abilities at their disposal, to turn away enemy arrows, cause their shields and bowstrings to break, and even use enchanted stones to control the weather. The great respect that all Mongols held for these shamans meant that they actually had a very real psychological effect on the battlefield. In a narrow contest that could go either way, an impressive display of shamanic power could even make the difference between an army standing and fighting, or panicking and running, between victory and defeat. On the day of the battle, as the horsemen clashed and arrows flew in angry swarms through the air, it was Temujin's shamans who seemed to win the day. As the battle wore on, the clouds darkened, and a great steppe storm swept down over the blood-stained grasslands.
When they were pushing each other back and forth, up and down the slope, and reforming their own ranks, at that very moment the shamans of Jamuka performed the weatherstone magic. But the weather magic reversed, and the magic fell on themselves. Then, saying to each other, "Heaven is not pleased with us," they scattered.
Jamuka now fled, just as Temujin once had. Over the next few years, he would regroup with some of his men, but many could now see which way the wind was blowing. Some of Jamuka's followers betrayed him, hoping that if they handed him over to Temujin, they would curry favor with the new ascendant lord of the steppe. When they came to Temujin with their captive, however, they were disappointed. For their reward, Temujin had them all put to death, condemning them in the following terms.
People who laid hands on their own ruler, how can they be allowed to live? Who would befriend such people? Execute them all, down to their offspring.
But his rival Jamuka could not be allowed to live. Despite their sworn bond, Temujin ordered that he be killed. Perhaps as a sign of the love they had once held for one another, the deed was done in the most noble manner according to Mongol tradition, that is, without shedding any of his blood. Jamuka was likely strangled or his back broken, and his body was buried. With the killing of Jamuka, Temujin's childhood died too, and a new man was born. The war of the Khans had come to an end, and now Temujin's claim to be Khan of all the Mongols faced no opposition. Before long, other peoples of the steppe fell before his horsemen, the Naiman, the Jadaran, the Oirat, the Taichut, and the Tatars. In each clan that fell to him, the elites and nobles were killed, but as with the Jurkin, the commoners were absorbed into the Mongol army. And Temujin's mother, Oğlun, would ceremoniously adopt an orphaned child of their people as Temujin's brother. As a system, it was immensely symbolic and ruthlessly effective. Eventually, even his mentor Togrel,
Also,
the
that's
Khan
fucked
of
up,
the
dude.
Keraït,
They're saying it's
recognized how
the most
powerful
noble
his
way to die
protege
without
had
any
become.
blood being shed, to break
He
your
turned
back
on
or strangle
Temujin
you and then
and
bury
tried
you.
to have
I
him
would
killed,
much rather
but he too was swept aside. Now,
be
around the age
beheaded,
of
dude, at a
70,
guillotine. Let's get it
Togrel was
over in
defeated
less than
at a
3
clash,
seconds.
remembered as the Battle of the Burning Sands. Now there was no one left to stand in Temujin's way. Temujin was the undisputed overlord of virtually all the peoples of Mongolia, and the commander of as many as 100,000 horsemen. In a grand Kurultai ceremony in the year 1206, he gathered all the peoples he had conquered and declared himself the emperor of the Eastern Steppe. When he was crowned, he chose to rule not with the old traditional title of Gur Khan that Jamukha had chosen, but with a new title. This title would symbolize that things in the world of the steppe were about to change, that Temujin would be the kind of ruler that Asia had never seen before. The meaning of this title is much debated and meant something like Great Khan, Righteous King, or Oceanic Emperor. But soon it would be known all around the world, a title that in the Mongolian language was pronounced Genghis Khan. The title that Temujin chose to rule under has suffered much from translation through the ages. From Mongolian, it entered the Persian language relatively unscathed as Chengiz Khan, but when these sources were translated into Arabic, the confusion began. Arabic has no ch sound, and so they used their letter J to make it Genghis Khan. European scholars would later translate these sources into Latin and eventually into English in the 19th century, at which time the translators used the letter G to denote a soft sound like in general or German. But due to the ambiguous pronunciation of the letter G in English, this soon led to an extremely common mispronunciation, Genghis Khan. The mispronunciation is so widespread today that Genghis Khan has arguably become the standard way that the name is pronounced in English. But for the sake of correctness, in this episode, I will pronounce the name Chinggis, as it is said in Mongolia today. Beyond the pronunciation of his name, much else is mysterious about the figure of Chinggis Khan, not least his appearance. No artistic representations were ever made of him during his life, or by anyone who met him. As a result, those imaginary depictions we do have are deeply influenced by the artist's cultural background. In one Chinese portrait of the Great Khan, made after his death, he appears painted like a Chinese emperor, wearing a white Mongolian-style robe and with hooped earrings in his ears. Meanwhile, in the Persian miniature paintings, he is depicted wearing a great golden crown, or later as a Persian prince with a feathered turban, necklaces of pearls, or dressed in fine silk and brocades. In Europe, too, he would be depicted with European features, with fine fur cloaks and a gown of flowing silk, sporting a handsome moustache. Written descriptions of him could be no less fragmentary. The Chinese writer Zhao Gong writes one rare account of his appearance.
On the whole, the Tartars are not very tall, the tallest not exceeding 5 feet and 3 or 4 inches. They grow extremely little facial hair. The Tartar Lord Temujin differs in that he is of a large and noble bearing, with a broad forehead and long whiskers, and cuts a heroic, robust figure.
The 13th century Persian writer Minhaj al-Siraj Juzjani writes another rare description of what he looked like, although he got his account third hand and never saw the Great Khan himself.
A man of tall stature, of vigorous build, robust in body, the hair on his face scanty and turned white, with cat's eyes, possessed of dedicated energy, discernment, genius, and understanding, awe-striking, a butcher, just, resolute, an overthrower of enemies, intrepid, bloodthirsty and cruel. He was adept at magic and deception, and some of the devils were his friends.
Historians have never settled exactly what Juzjani means when he says that Chinggis Khan had cat's eyes. This may have referred to the epicanthic folds that are typical of the faces of Mongolians and many peoples in East Asia, and may have been worthy of mention to the Persian chronicler. But it may also indicate that Chinggis Khan had a striking and unusual eye color, perhaps a bright yellow that occurs in rare cases, with a higher incidence in East Asia. Throughout these sources, Chinggis Khan is elusive, insubstantial, and mysterious, but the changes he brought about in the world would be immense. And after conquering much of the world of the steppe, the man who was once Temujin began the work of building a state. The empire that Chinggis Khan would forge, he would call the Yeke Mongol Ulus, or the Great Mongol State. But he also referred to it informally and affectionately as the people of the felt walls, referring to the felt tents that characterized the nomadic way of life. The empire was a vast confederation, covering a land area roughly the size of Western Europe, and comprising at least 1 million people, and probably 20 million herd animals. But it was an empire of grass, an empire without cities, without governors or administrators. To make sense of this organizational nightmare, Chinggis Khan embarked on a dramatic restructuring of Mongol society. He would tear out the old system of clan loyalties and replace it with one based around the military. He organized his warriors according to an old decimal system that had been used for centuries on the steppe, going back to the time of the Xiongnu. His soldiers were placed into squads of 10 men called an arban, who lived together and fought as brothers. These squads were typically led by the eldest man. 10 of these arban joined together to make a zagun, or 100 men, and these 100 voted to choose its leader. 10 zagun made a mingan, or 1,000 men, and 10 mingan made a tumen, an army of 10,000 Mongol horsemen. This was considered to be a practical size, large enough to be effective in battle, but not so large that it could not move quickly or ran into problems with supply. The leaders of these tumen were chosen by Temujin personally.
It's crazy
In
because
this
you
way,
can tell
the
people
old,
if
messy
it's being
clan
allowed, it's
system,
being allowed for
which had fostered
evidentiary value.
infighting and
And the
backstabbing,
ones that
had
should
been
be the
replaced
most
by a
afraid
regimented system
are
that
the
promoted
ones
coordination
pretending like
and
that's not
cooperation.
exactly what they're doing.
The Persian scholar
It's
Atamalek
10:25 p.m.
Nubaini,
PST.
writing in the service of the
A
Mongols
female
in
the
the
FBI is
1250s,
excited to throw in prison for the
gushes
rest of her
about
life.
the great success of these reforms.
Codename Mini-Me, aka
God
Lisa,
Almighty,
aka Tom
in
Dooley,
wisdom and intelligence,
aka
distinguished Chinggis Khan in alertness of mind,
is once again
and
attempting to get
absoluteness
others
of
to
power,
perpetrate felonies
and
without any
exalted him
immunity.
above all the kings of the world, so that all
To
that had
obstruct,
been
to
recorded
tamper, to
touching the
intimidate,
ways
to
of the
retaliate,
pharaohs
to
and
perpetrate
Caesars
fraud,
was by Chinggis
and
Khan
to facilitate
invented
other
from the
people
page
risking
of his own
and
mind.
absolutely going to
He
prison
established
by
a
following
rule
her
for
future
every
orders,
occasion
which she
and a
plans on
regulation for every
issuing
circumstance, while
shortly
for every
thereafter.
crime he fixed a penalty.
Every Mongol of all ages and genders were now required to give 1 day a week of public service, either in the army or working on public projects. These could be herding animals and collecting milk, gathering dung for fuel, or making felt from wool. Sometimes their service could simply be to serve food at a feast, or to sing and entertain the troops. Chinggis Khan worked to end the feuding that had for centuries defined the harsh reality of Mongol life. Previously, the only justice on the steppe was the vengeance you could exact on those who wronged you, which had the tendency to bring about cycles of reprisal and violence that echoed down the generations. But Temujin introduced a series of laws that he would call the Great Law, or Yasa. Since the Mongols had no written script, they adopted the writing system of the nearby Uyghur people and copied these laws down in a series of books with bright blue bindings, as the Persian scholar Juvaini recalls.
These rolls are called the Great Book of the Yasa and are kept in the treasury of the chief princes. Whenever a Khan ascends the throne, or a great army is mobilized, or the princes assemble and begin to consult together concerning affairs of state and the administration thereof, they produce these rolls and model their actions thereon.
Each one of the new laws that Chinggis Khan wrote seemed to be directly influenced by his own experiences in earlier life. One of his first laws was to forbid the kidnapping of women on the Mongol steppe. He had come close to losing his wife Horta in this way and knew the pain of it firsthand, and his own mother Oalun had been kidnapped by his father. In this way, it must have been a deeply personal issue, but kidnapping was also one of the main causes of friction on the steppe, and had sparked countless bitter feuds. Outlawing it completely would bring peace where before there had been only conflict. He also outlawed the taking of other Mongols as slaves. After being kept as a slave by the Tayechut, this issue seems to have arisen from his own bitter memories, although there would be no law against taking slaves from other steppe peoples. He also outlawed the theft of animals and brought in regulations on when people could hunt, banning hunting throughout the breeding season so that stocks of game animals would not become depleted. Finally, he began the introduction of what would become a law that guaranteed a degree of religious protection to his subjects, perhaps the first law of its kind in the Middle Ages, as Juvaini records.
Being the adherent of no religion and the follower of no creed, he rejected bigotry and the preference of one faith to another and the placing of some above others. Rather, he honored and respected the learned and the pious of every sect, recognizing such conduct as the way of the court of God.
These laws may sound idealistic to us today, but they were also pragmatic. Religious conflicts could cause ruptures between different families and clans, and damage the cohesion of the empire. But now all the steppe peoples, whether Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, or like him a worshipper of Tengri and the great blue sky, would all share equal protection under the law. Certain religious practices, like the slaughter of halal meat, were outlawed, sometimes on penalty of death, so it has been contested how much we can really call this religious freedom, but it was still a radical new vision for what kind of state the Mongol Empire could be. On top of these reforms, Chinggis Khan created a new inner heartland for the empire. This was the original homeland of the Mongols, the region where the rivers Onon, Kherlen, and Toul found their source, and where he had once sheltered from the Tayechut warriors who had hunted him. This was the land centered around the mountain Burkhan Khaldun. Only members of his close family and inner court were allowed to venture into this private land, and it was here that Mongol royalty would bury their dead for centuries to come. At the head of Mongol society sat Chinggis Khan and his inner court, which in Mongolian was known as an ordu, a word that means something like great tent, and is the origin of the English word horde. The word Mongol itself has a somewhat uncertain origin, perhaps deriving from the Mongolian phrase Monke Tengri Gal, meaning eternal sky fire, or from the word Mongbu, meaning silver. It had been used for some time about all the scattered clans like Yesugeis and Temujins, but now everyone who lived in the empire was considered a Mongol citizen. But much to the Mongols' frustration, they struggled to get anyone outside of the steppe to call them by that name. For much of their history, people in China, Persia, the Middle East, and Europe all insisted on calling them by the name of what had been, up until then, the largest and most powerful of the steppe peoples, the Tatars. They did this sometimes out of calculated disrespect, and sometimes out of genuine confusion, and despite Mongol insistence that they were not Tatars, but Mongols, the name stuck. Still, despite all the reforms of Chinggis Khan, Mongol society still remained a fragile entity, and its people still lived lives of poverty and subsistence in the harsh land of the steppe. Chinggis Khan knew that his people would remain united only as long as they had an enemy to fight together, and if no such enemy arose, they would return to their old ways, fight one another, and tear his new empire apart. Partly for this reason, he began to cast his gaze beyond the high plateau of the Mongolian steppe and hunger for wars of conquest and the riches they could bring. While the Jin and Sung divided the river plains of China, third smaller kingdom to their west, known as the Western Xia. This was located partly in the hilly upper reaches of the Yellow River and the dry desert regions to the north of the Tibetan Plateau, known as the Hershey Corridor. This had been a strategic trade route for the past 1,000 years, since the time of the Han Dynasty, and it's through this narrow passage that the vast majority of Silk Road goods passed on huge caravans of Bactrian camels. Like the Jin, the Western Xia were a conquest dynasty, ruled by a people known as the Tanguts, nomadic Buddhists from the region of Tibet. Their society was a hybrid, including both nomadic herders, not unlike the Mongols, and settled cities full of Chinese, Turkic, and Tibetan peoples, with a booming economy based on Silk Road trade. This was the smallest and weakest kingdom bordering the steppe, and it had recently sheltered some enemies of Chinggis Khan who had fled from his conquest. For this reason, the Tanguts were the first prey upon which he set his sights. At first, the Mongols initiated a series of raids on their border forts, testing their defenses. But in the year 1209, Genghis Khan gathered his horde and descended on their borders. When they got news that the Khan was marching on their lands, the Tanguts sent out messengers begging for help from their neighbors, the powerful Jin and Song dynasties in the south. But neither the Jin nor the Song sent any aid. The ruler of the Jin dynasty, known as Prince Shao of Wei, is even recorded to have sent the following dismissive reply.
It is to our advantage when our enemies attack one another. Wherein lies the danger to us?
As we will see, this pattern would repeat itself in almost all the lands that the Mongols arrived in. At various points, a coordinated and united response might have stopped their advance, but everywhere local rivalries prevented anyone from uniting against them. In the desert regions, the Mongols easily overwhelmed the Tangut armies, but the walled cities of Western Xia proved to be a much greater obstacle. The Mongols had no siege equipment, no ladders or battering rams, no catapults or engineers, and so all they could do was surround the fortresses, gaze up at their towering walls, and try to starve the Tangut people into surrender. This was highly unpalatable for Mongol warriors, who delighted in moving quickly, striking fast, and always finding new grasslands for their horses. The Mongols encircled the Tanguts in their capital of Yinchuan, but it was a powerful fortress, guarded by an army of 150,000 soldiers. At the sight of the Mongol army, the Tanguts simply disappeared behind their walls and refused to be baited out for battle. In an act of desperation, at one point the Mongols even attempted to dam the Yellow River in the hope of redirecting it into the city, flooding it and undermining the foundations of its walls. But the river instead flooded the Mongols' camp. Still, the Tanguts had had enough of the destruction and soon sued for peace. The secret history of the Mongols records their plea to the Great Khan.
If Genghis Khan shows us favor, then we, the Tangut people, shall bring forth many camels reared in the shelter of the tall feather grass. We shall weave woolen material and make satin, and then we shall give them to you. Training falcons to fly loose at game, we shall gather them, and all the best ones we shall send to you.
Sources in southern Song China recorded the subjugation of the Tanguts with a mixture of contempt and amusement. From their perspective, a hated rival had been bested by mere barbarians. The Song writer Li Xinchuan records this event with a sneer.
The Black Tartars became increasingly powerful. Having gradually unified the clan lands, they then raised a great army and attacked Hershey. Within several years, all the districts and prefectures of Hershey had been sacked. They even forcibly carried off a false princess of the Xia kingdom in departing, and the Xia actually had to serve them as vassals.
In the decades that followed, the situation would not seem so amusing to the Song. The conquest of the Western Xia had proven the effectiveness of the Mongol war machine, but it had also exposed a number of glaring weaknesses. Walled cities had frustrated and slowed the Mongol advance, and it became clear that if they hoped to tackle even larger prey, something would have to change. One Chinese writer, Su Ting, records how the Mongol conquest of the Tanguts set the stage for ever greater expansion.
The Tartars in the beginning were primitively ignorant and lacked even a single of the known crafts. Only later, when they conquered the Westerners, did they begin to have products, craftsmen, and mechanisms. The craftsmanship of the Westerners is extremely refined. Especially fine are their instruments of siege warfare.
But the Tanguts simply ruled over the trade corridor that transported the goods from east to west. Genghis Khan knew that even greater wealth could be found in the lands where those goods were actually produced, the lands of China. All he needed was an excuse for war, and that would come with the death of the Golden Khan of the Jin dynasty in the year 1208 AD. When the old Golden Khan of the Jin died, his young son, Prince Shao of Wei, took the throne. This young man had heard of the rise of Genghis Khan to the north of the Gobi Desert, the mysterious character who had united the peoples of the steppe. But it had so far not particularly troubled him, other than the annoying fact that this new ruler had stopped paying him tribute. The new Golden Khan ruled a sprawling empire of more than 50 million people, perhaps the most populous and powerful in the world at the time. Their armies totaled 600,000 men, mostly comprised of armored pikemen and crossbowmen. They commanded with early gunpowder weaponry, and on top of that, their steppe roots in the region of Manchuria meant that they still fielded a mighty cavalry force of more than 150,000 horsemen, dispersed as cavalry divisions among their various armies. The Mongols looked weak in comparison. Their forces totaled no more than about 100,000 horse archers, with not a single foot soldier among them, and the Jin were confident that no one could lead an army across the Gobi Desert large enough to threaten them. For this reason, this young Jin emperor had every reason to be confident. One Sung Chinese writer, Zhao Gong, recalls their attitude.
The Jin said about the Tartars, "Our country is like the sea. Your country is like two handfuls of sand. How could you shake us?" The Tartars to this day, young and old, can all remember these words.
It's perhaps this confidence that would lead to the terrible mistake he would make in the year 1210 AD. Every new emperor began his reign by sending out envoys to the empire's subjects, those kingdoms and peoples who had sworn allegiance to his father, to ask them to swear loyalty to him in turn, and recommit to whatever tribute they had previously been paying. As part of this process, he sent one envoy across the Gobi Desert to demand that their previous Juyin border guard, Genghis Khan, come south and make a gesture of loyalty and submission to the new Golden Khan of the Jin. When the envoys arrived, they would have met with Genghis Khan, who was now nearly 50 years old. If he had ever seen the value in bowing and scraping to the lords of the south, those days were now very much behind him. When the Chinese envoys met him, they asked him to send word of his submission to the Jin. The later Chinese source, the Yuan Shi, describes what happened next.
Genghis Khan asked the Jin messengers, "Who is the new emperor?" The messengers of the emperor replied, "The Prince of Wei." Genghis Khan turned his face to the south, spat in that direction, and said, I thought that the Emperor of the Middle Kingdom should be a man blessed by heaven. Can he be such an ordinary and weak man? Why should I show him respect? Then he mounted his horse and rode to the north.
The Jin envoys left, shaken at their encounter, and Chinggis Khan deliberated on his course of action. His insult to the Jin would likely bring a military response. That is, unless he moved first. But he must have been full of doubts and fears about taking on such a powerful enemy. To find the best course of action, he would need to speak to his god. To do this, he climbed up the slopes of the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, through the forests of larch and elegant Siberian pine, and there on its stony peak, surrounded by twisted rock formations, he prayed to Tengri, the god of the great blue sky, to ask him what to do. According to the secret history, when the sun rose on the fourth day, Chinggis Khan emerged with his answer.
The eternal blue sky has promised us victory and vengeance.
In the spring of 1211, the vast horde of the Mongols gathered and set out on its march south across the Gobi Desert. The sight of this force would have been terrifying. Overhead, pennants and banners flew, and at the head of the army flew the great spirit banner of Chinggis Khan, woven from the tail hairs of hundreds of black horses. Every Mongol warrior rode with 5 spare mounts at a time, so with an army of 100,000 horsemen, they would have brought with them an extra 500,000 horses, and probably the same number of sheep and goats. With them also came giant supply carts, pulled by as many as 20 oxen and thousands of Bactrian camels, some carrying enormous drums that were beaten to signal the men and rally them for battle. This was an invasion force, but it was also a mass migration, an enormous traveling city designed to flatten everything in its path. The people who would have stood and watched this pandemonium approaching across the desert in a great cloud of dust were known as the Ongut. They were a desert people that for years had been serving as Juyin border guards for the Jin, keeping their empire safe from steppe raiders. But upon seeing the enormous Mongol army approaching, the Ongut reassessed their position. These border nomads welcomed the Mongols as brothers, and even showed them the most direct route south through the narrow mountain passes, right into the heart of the Jin lands. The invasion of China had begun. The Mongols' strategy was always to attack in multiple places at once, sowing maximum fear and confusion, and giving the appearance that their forces were much more numerous than they were. For this reason, while Chinggis Khan led his forces in the west, his general Jebe led an army into the east. The Sung Chinese writer Zhao Gong describes what happened next.
Temujin, indignant over their bullying and insults, invaded the frontier. The frontier prefectures were all conquered and their people killed.
The Mongols took these border forts and then crossed through the mountains. They first met Jin resistance at a place called Badger's Mouth Pass, and there they smashed the Jin army sent to face them. The Mongols broke through the mountains by autumn of 1211 and spilled out into the Chinese heartland. For the next 3 years, the Mongols pillaged the entire North China plain, and for much of this time, the Jin were powerless to stop them. Part of the reason for this was the immense mobility of Mongol armies. Jin armies were enormous and well equipped, but they were also slow. Typically containing twice as many infantry as cavalry, they lumbered across the land at a snail's pace and needed to be constantly supplied with food brought by wagon along precarious supply routes. Meanwhile, the Mongols could disappear and reappear anywhere they liked, allowing them to ambush and destroy whole Jin armies in the field. And everything the Mongols needed, they brought with them. Their horseback armies lived on milk and meat from their animals, and in times of difficulty would even open up a vein on their horses' necks and drink the blood directly from their mounts. They would place strips of raw meat under their saddles in the morning, so that the flesh was tenderized throughout the day of riding, so that it could be eaten raw in the evening. In this way, they could camp without lighting fires that would give away their position to enemy scouts. One Jin officer, Tu Shanyi, gave the following appraisal of the desperate situation.
Since the Mongolian army is on horseback, it goes into the plain in only one body. But we defend ourselves divided. Our defeat is certain.
The Mongols relied on surprise and deception in a way that completely blindsided the Jin generals, who conducted their wars according to a long-established system of martial honor. One Sung Chinese writer named Peng Daya describes their array of inventive and unscrupulous tactics.
The Tartars do things that are not addressed in the ancient techniques. If the enemy puts up a strong defense that all the Tartars' plans fail to penetrate, they drive cattle at them, or lash wild horses toward them, using animals to disturb the enemy's ranks. Seldom does it fail to defeat them. When their own troops are few, sometimes the Tartars will drag branches behind them, making dust rise to the heavens, and leading the enemy to suspect that their troops are many. When victorious, they dog the enemy's tail until the last man is killed, not permitting any to escape. But if they are the ones defeated, they scatter in all 4 directions, beyond pursuit.
The Mongols had learned
Dude, that is
how
pretty
to
smart,
turn
though,
the
for
Jin's
retreat and
great
group.
strengths against
Everybody
them.
run in a different
One of these
direction.
strengths was their large population, and the other their powerful walled cities.
It's fucking
but
smart,
these
though. I
could
mean,
also be
statistically,
weaknesses.
most people can get away.
The Mongols exploited these by borrowing tactics that they had learned hunting animals on the steppe. They would devastate the countryside for miles around, which drove vast numbers of refugees towards the only safe
This
places
shit is so
left.
good. This episode is really
The
good.
walled
This is
cities.
the episode I think that Joe Rogan said Elon
Soon
Musk
they would be flooded with
recommended
desperate
for him to
and
listen to.
hungry people, and their storehouses ran out of food. These mighty fortresses now became tombs from which no one could escape. The Mongols also rounded up huge numbers of peasants from the countryside and forced them to work, filling in defensive ditches and moats, pushing siege engines.
I thought I
and
knew quite a bit
dismantling
about the
cities'
Huns and
defenses.
all of this. And I'm
Each
learning so
Mongol
much I had
warrior
no idea
was
about.
tasked with gathering up 10 peasants for this purpose. The defenders on the city walls were left with the brutal choice of allowing their defenses to be destroyed by these unwilling laborers, or using up their arrows to slaughter their own people. The Chinese writer Li Xinchuan describes this ruthless tactic.
In the cities, villagers were drafted as soldiers, and sent up onto the walls to defend them. The Tartars drove their family members onto the attack, and fathers and sons and older and younger brothers would often shout at each other from afar in mutual recognition. For this reason, the people had no will to fight, and all the walled towns that the Tartars reached surrendered at the first drum roll.
Prisoners of war were also conscripted to fight for their Mongol captors, with the promise that if they proved themselves in battle, they would be freed and allowed to join the Mongol army. But despite their reputation for brutality, Genghis Khan and his warriors also practiced the judicious use of restraint. Sieges were costly and time-consuming, and he hoped that by showing mercy to those cities that surrendered without a fight, he would increase the likelihood of others doing the same. Cities that opened their gates to the Mongols were thoroughly looted of their treasure, but their people were spared. Still, those cities that resisted were slaughtered mercilessly, and in the countryside, the death and destruction was rampant, as Li Xinchuan describes.
The massacre of the people was almost total. Gold, silk, boys, girls, cattle, sheep, horses, and other livestock, all were rolled up like a mat and carried off. Houses and cottages were burned down. The walls and ramparts became deserted ruins.
It's like, but more like a series of large raids into these wealthy lands. But the more success they met with, the longer they decided to stay. As the war entered its second and third years, and the Mongol armies still rampaged unchecked, the Jin became desperate. They began drafting civilians into their army en masse, and even pardoned any criminal who would take up arms and fight. But the Mongols could not be stopped. Soon they were pushing far enough south to reach the Jin capital on the site of modern Beijing, then known as Zhongdu. They laid eyes on the walls of the city in the year 1214, 3 years after the war had started. Beijing at the time was among the largest cities on Earth. Records show that it had a population of nearly 1 million people and was defended by an 18-kilometer rectangle of rammed earth walls, rising up to 12 meters high, broken by 12 gates and 900 guard towers, ringed by a triple moat. Its walls were topped with powerful crossbows and trebuchets capable of hurling projectiles more than 300 meters. The Mongols laid siege of the city, but had little success in breaking through its defenses. Even for them, this final prize must have seemed like a step too far. They were now dangerously overstretched, a long way from home, and facing some of the world's most formidable fortifications. On top of that, the climate didn't suit them. Summer in this part of the world was hot, and plague was beginning to spread among their army. Their men and horses were exhausted, and they increasingly longed to return to the cool lands of Mongolia. Genghis Khan sent word to the Jin emperor that he was willing to accept terms for peace with the following demands for tribute.
Gosh, that's a pretty
God has made you so weak that should I further molest you, I fear how heaven would judge me. I am willing to withdraw my army. What provision will you make to still the demands of my officers?
Many in the Jin court urged the emperor to keep fighting. They argued that the shame of surrendering to these barbarians would be too great for the dynasty to bear, and the city of Beijing could never be taken while a determined force defended it. But luckily for the Mongols, the political situation in the Jin Empire was rapidly disintegrating. Having lost the confidence of his court after 2 years of failure, the young Golden Khan of the Jin, the Prince of Wei, had been assassinated the year earlier, and his nephew was placed on the throne by a military coup. This man, named Xuanzong of Jin, was now facing another plot in the palace that threatened to topple him. Rather than deal with both the Mongols and his own treacherous courtiers, he decided to finally sue for peace. He accepted a humiliating series of conditions, recognizing himself as a vassal to Chinggis Khan, giving the Khan one of his daughters to marry, and massive amounts of gold, silver, and silk, along with 500 young men and women of the court to take away as slaves. With these crushing terms, the war came to an end. The lands of northern China breathed a sigh of relief, and the Mongols rode north towards the Gobi Desert and home. The Jin Emperor had seemingly averted further disaster, but he would soon make a critical mistake. Summer was still here, and the Gobi Desert was too hot to cross. For that reason, Chinggis Khan camped on the southern side of the desert and waited for the cool months to come before they could return to Mongolia with the vast treasure of their successful raid in tow. But then the Khan got news of something that would send him flying into a rage. Word reached him that the new Jin Emperor was fleeing Beijing. The embattled ruler was taking his forces and what remained of his treasury,
Whistleblowers, remember, she makes
and
the best
retreating far
rockets.
into the south, to the old fortress of Kaifang on the other side of the Yellow River, an obstacle that the Mongols had not yet been able to cross. This seemed like a clear sign that the Jin did not intend to keep their word. One chronicler recalls the enraged words of Chinggis Khan.
The Jin Emperor made an agreement with me. Now he has moved his capital south. Evidently, he mistrusts my word and has used the peace to deceive me.
Instead of crossing the desert and returning to his own lands, Chinggis Khan wheeled his forces back around and marched once again to the capital of Beijing. The writer Li Xinchuan describes what happened next.
In Moon 5, the Jin ruler moved the capital to Kaifang. The Tatars heard about this and said, "To move right away after making peace? This should..." They purposely talked peace only as a means to forestall us.
Still fucking with the podcast on the
In the
HP
autumn,
laptop.
Moon 8, they again led troops to attack the counties and prefectures of the Central Plains.
I don't know why. Come on, this is way more
With the
interesting
emperor
than anything
gone,
your fellow
along with
domestic
all
terrorists
his
are talking
personal
about.
troops, the city's people
Are you
were
paying
left
attention to this shit?
all but
It's interesting.
defenseless.
Shut the fuck up.
The remaining citizens' garrison of Beijing held out for 8 agonizing months of siege.
I said it
Starvation
because others
soon
can't.
spread.
Hush and listen to the podcast.
The Jin made several attempts to relieve the city from the south, but each army they sent was intercepted and ambushed on the road. For the city's defenders, it soon became clear that no reinforcements would be coming.
If I
On
was a
this
whistleblower,
realization,
I'd just bring
whole
earplugs
divisions
every day
of
and shove
Jin
them in my ear.
soldiers,
Skin-colored
particularly
ones,
of
like the same tone of
semi-nomadic
my skin.
Khitan people, simply switched sides and joined the Mongols. On the 1st of June 1215, the Mongols finally broke through the walls. As a punishment for holding out so long and for the betrayal of the Jin Emperor, the Mongols sacked the city, and huge numbers of its people were put to the sword. The writer Li Xinchuan describes the destruction.
The grandeur and beauty of Beijing's palaces were the crowning achievement of ancient and modern times. When the Tartars saw them, they were so stunned and frightened they did not dare look up. Yet, not long afterward, the fires set by their soldiers would burn for over a month.
What had once been the Golden Jin Empire, now fractured into countless feuding warlords fighting over territory, some loyal to the Mongols, others defecting to the Sung Chinese in the south, and many others still simply out for themselves. All imperial authority north of the Yellow River collapsed. One Jin dynasty poet, a blind man named Zhao Yuan, wrote a poem about this time that he called The Song of Helplessness.
The eastern barbarians charge and raid the fields of the western mountains. God willing, they will fester. But how so, I do not ever know. As I sip wine and watch the years fleet by, I stumble, drunk, atop the plateau, and sing the song of helplessness.
With Beijing in ruins, Chinggis Khan left one of his generals behind in China to mop up the remnants of the Jin. But it would not be as easy as he thought, and the final conquest of northern China would take many more years. In the south, the Sung Chinese watched the destruction with delight. Their old enemies had been utterly smashed, and with the delightful irony that it had come at the hands of another barbarian people. The writer Zhao Gong describes with amusement how members of the former Jin government and royal family were now reduced to the level of manual labourers.
There are great men of the vanquished Jin who have gotten mixed up in odd jobs, falling as low as butchering and peddling, or leaving to become bandits. All of them are still referred to by their old government titles. One family has a number of men who push carts around the towns and who still call themselves Commissioner of Transport.
The destruction of the Mongol invasion left its marks everywhere in the landscape. City walls had been torn down. In places, crops had been destroyed, since the Mongols deliberately rode their horses over the fields so that the land could return to pastures for their animals. And the event sent reverberations around the world. Sometime afterwards, a delegation of diplomats travelled to China from the region of Central Asia to investigate what had happened. They arrived at the ruins of Beijing, and the scenes of carnage that they witnessed, they later related to the Persian scholar Juzjani, who recounts them like something out of a nightmare.
When we arrived near to the seat of the government of the Golden Khan, from a considerable distance, a high white mound appeared in sight. We supposed that that white eminence was perhaps a hill of snow, and we made inquiries of the guides and the people of that part about it. They replied, "The whole of it is the bones of men slain." When we had proceeded onwards another stage, the ground had become so greasy and dark from human fat that it was necessary for us to advance another 3 stages on that same road until we came to dry ground again. Through the infections arising from that ground, some of our party became ill, and some perished.
When they reached the city walls, they found similar scenes of slaughter.
On reaching the gate of the city, we perceived, in a place under a bastion of the citadel, an immense quantity of human bones collected. Inquiry was made, and people replied that on the day the city was captured, 60,000 young girls threw themselves from this bastion of the fortress and destroyed themselves in order that they might not fall captive into the hands of the Mongol forces, and that all these were their bones. The scholar Juzjani was a fierce critic of the Mongols, and has been criticized for his colorful exaggerations that occur throughout his writings. He didn't witness these scenes himself, and may have exaggerated stories told to him. But either way, it's clear that the destruction of the Jin dynasty left a terrible human toll. When summer ended, Chinggis Khan rode back across the Gobi Desert with all the gold and assorted riches of northern China packed on the backs of his camels, leaving untold suffering behind him. The bounty of silk alone was so great that Mongol soldiers ran out of uses for it. They began to use it as packing material and rope to tie up their horses, and used silver jugs as water troughs for their animals. Precious metals, slaves, and other treasure poured north back to Mongolia in a river of gold that seemed never to end. The year was 1215, in the Chinese calendar, the year of the pig, and the Mongol Empire was now among the wealthiest on earth. History has remembered Chinggis Khan as a bloodthirsty conqueror, a man hell-bent on subjugating the known world. But in fact, most sources suggest that when he left China, conquest was not the first thing on his mind. In fact, he seemed satisfied. He had made his people wealthier than they had ever dreamed, and destroyed all nearby rivals. He now controlled a vast swathe of territory that covered almost the entire length of the Mongolian steppe, and the Silk Road trade that flowed across it. The Persian scholar Atta Malik Juvayni eulogizes this time of relative peace.
In the latter part of his reign, he had brought about complete peace and quiet, and security and tranquility, and had achieved the extreme of prosperity and well-being. The roads were secure and disturbances allayed, so that whatever profit or gain was displayed in the uppermost west or the furthermost east, there merchants would bend their steps.
Chinggis Khan's empire now connected the wealthy production areas of Sung China with the rich markets of Persia, Central Asia, and the Near East, and he wanted to make the most of this profitable route. When it came to the settled societies that bordered him, he seems to have treated his neighbors not as enemies to be conquered, but as potential future customers. For years now, he had been exchanging diplomatic missions with his neighbors to the west, and in the year 1218, this culminated in the sending of a great trade delegation. This was a caravan of hundreds of Bactrian camels, along with 450 merchants, led by an Indian man named Jafar, who were ordered to head into the west and contact the wealthy empires that existed there in what is today Iran, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. With them, they brought an enormous wealth of goods to trade, as Juzjani recounts, with perhaps some of his characteristic exaggeration.
Among the rarities and presents that the Chinggis Khan sent was a nugget of pure gold as big as a camel's neck. Also, he dispatched 500 camels laden with gold, silver, and silks, beaver furs, sable, and elegant and ingenious things of China and the desert regions.
This trade delegation was a clear statement of the new empire's power and wealth, all of it looted from the coffers of northern China.
It's likely that a large portion of the Mongol elite had invested their treasure in this expedition and had bet heavily on its success. For this reason, Chinggis Khan's reputation among the Mongol lords was also at stake. During the cooler autumn months, this trade caravan traveled for several weeks through Mongolia, across the Altai Mountains, and over the grasslands and deserts of what is today Kazakhstan. Finally, in November, they arrived at the border of what was then the largest Muslim kingdom in the world, the Empire of Khwarezm. Khwarezm was a relatively new power. Only a century earlier, it had been a small kingdom, centered on the powerful city of Gurganch in the Khwarezmian oasis. Here, the lands are watered by the two great rivers, Sir Darya and Amu Darya, which flow down from the Tian Shan mountains of Kyrgyzstan and the Pamir mountains north of the Hindu Kush. The oasis cities along these two rivers, Balkh and Bukhara, Samarkand and Merv, were enticing stops after the long weeks on the desert roads, and for centuries they had swelled with wealth from Silk Road trade. With these riches, they had irrigated their arid lands until they bloomed and fed vast and thriving populations. But over the preceding century, the Turkic rulers of Gurganch had formed a fruitful partnership with the nomadic people known as the Kipchaks, and had recently used their powerful cavalry armies to expand into Turkmenistan and Afghanistan, and spilled south into the mountains of Persia. The Khwarezmian Empire was now the largest and wealthiest Muslim power on the planet. The Persian scholar Atamalik Juvaini records the beauty of this region.
Khwarezm to me is the best of lands. May its rain-giving clouds never be blown away. It was the site of the throne of the sultans of the world. Its corners supported the shoulders of the great men of the age. Its mansions were resplendent with every kind of lofty idea, and its regions and districts were so many rose gardens. Such was the state of that country.
The ruler of the new empire of Khwarezm was known as the Khwarezm Shah, and his name was Ala ad-Din Muhammad. He was a warrior and a conqueror, and proud of it. He had inherited a powerful kingdom from his father, and over the last 2 decades had expanded its borders even further into a true empire. Some in his court even flattered him that he was the new Alexander, that legends of his conquests would be told for centuries to come. This flattery made him bold, but also rash and impulsive. This proud Shah had agreed to receive the Mongol trade delegation, along with Chinggis Khan's offer of friendship, as Juzjani recalls.
The Chinggis Khan sent a great number of offerings and said, "Say unto the Khwarezm Shah, I am the sovereign of the sunrise, and thou the sovereign of the sunset. Let there be between us a firm treaty of friendship and peace, and let traders and caravans on both sides come and go."
But when the merchants arrived in the borderlands of Khwarezm, they ran into trouble. The first Khwarezmian town they arrived in was named Otrar. It sat in the middle of an oasis on the Sir Darya River, and as a crucial junction of several major roads, it was a quintessential Silk Road trading town. If you walked its streets during this time, they would have been heaving with merchant traffic, sounds of prayer from the mosques, vendors crying their wares, and the sounds of camels noisily watering after long days on the desert roads. But the governor of Otrar had a foolhardy nature. His name was Inalchuk, and he was an uncle of the Khwarezm Shah, the brother of the Shah's mother, and this gave him a great deal of power. The Shah Ala ad-Din Muhammad had a complicated relationship with his mother, and she had amassed a great deal of influence at court. Some even whispered that she was the real power behind the throne. And so her brother Inalchuk may have believed he could do whatever he pleased. When he saw the Mongol caravan passing through his lands, packed with gold and fine silks, Inalchuk hungered after their cargo. Some sources claim that he acted on the orders of the Shah himself, while others say that he acted alone. But we know that when the caravan passed through Otrar, Inalchuk accused the merchants of being spies. He ordered that they be arrested immediately and their goods seized. In the struggle, the merchants were killed, and their gold and silks and other goods were taken to the great market town of Bukhara, where they were sold, and the governor, Inalchuk of Otrar, took his cut. He had just become a great deal richer, he might have thought, and what were a bunch of barbarian horsemen 3,000 kilometers away going to do about it? Atamalik Juvaini describes the magnitude of this man's mistake.
In executing his command, he deprived these men of their lives and possessions. Nay, rather he desolated and laid waste a whole world. For every drop of their blood there would flow a whole river. In retribution for every hair on their heads, 100,000 heads would roll in the dust at every crossroad. In exchange for every dinar, 1,000 were exacted.
Far away in the Mongol heartlands, on the banks of the Onon River, a storm was brewing in the court of the Khan. Chinggis Khan was naturally offended when he got word of the attack on his merchants, but he assumed there must have been some mistake. He sent an envoy of 3 ambassadors to seek an audience with the Khwarezm Shah and to ask for his uncle Inalchuk to be handed over for punishment. But the Khwarezm Shah, perhaps feeling his mother breathing down his neck, refused the Khan's demands. And to make matters worse, he attempted what he must have hoped would look like a show of strength. When the Khan's ambassadors came before him, he had one of them killed on the spot. Then he rounded on the other 2. He ordered that their beards be shaved and that they be sent back to Mongolia with their humiliation as an answer to the Khan. When these ambassadors returned to Mongolia with their faces shorn and the Shah's words on their lips, Chinggis Khan's rage was seismic. Just as he had done before his invasion of China, he climbed to the top of the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, up through the broken stones and whispering pine needles, and there, with the Mongolian wind battering around him, asked the god of the great blue sky what he should do. The secret history records what answer he received.
These tidings had such an effect upon the Khan's mind that the whirlwind of anger flared up with such a flame that it could be quenched only by the shedding of blood. In this fever, Chinggis Khan went up alone to the summit of a hill, bared his head, turned his face towards the earth, and for 3 days and nights offered up prayer, saying, "I was not the author of this trouble. Grant me strength to exact vengeance." Thereupon he descended from the hill, meditating action and making ready for war.
In the year 1219, Chinggis Khan gathered a vast force of warriors. At perhaps as many as 200,000 men, it may have been twice the size of the force that had devastated Jin China. Along with his usual horde of nomadic horsemen, he brought powerful new units of Chinese siege engineers, experts at cracking open city walls with a variety of ingenious engines. And with that horde, he marched west. Ahead of him was a journey of thousands of kilometers over deserts and mountains. But steadily, the doom of the Khwarezmian Empire drew near. Giovanni describes the sight that the governor of Otrar saw, arriving one day in December in a thunderous cataclysm outside his city walls.
He bit the back of his hand in amazement at the unexpected sight, for he perceived that the plain had become a tossing sea of countless hosts and splendid troops, while the air was full of clamour and uproar and the neighing of armoured horses and the roaring of mail-clad lions. The air became blue, the earth ebony, the sea boiled with the noise of the drums. With his fingers he pointed to the army on the plain, a host to which there was no end.
The Khwarezm Shah had expected the arrival of the Mongol forces, but he had dramatically miscalculated the kind of response that Chinggis Khan would give him. He himself commanded a force of perhaps 400,000 men, twice the size of the Mongol armies, and his cities were among the most fortified in the world. He was sure that if he shut up his armies in his great walled fortresses, the Mongols would soon run out of farms to burn and sheep herders to rob, and would eventually go home. But this would not turn out to be the case. The moment the Mongols arrived, their Chinese siege engineers began to build their engines. Otrar's defences were formidable, but even these didn't hold out for long. The Persian scholar Juzjani, a citizen of the Khwarezmian Empire who would flee to India after the Mongol invasion, writes about what happened next.
In a short time, they took Otrar. They put both small and great. They martyred the whole of them.
The governor of Otrar, Inalchuk, was taken alive. To punish him for his greed in seizing the merchant's gold, Chinggis Khan ordered that he be executed with a cruelly fitting punishment. He had a great quantity of silver melted down, reaching temperatures of nearly 1,000 degrees, and then poured the searing molten metal into the man's mouth, eyes, and ears. The city of Otrar was destroyed and its people slaughtered, its remains a shattered sight rising from the arid plains in ragged heaps of fallen stone. But the rage of the Khan had only just begun.
Found one does not see greenery and a pleasant place is pasture for flocks. Every town and settlement has a fortress. It is the most fruitful of all the countries of Allah. In it are the best trees and fruits. In every home are gardens, cisterns, and flowing water.
It was on these cities that Chinggis Khan now set his sights. But reaching these wealthy cities and Bukhara lay more than 500 kilometers of sandy desert, known as this desert was baking hot, and even trade caravans would skirt around its edges rather than risk death in the wastes. The citizens of Bukhara and Samarkand had heard about the arrival of the Mongols in the north, but they were not particularly worried. Tribal nomads had raided along the northern riverlands before, but no large army could cross the Kizilkum Desert. But they had severely underestimated the Mongols. Chinggis Khan left his two middle sons, Chagatai and Ogadei, to finish up the siege of Otrar, with his eldest son, Jochi, taking an army north towards the Aral Sea. Meanwhile, he sent two small armies southward into the Fergana Valley, with instructions to hunt down and kill the Shah Muhammad. But Chinggis Khan himself, accompanied by his youngest son Tolui, was determined to do what others had considered impossible, to cross the Kizilkum Desert with 30,000 horses and strike right at the heart of the empire, the religious center of Bukhara. The crossing would have been hard. Chinggis Khan employed local men who knew the hidden paths through the wastes and the best time of year to make the journey. In the colder winter months, dew would sometimes form on the ground in certain places, and small plants could grow. With this help, the army successfully made the crossing and arrived on the other side on the 7th of February, 1220. Atamalik Juvayni describes the sight that the citizens of Bukhara saw outside their city walls.
In the morning, Chinggis Khan arrived unexpectedly before the town. When the inhabitants, unaware, beheld the surrounding air black as night with the dust of cavalry, fright and panic overcame them, and fear and dread prevailed. His troops were more numerous than ants or locusts, being in their multitude beyond estimation or computation. Detachment after detachment arrived, each like a billowing sea, and encamped round about the town.
At the sight of this force, the 20,000 or so soldiers stationed at Bukhara lost all hope of defending their city. When night fell, they attempted to flee under cover of darkness, but the Mongols spotted them and simply chased them down on the plains. By the light of the moon, the Mongol horsemen hunted and killed every single soldier as though chasing deer on the steppe. The city of Bukhara surrendered within 3 days and opened its gates, with only a determined corps of soldiers holed up in its inner citadel. Intriguingly, it's in this moment that we have the only purported instance of Chinggis Khan ever setting foot inside a city. Usually when it became clear that a settlement was about to fall to his soldiers, the Khan would leave one of his generals to loot the place, while he would return to his camp and his felt-walled tent, his job done. It's clear he had a powerful distaste for cities and for anyone who would voluntarily imprison themselves within their walls and foul-smelling streets. But when Bukhara opened its great gate, the Persian sources describe him riding into its streets. Bukhara was one of the religious centers of the Muslim world at the time, and its reputation was known far and wide. But the Khan likely hated what he saw. We can imagine him wrinkling his nose at the pungent aromas of the medieval city, the rats scuttling through the sewers and fish markets and tanneries, the clouds of flies circling over rotting midden heaps and dunghills, all of it so different to the fresh, open grasslands that he knew and loved. He went straight to the largest and grandest building, the great mosque of the city, which was famed across the Muslim world for its size and opulence. This, he assumed, must be the house of the king, as Atamalik Juvayni recounts.
Chinggis Khan asked those present whether this was the place of the Sultan, They replied that it was the house of God. Then he too got down from the horse, and mounting 2 or 3 steps of the pulpit, he exclaimed, "The countryside is empty of food. Fill our horses' bellies." And the Mongols brought the cases in which the Qurans were kept out into the courtyard of the mosque, where they cast the Qurans right and left and turned the cases into mangers for their horses.
Then Chinggis Khan gathered the common people of the city in the great mosque of Bukhara, with the pages of the Qurans still littering the floor. The people must have been terrified, shaking with fear, praying and weeping softly. Then, over their heads, the great Khan's voice rang out.
He mounted the pulpit in the festival prayer space and said, "O people, know that you are great sinners, and your leaders are at the head of
So
the
here's
pack
another view
in
of the living room.
You ask me why I say
Front
this.
windows.
I say it
Remember,
because I am the
on top of the
scourge
2 different types
God.
of curtains that have
If
been up
great
for 13
sins had not
years,
been committed
there's a
by
red
you,
sheet because of
the
the
great
exterior
God would not
stocking.
have
The
sent
FBI
you one
instructed me to
like
put it up
me
there.
as a torment.
We don't know if this event truly took place as Giovanni describes.
I'm going to go lay
He
down
was not
to
old
go to
enough
sleep.
witness it himself,
As you can see
but
on the
may have
right,
heard it
we're
secondhand.
connected. There's 2 different live
Or
streams
perhaps
rolling
this
because
episode
UNIT207
was
gets
an
extra
invention of the
psychotic
writer,
once the
designed
recording
to
gets
make
between
sense of what
6.5
happened,
hours and 9
and
hours
explain
long.
the destruction of the
They like to
Mongol
terminate the
invasion
live streams
in
when they go to
terms
sleep,
his
as
Muslim
is
readers
evident
could
in
understand, as a
many
judgment of
live
God.
streams, according to the FBI.
But either way, we know what
On the
happened
left-hand
next.
side, anywhere that
The
you
citizens
see a
of
blue
Bukhara
line,
were rounded up and driven
that's the
towards
domestic
citadel
terrace.
where
There
the
are
Shah's
3
forces
upstairs,
were still
absolutely hacked
resisting.
into this laptop, and it looks like
Just
there's
as in
actually
China, the
4
citizens were
utility
forced to
TTS
dismantle their own city's defenses,
services
and their bodies
them
piled
and their
up
hack
below
that's
the
been
walls.
terminating lives. So is Spare
Against
Renderer.
this
There's also
onslaught,
another
the
one
citadel
that
of
just says
Bukhara
Renderer
didn't
that's hidden
last
from view
long.
right now by them.
Chinggis
And they've been
Khan
using the
now wielded an
utility
army
storage
that
service as
combined the
well.
strength and mobility of the steppe warrior with the technological ingenuity
So I
of
started
the
a second live
Chinese.
stream because I knew
The
they'd
combination
become desperate
was
to terminate this
terrifying,
one that's been running for
as
6
Giovanni
hours in about 20
describes.
minutes. So I started the second live
On
stream,
the
hoping
outside,
that I can get 5 hours
catapults
to
were
6
erected,
hours of sleep.
bows bent and stones and arrows discharged. And on the inside,
We'll see though. I'm so
ballistas
tired.
and
It's
pots
like they've
of
done this to the
naphtha
point
were
where they've
set
like
in motion.
exhausted me
It was
because I
like
really
a
want to
red-hot
sleep for like
furnace fed from
8 hours
without by
uninterrupted.
hard
But instead I have to get up and
while from
come
the belly of
staggering
the
out of my
furnace
living room to
sparks
see if
shoot
they've
into the
disconnected me
air.
because they're
For
psychopathic,
days they fought in this manner.
mentally ill.
When the citadel finally fell,
Not
Chinggis
talking about the
Khan
whistleblowers.
ordered
I'm
the
talking
city
about the people
walls
the
to be
FBI is
demolished
excited to
utterly,
throw in prison,
and
who are
all the
actively
soldiers
instructing
inside
others
were
to join
slaughtered.
them in prison,
But in return
which
for
is
their
all they've been
speedy
doing for
surrender,
2
the
years
citizens of the wider city
this month.
were spared.
Anyway,
Giovanni recalls the simple
I'm going to lay down.
proposition he offered to the Khwarezmian people.
The cursor is right over here by the 2 pop-out dashboards that show both of the live streams are running. They're both connected when I go to sleep. We're doing a screen share, and then you're looking in the living room and at the front door. It's 11:42 p.m. PST. It's about to be Monday.
Shall be shown to
Both
him
of these
and
recordings
to his
will be
wives
Monday.
and children
If
and
you see the
household.
mouse move at all without me orally telling you I'm doing it,
Shall not
it's the
submit,
domestic
shall
terrorist
perish
upstairs.
together
Likewise,
with
if you
all
see
his
anything
wives and
selected,
children and kinsmen.
This strategy of calculated leniency and brutality was ruthlessly effective, but it could only work if word got around. For this reason, Chinggis Khan would always allow refugees to flood into other cities around the region, filling people's heads with stories of the vast destruction visited on all who opposed the Khan, and his mercy to those who bent the knee. The Arab writer Ibn al-Athir, living in Mosul at the time, recounts the effect of these increasingly outlandish rumors.
These Tartars, may God confound them, came from the east, and wrought deeds which horrify all who hear of them. Stories have been related to me, which the hearer can scarcely credit, as to the terror of the Tartars, which God Almighty cast into men's heart.
This was one of the most effective propaganda campaigns in history, and strategy paid off. With the siege of Bukhara completed, Chinggis Khan now swung around and bore down on the wealthy metropolis of Samarkand. Samarkand was not just a booming trade hub, it was also a mighty fortress, and considered by many to be impregnable. It was defended by a large army, even including 20 war elephants brought from India. But at the sight of the Mongol force approaching, and with refugees in its streets spreading tales of terror, the army tasked with guarding its walls simply threw down their spears and surrendered.
At the time of prayer, they opened the gate and closed the door of resistance. The Mongols then entered and that day busied themselves with the destruction of the town and its defenses. The inhabitants drew their feet beneath the skirt of security, and the Mongols in no way molested them.
The fall of Samarkand provided uncountable amounts of loot, and the Mongols now found themselves the new owners of some exotic novelties. The 20 Indian war elephants that the Shah had used in his army. But Chinggis Khan had little use for these beasts.
The elephant handlers brought their elephants to Chinggis Khan and demanded elephant food. He asked them what the elephants had lived on before they fell into captivity. They replied, the grass of the plains. When he heard this, he ordered the elephants be set free to forage for themselves. They were accordingly released, and in the end, perished of hunger.
In return for surrendering, the citizens of Samarkand were spared a massacre. But in other places that surrendered, the Mongols' restraint was misinterpreted as weakness. This was when things could get ugly. One such example was the Khwarezmian city of Nishapur. Nishapur was the largest metropolitan city on the Silk Road, a vast and wealthy place in what's today northeastern Iran. It sat in a fertile plain at the foot of the Binalud mountain range, in a region known as Khorasan. Giovanni describes its beauty.
If the earth may be compared to the heavens, then the lands are like its stars, and Nishapur among these stars is like the fair Venus of the skies. What are men doing in Baghdad and Kufa, seeing that Nishapur is upon the earth? For if there be a paradise on the face of the earth, it is this. And if it is not a paradise, then there is no paradise at all.
The Mongols arrived at Nishapur in 1221 AD, and at first the city took the Khan's deal. It opened its gates and its treasuries to the Mongols. But then the Mongol army departed with their riches and left behind only a handful of governors to keep their hold on the city. The citizens of Nishapur took this withdrawal as a sign that the Mongols didn't intend to hold it. They soon revolted, killed the small number of Mongol governors, and locked their gates. When they got word of this, the Khan's armies swung back around and laid siege to the city. Still, its fate was not entirely sealed. That was until a single arrow flew down from the city walls and struck one of the Mongol attackers, killing him. Unfortunately for the people of Nishapur, he was the husband of one of Chinggis Khan's daughters, the great Khan's son-in-law, a man named Tokachar.
Until the third day they fought fiercely from the tower of Karakush and discharged quarrels and arrows from the walls and ramparts. By an evil chance which was to be the bane of all that people, an arrow was let fly whereby Tokachar fell lifeless, the townsmen having made an end of him without recognizing his person.
The death of a member of the Mongol royal bloodline was something that Chinggis Khan took extremely seriously. When the city finally fell, he called upon his widowed daughter and told her that she would be allowed to decide the fate of Nishapur. In her grief and rage, she ordered that the city be utterly destroyed and every living thing within its walls put to death.
They then drove all the survivors, men and women, out onto the plain. And in order to avenge Tokachar, it was commanded that the town should be laid waste in such a manner that the site could be ploughed upon, and that in the exaction of vengeance, not even cats and dogs would be left alive.
The destruction of the city was total, and the vengeance of the Khan remorseless in its totality.
They severed the heads of the slain from their bodies and heaped them up in piles, keeping those of the men separate from those of the women and children. Abodes and dwelling places were leveled with the dust. Rose gardens became furnaces.
After the fall of the empire's most powerful fortress of Samarkand, the Khwarezmian Shah truly began to panic. As his cities fell one by one, the Shah Ala ad-Din Muhammad turned tail and fled. He rode from fortress to fortress as the Mongol armies pursued him, and as he did, he slipped into a deep depression. Giovanni recounts that he began to be plagued with nightmares. He began drinking heavily and spent all his time in the pursuit of pleasures.
The terror of the last day was apparent in his condition, and fear and dread were manifest in his speech. For the remainder of his life, he constantly applied himself to the quaffing of cups of purple wine. One night in his sleep, the Sultan saw luminous persons, their faces scratched, their hair disordered and disheveled, clad in black robes like mourners, who smote their heads and made lamentation. He asked them who they were, and they replied, "We are Islam."
Eventually, with his nightmares and the Mongol horsemen chasing close behind him, the Shah escaped to the most remote hideout he could manage. He took a boat out onto a small island off the coast of the Caspian Sea and hid there.
Whenever he halted for a day, the Mongols would overtake him. The Sultan sent for certain emirs and consulted them. They thought it best for Babasku. He went to one of these islands, where he remained for a while. Then when the report of his presence on the island was spread about, he took the precaution of removing to another island.
Finally, the Mongols captured the Shah's capital of Gurganch, and his family fell into the hands of Chinggis Khan.
When the dreadful news reached the Sultan, and he learned that his small sons had been put to the sword, that his veiled womanfolk had been in the clutches of strangers, and that all of his wedded wives had fallen into the embraces of other men, his head grew dizzy. The world grew dark before his eyes. Then was the pain past remedy and threatened his very existence, and he preferred death to life. He writhed in this anguish and agitation and bemoaned this calamity and disaster until he delivered up his soul to God and was released from the sorrow of his life and the trickery of the revolving heavens.
Alone on his tiny island, the Shah of the Khwarezmian Empire, Ala ad-Din Muhammad, died, possibly of dysentery, in the year 1220. He was buried wrapped in a torn white shirt for a shroud. His empire, now utterly destroyed, passed into the hands of the Mongols. His eldest son, an accomplished warrior named Jalal ad-Din, evaded capture and led a sizable force south in the direction of India, where he intended to continue his resistance. But he was finally caught by the pursuing Mongol force in the autumn of 1221, and his army was utterly destroyed. Legend has it that Jalal ad-Din only escaped death by leaping his horse into the Indus River and swimming for safety across the rushing current of its waters. The geographer Yaqut al-Hamawi, a citizen of the city of Merv, who fled the advance of the Mongols, wrote about the destruction they left in their wake.
Those infidels and heathens roamed through those abodes, so that palaces were erased off the earth, as lines of writing are effaced from paper, and cities became a dwelling for the owl and the raven. In those places, the screech owls answer each other. They are filled with sadness. The devil himself would bewail the great catastrophe. It was an event enough to turn grey the hair of children.
The Arab writer Ibn al-Athir also wrote with palpable sorrow about the horror of those days.
With one stroke, a world which billowed with fertility was laid desolate, and the regions thereof became a desert, and the greater part of the living, dead, and their skin and bones, crumbling dust, and the mighty were humbled. For some years, I continued averse from mentioning this event, deeming it so horrible that I shrank from recording it. Oh, would that my mother had not borne me, or that I had died and become a forgotten thing before this battle. Nay, it is unlikely that mankind will see the like of this calamity until the world comes to an end and perishes.
The conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire had taken 4 years. It had wiped some of the world's largest cities off the map and cost countless lives. And by the end of it, Chinggis Khan's empire was the largest that the world had ever seen. By this time, Chinggis Khan was in his 60s, and he was beginning to think with increasing trepidation about his own mortality. During his campaign in Persia, he invited a Chinese Taoist monk named Master Chang Chun to visit him, in the hopes that this wise man might have some answer about how a man could live forever. This holy man's journey is recorded in a text called The Account of the Perfect Master Chang Chun's Journey to the West. In it, he describes his journey over the Mongolian steppe.
On the 5th day of the 3rd month, we began travelling in a northeasterly direction. All around us we saw human habitation, nothing but black carts and white tents, and herders following the grass and water to pasture their animals. When we passed out of the marshy plains, There was not even the smallest tree or shrub. Only yellow dust clouds and white grasses were in sight.
On his journey, he saw everywhere the signs of the great war that was unfolding, and passed by a number of battlefields, left by the passage of the Mongol armies into the west.
The stony gorge on the south was unbearably alarming. On both sides, precipices held up the towering sky, and the chilly surge of a mountain stream flowed and rolled over the ground. People covered their noses because of corpses strewn about the narrow path. But it was the long-eared donkeys drowned in the stream that sickened my heart. War has raged for 10 years and over huge distances.
When he finally arrived in Samarkand after months of travel, he found the city half empty. Many of its inhabitants fled, and its walls and defences torn down.
In the second month of winter, on the 18th day, we crossed a large river and reached north of the city of Samarkand. Before the Sultan was defeated, there were more than 100,000 households in the city. Since the fall of the city, only 1 in 4 remains.
Finally, he reached the court of the great Khan. When he arrived, Chinggis Khan had one question on his mind.
Refreshments and drinks were served, and then the emperor asked, "Now that you have come all this way, what secret elixir for long life can you provide me?"
But the Taoist master would disappoint him.
The master replied, "There is the way of good health, but I can give you no elixir for long life." His Majesty appreciated the master's candor and ordered 2 tents to be erected to the east of his residence in which we would stay.
It's clear from this that Chinggis Khan was beginning to fear that he did not have long left. A hunting accident also seems to have frightened him and brought the question of his mortality to the forefront of his mind.
On the 8th day, the emperor went hunting in the foothills of the eastern mountains and shot at a large boar. His horse tripped and he lost control. The boar stood nearby, not daring to advance, until his entourage rushed in with another horse. The hunt was called off, and the emperor returned. When the master heard about the incident, he went to remonstrate with the emperor, saying, "Your falling from your horse is a warning from heaven." The emperor responded, saying, "I have already come to this deep realization." For 2 months thereafter, he did not go out to hunt.
The man who had brought so much death to other lands now felt its icy hand on his own shoulder. Chinggis Khan's concern wasn't just for his own life. Now, in his 60s, he began to realize too late that he had not sufficiently prepared for the inevitable question of his succession. He would pass on to his heirs the largest land empire that history would ever know. But when he looked at his 4 sons by his chief empress daughter, he found them totally unprepared to take on such a burden. It's likely that his plan was a simple one. His empire would be divided into a kaleidoscope of different provinces, and over these 3 of his sons would rule. But he would ensure that each held possessions in the other's lands, so that none would be tempted to go to war. Above these 3 brothers would sit the 4th son, who would rule the entire empire in his place as the Great Khan. The system was well conceived, but it would depend on the cooperation of every one of his sons. And for a number of reasons, that is the one thing that Chinggis Khan did not have. He had brought his 4 sons, Jochi, Chagatai, Ogadei, and Tolui, with him on the Khwarezmian campaign, and they had each led armies and fought bravely. But throughout the war, trouble had been brewing. Just as he and his half-brother Begta had once quarrelled over fish and rabbits, now his sons fought over cities and kingdoms. First, let's take a look at the character of each of his sons. The eldest of Chinggis Khan's sons was Jochi, but his life had been lived under a cloud of suspicion. He was the son whose name meant guest, as though he was simply a visitor who was being shown courtesy by the rest of the family. He had been born shortly after Chinggis Khan's wife Water was kidnapped by the Merkit forest people, and no one could know for sure whether Chinggis Khan was truly his father. Still, the Khan had all his life treated Jochi as one of his sons, and Jochi also had the strongest desire to prove himself. He was a courageous leader who always charged right into the heart of the fight. Whatever the truth of his fatherhood, he had spent his life living up to the reputation of his father. But while Chinggis Khan seems to have set the issue of his parenthood aside, his other sons couldn't forget it so readily. Next in line was Chinggis Khan's second son, Chagatai. Chagatai was hot-headed and proud, and all his life had resented his older brother Jochi. Chagatai, it's hard to imagine that he didn't see the similarity between himself and his older brother Begta, and remember, perhaps now with a little sadness, how that story had ended, with Begta lying dead in the long grass of the steppe. All his life, Chagatai had felt sure that Jochi was not his father's son, and he treated his older brother with contempt. Silently, he feared that the throne of the great Khan would be given to his older brother, in his eyes a usurper, and the son of the Merkit who raped his mother. In hope of mending the relationship between these two brothers, Chinggis Khan had given them a joint mission in the last war, to capture the Khwarezm Shah's capital of Gurganch. But the plan had been a disaster. The defenders of the city put up a fearsome resistance that lasted 6 months, and the brothers were forced to burn it down in order to push them back. Since the city would belong to Jochi once it was captured, Chagatai cared little about how much damage was done to it, whereas Jochi wished to protect its buildings, even at the cost of Mongol lives. Chinggis Khan had hoped to capture the jewel of this empire intact, but now Gurganch was a ruin, and the city would never regain its former splendor. This episode seems to have been just another point of bitter contention between the two brothers, and a warning about the burning resentments smouldering between them. The third brother was named Ogadei. He was charismatic and larger than life, a barrel-chested man with an unusually large beard for a Mongol. He had a jovial personality and a love of feasting and drinking. He was a capable general, but he did have one overriding weakness. That was his raging alcoholism. Like many Mongols, Ogade was a big drinker, but even by Mongol standards, his habit went too far. At one point, his older brother Chagatai had appointed an official to monitor Ogade's drinking, but it was no good. Ogade evaded his watcher and drank himself silly regardless. How he promised his brothers that he would halve the number of cups he drank every night, but he simply ordered a new cup to be made that was twice the size, and so his drinking went on. Still, Ogade was diplomatic and generous, and as a result was well. The final brother was Tolui. He was the youngest of the four, a calculating and formidable warrior, and he had a famed streak of cruelty. During the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, he had been sent to pacify the region of Khorasan, and passed through the region dealing out death on a scale that was unusual even for Mongols. He had been leading the army responsible for the massacre at Nishapur, and he repeated the same genocidal violence at the great cities of Merv and Herat. At these settlements, he promised the inhabitants that he would spare them if they surrendered. But, unlike his father, he went back on his word. When they opened the gates, he ordered that every living person be put to the sword. Interestingly, Mongol tradition often held that the youngest son should inherit his father's property as a kind of social welfare. It was assumed that by the time their father died, the older brothers would have already amassed their own wealth, whereas the youngest had the most need of an inheritance. This rule had never been applied to titles which were supposed to be appointed to the most worthy candidate, but it must have been playing on everyone's minds as the question of the Khan succession became ever more pressing. It was these four sons that Chinggis Khan summoned to a fateful Kurultai, a meeting of the clans in 1223 at a region called Kulanbashi in modern Kazakhstan. Jochi, the man of uncertain fatherhood, Chagatai, the hot-headed and embittered would-be older brother, Ogade, the stocky, wine-soaked drinker, and Tolui, the cold-hearted warrior. And in the smoke-filled atmosphere of his great tent, he told them that there they would decide who would rule the empire after he was gone. The secret history records that one of his wives, Yesui, urged him to choose his successor in the following words.
Living beings who are born to this world are not eternal. When your body, like a great old tree, will fall down, to whom will you give your people, which is like tangled hemp? When your body, like the stone base of a pillar, will collapse, to whom will you bequeath your people, which is like a flock of birds? Of your four sons, the heroes whom you have begotten, which one will you designate as your successor?
But the Kurultai got off to a bad start. First, Chinggis Khan asked his oldest son Jochi to speak, and this sign of apparent favor enraged his hot-headed younger brother Chagatai.
He said, "The eldest of my sons is Jochi. What do you, Jochi, say? Speak up!" But before Jochi could utter a sound, Chagatai said, "Do you mean that you will appoint Jochi as your successor? How can we let ourselves be ruled by this bastard son of a merchant?"
The effect of this pronouncement was explosive.
At these words, Jochi rose and, grabbing Chagatai by the collar, said, I have never been told by my father the Khan that I was different from my brothers. How can you discriminate against me? In what skill are you better than I? Only in your pig-headedness could you possibly exceed me.
Chinggis Khan watched his sons fighting in silence. Seeing the flames of the hearth fire dance in their eyes, perhaps he remembered the words of his mother, Olun, on the day that he and Kassar had killed their brother Begta. Suddenly, his great voice boomed out, trembling with anger.
Before you were born, the starry sky was turning upon itself. The many people of the felt tents were in turmoil. They fought against each other. At such time, your mother was abducted. It was not her wish. It happened at a time when one man slew another. She was not in love with someone else. You speak so as to harden the butter of your mother's affection, so as to sour the milk of that lady's heart. Were you two not born from the same belly? Were you two not issued from a single womb?
These were almost the same words that his mother, Oalun, had once used on him, the same words that the legendary Alan the Beautiful had said to her quarreling sons. The brothers were chastened, and perhaps realizing that they had harmed both of their own chances, Chagatai suggested another candidate that everyone could agree on.
I shall not dispute Jochi's strength, nor shall I reply to his claims of skill. But it is Ogade among us who is steady and reliable. Let us, therefore, agree on Ogade. So he spoke, and at these words, Chinggis Khan said, What do you say, Jochi? Speak up. Whereupon Jochi said, Chagatai has just said it. Chagatai and I shall, in cooperation with each other, serve the Khan. Let us agree on Ogade.
From this moment on, the drunken but charismatic Ogade would be the heir to the Mongol Empire. After that explosive meeting, the brothers rode off in all directions, never to be reunited. The oldest son, Jochi, was most wounded by Chinggis Khan's decision and would never see his father again. Wearied by this conflict in his family, the great Khan set out back to Mongolia, arriving there in spring of 1225. Perhaps those who saw him there felt a change come over him. The life of the great Khan was coming to an end. In the year 1225, Chinggis Khan set out on what would be his final military campaign. It would be against the Tanguts of Western Xia, the Tibetan Buddhists he had already conquered on his way to northern China. In the years since, they had become unreliable allies and were beginning to rebel against his rule. With the Khwarezmian Empire conquered, he now wanted to punish the Tanguts for their impudence. He marched into their lands and laid waste to them. But on this campaign, while travelling through the hot deserts of the western regions, Chinggis Khan fell from his horse, as the secret history records.
Chinggis Khan, riding his steed named Red Earth Grey, on the way hunted the many wild asses of Arbuka. When the wild asses passed close by them, his horse took fright. Chinggis Khan fell, and his body being in great pain, he halted at Chorkat. He spent that night there, And the following morning his wife, Yisui Khatun, said, "Princes and commanders, consult each other on what to do. The Khan has spent the night, his body hot with fever."
The summer heat made the Khan's condition worse, and so his men took him up into the nearby mountains of Liupan, densely forested with Chinese pine and dragon spruce, just beginning to turn to their autumn colors. Not long after, the great Khan's illness worsened, and he died at the end of August in the year 1227. The secret history of the Mongols records his passing in brief terms.
Genghis Khan came back, and in the year of the pig, ascended to heaven.
There is much debate over what exactly killed Genghis Khan. There are several outlandish myths that circulate around the circumstances of his death. Some more colourful versions fill his passing with dramatic irony, imagining a Tangut princess killing and castrating him when he tries to force her into bed. But most chronicles simply mention an illness that fell on him suddenly, among them the Persian historian Atamalik Juvaini.
When Genghis Khan returned from the lands of the west to his old encampment in the east, he was overcome by an incurable disease arising from the unpleasantness of the climate.
Some modern scholars have even suggested that he was an early casualty of the bubonic plague, which would soon spread westwards across Eurasia and cause death and destruction on an unprecedented scale. The Chinese language source, the History of Yuan, or Yuan Shi, records that on the 18th of August, the Khan felt unwell with a fever, and 8 days later he died. Such a rapid pace of decline could point to the Black Death being the cause. Whatever the cause of his death, the Khan's body was soon prepared for burial. Mongols of this time held a great taboo around speaking about death, and so we actually know little about the deaths of many of the characters in this story. Some, like Genghis Khan's wife, Borta, simply disappear from records altogether, and we have no information about when or how she died. As for the Khan, some believe that he was probably buried close to where his army was situated, somewhere in Ningxia, among the Liupan Mountains. But other sources record a more dramatic version of events. The Venetian explorer Marco Polo, who travelled to Mongolia nearly half a century later, wrote the following account that was told to him.
All the Grand Khans and all the descendants of Chinggis, their first lord, are carried to a mountain to be interred. Wherever so the sovereign may die, he is carried to his burial in that mountain with his predecessors, no matter if the place of his death were 100 days' journey distant. There must he be carried to his burial.
Mongol religious beliefs held that the bodies of the dead should never be disturbed. For this reason, Marco Polo also recounts that the Mongols were determined that no one should ever find the grave of the great Khan, that his body would forever lie undisturbed, and that they went to extraordinary lengths to make sure its location remained a secret.
When they are carrying the body of any emperor to be buried with the others, the convoy that goes with the body puts to the sword all whom they fall in with on the road. They do the same too with horses. For when the emperor dies, they kill all his best horses in order that he may have the use of them in the other world, as they believe. And I tell you as a certain truth that when one Khan died, more than 20,000 persons who chanced to meet the body on its way were slain in the manner I have told.
While these accounts may be an exaggeration, what is sure is that the Mongol soldiers fenced off a large area of land around the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, marking it with a fence of arrows stuck in the ground. Other than the closest royal family of the Khan, no one was allowed to enter this forbidden zone on pain of death, with guards permanently stationed on its perimeter. The later Mongol historian Sagan Setchen describes the body of Chinggis Khan being removed to his native Mongolia on a two-wheeled wagon, escorted by his great army. On the way, one of the Khan's old friends began to sing a mournful song.
Kilukan Bahadur of the Sunid tribe lifted up his voice and sang. Once you did swoop like a falcon, but now a rumbling wagon trundles you off. O my king, have you in truth then forsaken your wife and your children and the rule of your people? O my king, circling in pride like an eagle once you did lead us, O my king, but now you have stumbled and fallen like a wild horse. O my king.
Today, it's thought that the most likely place for the Khan's burial is in this area, somewhere around the mountain of Burkhan Khaldun, the holy peak that he had always climbed whenever he needed to hear the voice of his God and to be close to the great sky above. Now, between Chinggis Khan and the great blue sky, there was only silence.
End of part 1.